Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2022 Asia Pacific Netrunner Continental Championships. I hope you're all really excited to see what's going to happen today. My name is Ginevra, and I have with me two other people. Juabe, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, good morning or afternoon or evening, everyone. I am Juabe and I am from the Philippines and I'm very excited to be here.
And Luke, are you there?
hmm
Luke, Inactivist, are you there? Maybe not just yet. Um, so this is part of a set of 3 Continental Championships. This is for the Asia Pacific region, and then there'll be next weekend the Americas, and then the weekend after, I think it's Europe, Africa, and the Middle East area. So you're sort of getting to visit different places around the world. It's not a big visit, but maybe you'll get a glimpse of local cultures. And as part of that, in the area where I am and the area where Luke is, it would be usual to start off like an important meeting or an event or a festival or anything like that with an acknowledgement of country. So I'd like to do that now. I'd like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that Luke and I are streaming from today. They are the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and I'd like to pay my respects to the elders, past, present, and still to come. And I would also like to acknowledge any Aboriginal people who are here watching now or who watch this video later on. Now, we have with us Orbital Tangent, who is here, I think, to talk a bit about pricing. Orbital, are you ready there to talk a bit about pricing?
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think so.
Yep.
Hello and welcome everybody to the Asia Pacific Continental Championship for 2022. I just wanted to go over a new type of prize for today and let you know what's going on with that. So, as you can see up on stream here, Geneva has kindly put up a listing of the prizes for the tournament. One of the ones that I want to point out is the the Intercontinental Championship prize, and specifically one of the prizes that's going to be awarded for first place. One of the things that you'll notice in there is the reigning champion card for 2023 Continentals. This is a new type of prize that we've introduced to the Continental Series. It's also going to be used again with our first ever circuit breaker in the fall. This is going to replace the designer card or champion card that we used to award for these events. We are no longer going to be awarding those at these events because they place too much burden on the design and dev teams, and they asked us to come up with an alternative. So, what this card is this is a hand picked promo that the winner of the Intercontinental Championship will work with organized play to select. They will also get the opportunity to work with us to create an art brief for any cyberpunk style scene they would like. And that can feature them. And we suggest it does, but it does not have to. And then the next year, in this case 2023, that card and art will be featured as a prize in that event. So this year, we didn't want everybody to wait a whole year to see how this worked, to see what one looked like. So we retroactively decided to give William Wong, aka Sokka, a chance to select and get an art done for one of these cards. I'm going to have Sokka go ahead and introduce that card and maybe speak a little bit about why this card was selected and what the scene means to him.
Hey everyone, Sokka here. I'm so excited because like I haven't even seen this yet myself. I've seen it, but I haven't seen like the final version. So I'm like, yeah, it's a daily quest art, and the inspiration was kind of well. First of all, daily quest was like a very important card in my Intercontinentals deck, the Acme. So that's how like the card came up. It was a very important card, and there's no alt art for the cards. I thought that that'd be a really great card to have an alt art for. And then the inspiration was that I don't think there was a certain thing that inspired this idea, but I just had this idea that like the whole flavor of Daily Quest is that everybody's got to go and like play some game to like complete their quests. And the big corporations, so in this case NBN, are having people play their video game, and there's people who are watching them and observing them and analyzing like, you know, when do they play, like what are they doing, what kind of actions are they taking during the game. So I felt that like that was a really cool idea for an art. So the idea of like what's going on, hopefully it's somewhat obvious, but if it's not, I can explain what's going on here. So the idea is that behind the screen, there's the person in the background who's like got the VR thing on, and they're like doing their daily quest. And there's a camera in that room that they're playing in, and there's people. Then there's myself on the left, and then somebody on the right, and we're like analyzing what this person's doing and taking notes somewhere in like this big NBN building. So that's the idea of the card, and so like myself, somebody else there watching somebody play their game, and yeah, I'm really really happy that this came out the way it is. I think Ben did a really good job, and shout outs to the Nisei people who I worked with to get this done.
I think
Yeah,
it's
like
really
go
cool
ahead.
because I've seen you on streams and then I'm seeing you on a card, and that's just so cool to see.
Yeah, and I actually like really like also the idea of it, like more like behind the curtain concept, because like the first daily quest, right, is a more like ideas that you just see the player playing the game, and then now you see what's behind it on like what the daily quest really means, especially since it's a corp card. So you see what really goes on behind it and why, you know, something like daily quest or dailies exist for this company.
One comment in the chat here that said sneaky dinosaurus on the art on the mug, and this was really interesting. So I was talking to Orbital about like what art to put on the mug, and Orbital and Ben like was gonna put Dino on there, and I didn't really understand that at first. But it turns out that there's like this dark side of like stuffies and of dinosaurs specifically. So I think on the art of Invasion of Privacy, there's like this teddy bear who's like basically the eyes of the teddy bear are cameras, and like NBN's always watching you. So yeah, I really like that depth in here where like I've got a dinosaurus mug, and the camera that's watching this person playing their game they might just have like a dino sitting in their room, and I'm like watching them through the camera. So I thought that was really cool. Nice thing to throw in there.
Oh yeah, that is a neat thing. I actually thought like the dinosaurus was in the mug. It's not like I thought it was the dinosaurus design, the mug. I thought like sort of think like tea, where you put it like a tea bag, but it's like dinosaur shape. But now I see it now better.
Cool. Thank you very much for coming on, Soccer. And I know you're playing today, so we'll probably kind of see you a little bit later. But if you want to go and prepare now, thank you very much. And I really love the card. The people who win it are very, very lucky.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. I was gonna go and record some intros for my decks to post on my YouTube channel after, so I'll head off and do that in the next 15 minutes.
Oh, cool. That sounds great.
Right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And thank you also to Orbital Tangent for coming on and explaining all about the prizing today. What we were going to do, I don't know if my co-commentators feel ready and would like to, but just in the little bit of time that we have before setting up, would you like to go to Cobra and have a look at that? Or would you like to be just going to a kind of a video chat? What would people be feeling like? And also, Luke, are you there now? Hello, Luke?
Yeah, let's try. Am I back on now?
Yes, you are. Would you like to introduce yourself? Because you didn't get the chance before.
No, my intro is straight fire. It just wouldn't be a stream or a tournament without some kind of hardware failure at the last minute. But as far as my intro goes, I'm Luke. I'm an activist in certain circles. I'm on Gadigal land in Sydney. I've TO'd and played in everything from basically Worlds to GNKs to Continentals because people keep forgetting to tell me not to. And I will contend to my dying breath that anyone who capitalizes the word ice is wrong.
Okay. And I guess
that's a more fire intro than my "Hello, I'm happy to be here" intro.
I'm happy to be here too. I just need to state some things for the record.
I guess I also didn't introduce myself. I'm Ginevra. I'm also in Australia, you'll probably call it Sydney, but it is Gadigal land. And I'm a newish player. I started just right at the end of 2020. And I'm a mod and admin on GLC. And recently I've done a little bit of editing for Nisei. Would people be liking to look at the players who are playing today on Cobra? Would that be the thing now?
Yeah, we can check it out.
Yeah, we kind of look at faction breakdowns and where things are coming if they're public at the moment.
Now, for the faction breakdowns, I suppose that would be the pairings, but I don't know if the pairings are up just yet.
That is a question. Registration is closed and everything. The Cobra isn't public for good reasons. But yeah, we can look at that as we come in.
No, it's just a player meeting at the moment. But there's 40 players today, aren't there?
Yeah, that's a lot of players. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's also very cool that it's like a couple of players more than last year. So like that's rather cool.
Yes. Yeah. So I was while we're waiting for the pairings, like other than Sokka 234, like which pairs do we think is gonna be like the one that we kind of know who's gonna be like players to watch in this in this Continentals?
I think people will remember Whiteblade. Did he win the first APAC Continentals? Is that right?
Point of order, I don't know anyone called Whiteblade. I think Gunslinger was playing.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was Gunslinger. Cool. So I'm looking at the people who I know like more locally, and I'm thinking I always love watching Bale or Jai, and also Bing. They always have exciting games, and there's some other local people who I don't really know. Odol is a very strong player. Luke, you've known people over a longer time than I have. Do you want to call out any people?
Not really. I mean, I don't really necessarily want to single people out, but there's obviously a lot of local APAC players. We've got like Jaden down from Adelaide, a lot of different
Yes.
people. But the thing that I always find interesting about APAC, kind of where it sits in the season, is like where have been for the last few years, the first off the rank. And so you get a lot of people, well, for a lot of reasons, a lot of people it just works out for their time zones or scheduling. So you get a quite a wide mix of both local players and either people who are guesting or people who we could probably call sharks. But it really makes for a very wild meta. I think, in a couple of different Continentals in a few weeks, people will have seen some decks play. There'll be more kind of data on tournaments. But APAC's always where you kind of see the wildest stuff.
Yeah. Also, like for me, for the local players, I know one player here. I think he's in. I don't know. Nah, he's my friend. I can point him out. Wak Almirante in row 13. Profwacko is his name. I would like to give a shout out to him because he's actually so years in the old times. I was actually already playing when he was like learning how to play the game. So and then now he's one of the few people who is really still trying to run the local community in the Philippines, like trying to organize meetups and talking about the new cards that are coming out right now. So it's really nice to see him here play in the Continentals.
Yeah, definitely. We've had someone asking where players are from, and although not all of the players have put in their countries, there's quite a few from Australia and the US, and people from Singapore, Philippines, Canada, this is Finland, Germany, the Czech Republic, England, Sweden, and Poland have that people have said so far that they're from those countries. So like it's Asia Pacific, but it's also a lot of people coming from other countries as well, which is really cool.
Yeah, and it's definitely something important to establish early that there are only APAC players in the top cut of any given APAC tournament. Anyone who's outside of APAC, we're just going to designate they're an APAC country. That's just how it works.
Okay.
I believe we declared White Blade Australian in 2020, so
Okay.
We're just gonna give him a country.
Yeah, QVM also noted APAC player after winning APAC one year and then went on to win Intercontinentals.
And
so just
I think you should definitely pick some people who are probably representing the Philippines, even if they don't usually live there.
Absolutely, representation is important.
Yeah, we'll give it to him. Here, have it.
Cool.
Yes, and to foil Flo's question, yes, absolutely, they'll be given citizenship in a legally binding fashion that will 100% get you across customs. Go ahead and try.
Cool. I'm just looking at when people are probably starting. So it looks like are the players doing just a bit of an extra, making sure everyone's there at the moment time?
Yeah, so what you do in a tournament, particularly for online ones, you just make everyone kind of pairs and sits in a room. So this is just how you know attendance is taken. And so that way, if someone's paired with someone and their partner hasn't shown up, it's where are we? Oh God, because the number of people who will sign up to online tournaments and then you sleep in, time zones aren't in your favor. And so you generally have a small period before people get themselves together.
Yeah. So I think we're just in that time period at the moment.
Yeah, and for those who haven't played in or watched an online tournament before, there are a couple of things we can expect. Cobra will explode at some point and around. Yep. It will be fixed. There will be a delay. For no fault of Cobra, I notably one year just hit the wrong button and deleted an entire round. So that's the kind of fun we can look forward to. But yeah, there will be delays. There will be fun. Be a lot of net running to be had.
I mean, I guess that actually does happen somewhat in real life tournaments as well. I mean, not just
and again, no, for sure. And I say that as having established all of my many credentials as a TO. I ran a GNK a week ago, like one of the first like in-person GNKs since all of the unpleasantness, and then hit the wrong button on Cobra, and I think I gave around a 6-6 score on both sides. So
yeah,
No, normal things.
yeah, yeah, definitely. There's like a little bit of real life happens.
Yeah. Also, like, if there's some people here who somehow stumbled into the stream and then it's watching or like interested in watching checking out Netrunner for the first time, hello, welcome everybody. If you have any
Yes.
questions, feel free to use the chat. Yeah, we can help you out as well as we're commentating this Continentals.
Yeah, definitely.
indeed, it's a fascinating way to learn, I'm sure.
People in the chat asking about the host names. It's like a kind of a cycling scroll at the top, so you can see us at the moment.
Yeah, we're like a banner ad.
Yeah, yeah. Cool.
We're just scrolling around.
Yes. People are saying maybe 5 minutes. Oh,
All right.
yeah, that is true. It is maybe about 5 minutes.
In perfect conditions.
Yes, of course. 5-ish minutes.
Kind of 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, as we're okay, sorry.
No, you go ahead, please. Sorry.
Okay, so as we're waiting for the 5-ish kind of sort of minutes for round one to start, can we maybe we can have like a quick, just like top view, like not really, I guess guess or prediction of what are we gonna see, what decks are we gonna see? Just quick prediction. Mm-hmm.
No, for sure. It's like you absolutely need the before anything's been seen wild predictions. I guess in terms of my limited experience at this point of standard, I am expecting a lot of combo ob and then all of the decks that beat combo ob, because it's definitely been plaguing JNet for a little while for the unprepared. I imagine a lot of kind of Reaver Shop Wu is kind of in a strong position, a lot of standard criminal. But if I had to make a call, I'm thinking like an NBN Corp deck of some description, and probably Shaper. And we'll see how wrong I am in about 3 hours.
Okay, I want to try. Shaper is really popular here, so I'm thinking there'll be some, probably Wu. I agree. And I also think there's been lots of Nyusha Sable that I've met on JNet, so that's quite possible. I'm really curious whether people will take op, because it seems quite complicated, and I'm wondering whether they'll try it out for the first tournament or they'll kind of practice it up for later things.
I think it. Yeah, sorry, Karen.
And I'm for corps. I'm thinking probably NBN type corps and maybe sports metal.
Yeah, definitely a lot of sports metal that I've seen. I think there are some interesting builds there, particularly with a lot of one of the things that Shaper gives you is access to clot, so that then kind of becomes the inevitable meta counterplay. I did miss a shout out before when I was kind of got a good friend Bing is playing today, had to step out of the cut last year, and so denied us all Jemison in the top cut of APAC. So I'm expecting something amazingly weird there.
Yeah.
Oh, for me, for the runner side, I'm expecting a lot of runner decks being the boat, simply because boat power. Because I think I really like the design of the boat. At first, I wasn't like into it because of the cost, but it's just really powerful for what it does. And I think right now there's a lot of ways for it to just put it on the board really fast. So and then it really just puts a lot of pressure on the corp. And then for the corp side, I am expecting a lot of combo ob, simply because you can simply because of the time pressure as well during tournaments. Sometimes it's really tough to play a slower deck when you're already given like a few, like, a certain amount of time to finish the round, right? And for me personally, I like more like the combo, like flatline decks or something along the lines of that, simply because you can just pull out the win, or you can really just rush it, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's for me.
I think it's in an interesting spot where pretty much every runner faction has some variant of way to protect themselves against that kill combo, be it Obelis or No Free Lunch, a lot of things that are kind of stopping that. So it'd be interesting to see that. I think particularly in like early Swiss rounds, you'll see a lot of people being unprepared and kind of combos like that, or even like Drago NBN stuff, other things where people aren't necessarily ready for it. But as we kind of lean into the top cut, you will see counterplay and things as things come together. So it'd be interesting to see if those kind of combos function at a high level against a prepared opponent.
Yeah.
The pairings are up. Did you want to start thinking about which table we might want to look at? I think
I'm just loading the thing.
if I
and
had
let's
a
see.
thought, tables 12 and 14 sound cool, but
Oh, we don't have factions. Okay, that is fine. I don't know. I think first round it's always best to just pick randomly, I suppose, and see how we go.
I'm just gonna wait for the tables to appear to digitally appear, and and then we're gonna check out how it's gonna go. But yeah, I just from what you said about, like, especially from the top cut being more prepared, I do agree as well. Like while there will be a lot of like the more combo, or maybe like the hot decks right now, like usually at some point, um, consistency is still like the more consistent deck will, or something that's more prepared deck will still usually still come out of top. And that's where you also see like that the top cut players gonna be bringing and stuff. They'll be more prepared, not only with the card tech that they're gonna bring, but also like their lines of play. I think also gonna be more prepared on, like, okay, I already know the lines of play when you do this and this and this.
okay.
Absolutely, and I think also. Sorry, Karen.
Just like to point out that no one's in the casual lobby, everyone's in the tournament lobby. So if you want to start seeing if people would be willing to be streamed, that could be cool. And let us know where you think we should go first.
Okay.
Also, shout out to the chat if there's any particular home pairings or anything you want to see. Give us a yell. We'll try not to disappoint you too much.
Someone's saying table 4 or 12?
4 and 12. I think you mentioned 12 before, so 12 sounds like a good shout.
I got. Yep,
or whichever one you've got.
I got table 12. They're good. I asked permission.
Wonderful.
And, okay.
I think we have consent from them. There we go.
Alrighty, we're set.
I might just turn the volume off on my settings. Give me a minute. Or otherwise this could be a kind of a noisy.
I had that thought doing my setup. It was like, oh, I'll have to not listen to the Jinteki sounds. That'll be fun.
Let's hope I've done my settings correctly. If I haven't, I'll fix it for the next game. But yes, just waiting a few moments before things start. So table 12 is Odol on Corp and Man in the Moon as the runner.
Okay, I'm not sure where we are on time. If we start soon, but it's probably about to kick off.
I think they're gonna be starting in a bit.
Round one has apparently now started.
Ooh.
Here we go.
And I might...
So straight up, we've got Infusion on the court and Wu, as mentioned, over on the runner side.
Yeah. Okay. So for the runner, like we did expect
Oops.
something along like this to appear. Infusion. For some reason, I have not played a lot. Maybe like a few Infusion decks. So I'm not really like super like way too super familiar about the Infusion like play style.
It's interesting because particularly in Jinteki, you have a lot of really nasty ice. You have a Nancy, you have a lot of you have a Nancy DNA tracker still legal? I can't remember. But obviously to run people through obviously the ID ability for the uninitiated, it's when you are approaching an ice, you can trash an unres piece of ice to boop them is the technical term onto another server. If there is a res piece of ice, they are forced to encounter it. So there's no kind of jack out window. So particularly in the early days of me playing a lot of it, if there is a res to Nancy, you have to expect at any time if you're running an unres ice that you could just hit that in the face. So straight off, we've got
narrating
what's if you want to go through.
Yep, happening. We had a Spin Doctor, then Hansei review, and an ice on to R&D. Man in the Moon is beginning with drawing and then installing Reaver and Harbinger and also Aesop's Pawn Shop.
And notably did not have to use a Wu trigger for any of those pieces or a run. So that is a really nice opening hand for the Wu setup.
And then more Hansei review for Odol and also a draw of a card and server 2 being created with an ice.
You know,
so be interested to see just with kind of the new Jinteki cards of Midnight Sun and with Hansei review throwing things into archives. Are we expecting some kind of Regenesis Obokata craziness?
Yeah, like it is possible. Like it is like also like one of the new cards, and we wouldn't be surprised if someone's gonna try to pull like one of those combos off, especially in the Continentals where you can only prepare so much, right?
Mm-hmm.
Man in the Moon using Diesel, Shore Gamble, using a Harbinger. Oh no, sorry, installing Harbinger and doing Creative Commission. Then Odol doing subliminal messaging, some more ice, both, and some sort of card on HQ. So Aesop's Pawn Shop being helpful to Man in the Moon. Then Spec Work was used for money and cards.
Yep, so Wu's feeling very set up here very early. Like, we've got all the pieces. Obviously, doesn't need to be in a position to make runs yet. There's no real threats. Another Simul chip and Stone Chip Chart Room. Again, one of those kind of lovely draw pieces off turn. So
Subliminal
Wu's
messaging again for just a little bit of money for Odol. And then drawing.
Yeah. I wonder, having not seen an Ag Infusion or something, Jack, what do we think this HQ upgrade could be?
Ooh.
And then something in server 2.
This is probably something like can't remember off the top of my head the name of the card where you get like net damage or something. I don't know. It's still there, right? It's still there, or something that is.
It could be Mwanza City Grid, even if we see something a bit crazy there.
Lots of cards getting drawn here by Man in the Moon.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just like the crim player in me, but then that open HQ is just.
Yeah, I had this exact same when I played similar decks to this, and as a long-term Crim
Oh.
player, you kind of and the boat's down. We have the boat,
Oh, it's boat time.
but you feel more aggressive. Oh, and it's Mwanza.
Mhm.
I love / hate this deck already.
Yeah, this is
So so Mwanza, for those who haven't seen it in a little while, it's you basically force the runner into additional accesses, and you are paid for those accesses. In a faction like Jinteki, where you have snares and all kinds of horrible things to force a runner into, it's both pretty good economy and a kind of credible threat sometimes. So we've seen the corpse hand. So we've got a data loop. So data loop, DNA tracker, border control, and another DNA tracker. So we're kind of seeing a little bit of the game plan here. So data loop obviously implies we're looking at Obercarter scores, something that's going to force the runner to put cards back in the deck so they won't have the 4 to steal Obercarter. That's going to be an interesting play against this Wu deck that can put down, as we saw before, Stone Chip Chart Room. Trash that off turn and basically instantly draw 3 cards with the Reaver. So it'd be interesting to see if there's a run on a server where data loop might be rendered ineffective because Wu can here draw cards on off turn.
Yeah,
Okay.
and
Man in the Moon
and
deciding
also
to
like
put down Misdirection and also a DJ Fenris, which is hosting Sable.
Mm-hmm. I think here we haven't seen anything on the Jinteki side that implies tag, so misdirection here, even if it's not relevant in the matchup, is still Aesop spotter.
yeah, it's still like a good thing to like play in the deck, and like the Mwanza city grid is like a really, really strong defense that you really can just like leave it there even without any ice, and you can just focus on building like this slowly growing server 2 that we're seeing right now.
Yeah.
It's starting to get set up. Obviously, Shaper often is not in a
And
position
a
where
nice
you
on
want
Archives, which is interesting. Maybe thinking about
to.
Sable.
I think definitely thinking about Sable there. I think the Sable off DJ Fenris is interesting because I think the canonical pick here is normally Steve. So Sable kind of implies maybe Ace and just generic central pressure certainly helps with the extra click, but also means we might be seeing Deep Dive as a win condition there.
Yeah, that's what I'm also thinking as well. I've seen a lot of DJ Fenris just putting Sable instead of Steve, and it usually does tell that they're going for some deep dive runs down the line. But now it's trying to just like take out the Spin Doctor, which is fair enough.
I think particularly with Archive starting to collect a number of face downs and everything else, you do have to challenge the Spin Doctor at some point. And so Odol takes back the 2 Hansei reviews, which is just good econ.
What I find like kind of threatening right now, especially from the Corp side, is the Corp has a lot of money, and it still hasn't had the need to spend a lot. So like especially with the ice, it has already shown to the runner like this could be very, very tricky, and the pressure I feel right now is on the runner to really just start digging for, or maybe sniping, or maybe doing a couple of runs, or that's what I get right now.
Yeah, as I say, like Shaper certainly isn't in the position to contest everything, and obviously we've seen DNA trackers. Okay, we're now seeing SMC, 2 SMCs. Love that vote, MU. So again, Shaper, the Wu deck here looks in a pretty good position, but we've seen DNA trackers, we've seen border control. We know that you only have so many counters on a boat.
The server is just getting more ice and then some advancements, so looking very threatening now. One of the self-modifying codes has been trashed to Aesop's pawn shop. And Reaver continuing to draw.
Yeah, I definitely don't think so. We've got enough parts without the actual breakers. There's still a simul chip here, so Wu is in a position to get what they want when they need it, essentially. So any kind of Aesop's fodder is just good Reaver draw, good cash at this point.
Yeah, so I think it's Man in the Moon's turn. Man in the Moon might be contesting the server right now. Especially with the Angolo.
Yep.
This is kind of a good spot to go for a run. Although I'm not sure with the cred situation. But okay.
Yep.
I do not. I would not personally feel 11 credits is enough. But again, you kind of gotta. You can't let the corp get it for free, and you do have
Yeah.
boat credits. You do have boat tokens if something goes wrong.
Okay, so we've seen this card.
Yep.
The data
Data
loop that
loop.
we've seen.
It's the outermost ice.
So what we could see here is with that encounter effect. Obviously,
Okay,
that
we're getting
makes
a Gauss.
a Gauss. Yeah.
It's pretty good. It's still pricey though. Oh wait, but it has a install trigger, so it's not that pricey yet.
But as we kind of see here with Data Loop, like they're obviously forcing Wu to put 2 cards back on the top of the deck with Man on the Moon here. That takes you out of Overcard Steel range. But obviously, the way that Wu deck is built, you obviously want a lot of your cards, so it's not always a great idea. But okay, and now we have the Anansi. And the thing too, so Man on the Moon still has 2 clicks, so even if the Ag Infusion trigger comes off like the next innermost ice, they have another click to go back in, but not a lot of resources to really contest the server again.
Yeah, that's true. This might be really tough for Man in the Moon right now. However, it did force Odol to spend a lot of credits to
Absolutely.
res these ice.
Yep.
Absolutely, and if they've got to spend 3 more credits to score out next turn, I mean, they're in a worse position than they were. Yeah, you do have to contest some scores.
Yeah. So this is also like one of the things that I love about like the game itself. Like sometimes you just have to do it, right? You just have to go for it.
A comment that was made in chat that was quite a good one is that Sable works quite well as Ag Infusion tech, because you basically, if you get bounced onto another central and everything else, you are going to get that click back. And a lot of what Ag Infusion does here is old style click compression, forcing people to run servers and run out of clicks to effectively contest things.
That's true. So Man in the Moon right now is in a.
So
Is just
what
thinking of their. Yes.
Well, so
what options do you feel they have?
Well, they have the boat, so Anansi doesn't have to fire. But it's definitely a case of if it's more effective to use Ngolo and keep the boat tokens in reserve for something else that might happen. And Man in the Moon's going for the Ngolo play here. But it does mean whatever this next ice is, 1 credit. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, so
using
we've
a
used,
combination
an
of
endurance
Ngolo and endurance.
Yeah, okay, that's smart. That kind
Yeah.
of saves leaves you with, I mean, DNA tracker here would not be great, but would take the corp to 0.
Maybe a slight adjustment about to occur. Man in the Moon saying wait. Oh, no. And then jacking out.
Okay, I think just waiting for the jack out trigger to, so that they could, they got through the Nancy. They contested the corp resources, hasn't gone all the way in because they probably felt they couldn't.
Just gained a couple of credits to finish.
Yeah, which is fair. Puts them back in a better position. Like you've put yourself in where you haven't letting the corp get it for free. You have forced. And drawn a card. Yeah.
Sure.
So
Okay.
you've and you've forced Ag Infusion to res ice, which is, given the triggering conditions are a resource all its own. Send a message, and DNA tracker on archives is pretty rough.
That is tough.
Yeah.
And as we said before, basically any time Man in the Moon now approaches a unres piece of ice, they need to have planned to immediately face check that DNA tracker.
That is true.
And continuing the money with Harbinger, sold to Aesop's pawn shop, and Reaver drawing.
Yeah. What's really tough
and drawing
right
again.
Now. What's really tough right now, I think, is that Man in the Moon is kind of has to, like, for now, play at the pace of Odol, or at least like have the resources to at least even like a rogue run in R&D would prove to be very risky, which is possibly one of the there we go.
That's interesting. Stargate. So attacking R&D at the moment.
but still, even as I say, 1 credit, 2 boat tokens. Again,
no,
you could.
it.
Yeah, face checking the DNA tracker here is not the worst. There's a comment in chat that was also quite astute that we weren't I think it was Isangrid wasn't sure about the Nancy res here and the viability of it, but that would mean that server 2 here, the upgrade could easily be ganked. And in a deck that is bouncing people around and kind of forcing people to reuse ice, ganked would be not great. I mean, ganked into an Nancy is never fun.
Yep, and the subliminal messaging again with just a little bit of money.
And subliminal messaging
and
is great.
predictive planogram.
Yep. Subliminal messaging is great in decks like this when you are throwing a lot of cards into archives, when you might have Anoetic Void. Like the free money is great, but also just like getting cards back to hand is a surprisingly good benefit. I always love like subliminal messaging cards like this, particularly that, you know, of times of yore that you haven't seen in like different contexts suddenly have really good meta relevance in the current meta.
Yeah, especially since like card like subliminal messaging has been around for quite some time. Right now though, like I'm a little bit worried about the econ situation for the runner. I'm not sure how.
So they're trashing the simul chip to
bring back Harbinger, yeah. So that basically is giving them A, the Reaver triggers and just more Aesop's fodder. It is always
but limiting their options for future.
Oh, absolutely. But it is that kind of like, if you're not doing clot lock or anything like that is a good use of simul chip. Like you just kind of keep your draw and your econ going, because that is a big part of this deck. You can get by with surprisingly few credits, given boat triggers.
Oh, interesting pinhole threading. Oops.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thing too, yeah, okay, that's pretty fair. The thing here with pinhole threading is obviously, I think it still triggers ganked in that scenario, but if it's stuff like Anoetic Void, it might be relevant.
Right now, though, I think maninthemoon needs to find a way to at least put a little more run pressure into Odol, because right now Odol can kind of just not really relax, but doesn't have to be like super threatened right now, especially with already the resed ice and all, and there's still the unresed ice, which means Odol can still like bounce maninthemoon to another server just in case.
Yeah. But to the point of run pressure, like maninthemoon doesn't have a lot of great targets until they kind of have a bit more econ, because obviously the archives DNA tracker ain't going to be fun. You've got 2 unresed ice on R&D, and you have Mwanza on HQ, which is just going to give the corp 10 credits for the virtue of it.
Yeah.
okay.
Unfortunately, Sable's been doing archives a lot, but we're going to pinhole thread. No, we're not. Okay. Just a
okay. Yeah. I quite often. Yeah. Okay. So we're pinhole threading HQ. Yep. Are we going to see the gank? Are we going to see the ganks? No, it's Anoetic Void. Okay, that's great.
Okay.
That is the result that maninthemoon wants from that interaction. I think, so the subliminals obviously imply Anoetic Void quite strongly. Hasn't been ganked with data loops and stuff. Like, I would have to sit there and do math for the influence count, but
okay.
But yeah, so R&D
R&D
getting more and more stacked.
Yep. And drawing, gaining credit. The other parts of that turn.
So right now, I'm guessing that
and Reaver again.
maninthemoon just needs to really just econ up like pretty fast so that they can finally like put some pressure.
They're just gaining 4 credits.
Yeah, and Odol's in a good position here with archives being defended and HQ being quote unquote defended in the way it is that maninthemoon kind of can't get a free run every turn to kind of start charging up endurance. So
subliminal messaging kind of helping, and also some credits. taking some credits and putting something in server 2.
Okay.
Again, Harbinger Reaver, keeping some economy and some draw going.
Yeah, and Man in the Moon right now slowly being more and more ready, especially now with 15 creds and still at 3 agenda points for Odol. So, okay, now he starts the offense. Oh, they start the offense.
With the Stargate.
So let's see what Odol has in the R&D. Or are they gonna bounce it off?
It kind of depends. I mean, you've got all 3 options here. It basically depends on what your strongest pieces of ice are.
Through the first dice, no res. Second dice, no res.
Are we going to see an ag trigger here?
No res on any of the ice.
That's quite interesting.
Stargate seeing Spin Doctor, NGO front, and send a message.
Okay. Might imply that server 2 could be a Spin Doctor here, and so Odol's not really afraid of the Stargate trash.
It's possible.
Yeah.
Or just, 10 credits, Odol has things to do and places to be. Doesn't really want to waste it resing R&D ice.
Yeah,
it could probably having a think about what to trash, I think.
I mean, they're all good.
Yeah, they're all so good.
Depending how you feel about running R&D again, I think send a message and then going back for the Spin Doctor might be a play, but it very much depends on what Odol's planning on server 2. Still has the Ag Infusion trigger in hand.
Yeah, it could also just be like Odol just deciding to take the risk right now, just in case Man in the Moon becomes a little too aggressive, that they can punish an extra runner or so.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Okay, trashing send a message.
Yep, I think that's right.
Now, will they try to grab
and 3
it or
clicks,
run again?
So, do they want to go to archives or not really?
Yeah, and you had the Sable trigger on HQ, which is not ideal.
Yes, after being on archives for so long.
Yeah, it's always the turn you don't want it.
Yeah, that's what I really find interesting about the mark mechanic. It's like, oh, please be here.
Okay, we're going for archives.
We're testing the spin here, which is decent to see if server 2 is a spin or not. I think even if it is, I think you'd probably want to res some of that R&D ice. Letting it go through.
Okay, then.
Getting to send a message.
Yep. So Corp's going to get a ice res out of this.
Okay, another DNA tracker.
That's another
HQ.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now attacking HQ.
Yep. I think a lot of the time you've not seen. Okay, so we're going to get. Oh well, yeah.
Whoops.
That's I mean, you saw Mwanza in the deck. You have to expect that.
Yeah. Oh, and 2 deep dives. Trashed.
Both deep dives in the bin.
No, that's unfortunate. Oh, okay. I thought there was another snare.
Yes.
Oh, there is.
I called it.
Yeah. That's the second snare.
Yeah. Look, one cannot be surprised on seeing snare in a Mwanza deck.
Several snares.
Oh my goodness. And
look, best to do it now. But if you're not gonna, I'm personally quite baffled. But I think this is the second time that Man in the Moon has passed up the Mwanza trash.
Yeah, me too. Like, I right now they should have enough creds to be comfy enough to trash this. Because
having said that, like Man in the Moon might just be feeling more confident in where they're at, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
I just think we've kind of seen that, in a deck with so much ice, having to not have to do anything can just leave Mwanza there. And they got HQ runs, snared the runner twice, and got paid for doing so. That's ideal Mwanza feeling.
Man, that could have been the game if Man in the Moon just had one less card. That could have just been the game.
Yes. Now they've got 2 clicks to think about their 2 tags and also maybe drawing something.
Yeah, but you don't necessarily want to float a tag because that could be your DJ Fenris and your Aesop's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That misdirection that got fed to Aesop's a long time ago, that might have been fun.
Okay, drawing 2 and keeping the tags.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was actually thinking maybe that's the reason why they didn't want to trash Mwanza grid because of the tag clearing, but I guess it's not happening. And okay.
Okay, so scoring a longevity serum.
Okay, so that's an interesting play. Like, obviously, Odol didn't want to leave that around, and I think that does kind of explain a little bit maybe about their reticence in resing R&D ice before, that they wanted to punch those secrets out.
Shuffling back in 2 of the snares in the Anoetic Void, so they're not gone.
Oh, they're back. However, though, even though with like 2 tags and almost being flatline, I think maninthemoon right now is in a much better, still in a good position, especially now that they have like good creds.
Yeah, they've definitely still got
drawing back up. Actually,
the credits.
Drawing to 6 and 1 click left to deal with 2 tags.
Yeah, I think
maybe hoping for another misdirection.
Yeah, leaving the tags here, I feel, is calculated. I mean, you do have to sit there and go, like, okay, the corp's got to spend the clicks and the credits to clear your resources there. But I mean, you still got 12 in the stack as the runner. Like, you don't really want to give up your engine just for the sake of it.
Okay,
but having said that,
gamble.
Yep, having said that, was mostly set up, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah. And I'm not sure how much, if any, tag punishments in Ag Infusion, or maybe prepared here.
I wouldn't personally expect it, but as you say, just like the old corp old corp basic action card does some work here.
Subliminal messaging, giving some money and something with 2 advancements in server 2.
Yep.
Okay. So right now, Odol is threatening I guess a agenda win.
Yeah, Odol is on 5 points, so.
And Man in the Moon's not in a bad position here. Like, got the 17 credits, has 4 endurance counters, can contest this, would have to contest it at least twice, which would put having to hit the data loop twice. If this was an overcarder, that would kind of be a lock because you don't necessarily have the position to draw back into it.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I guess you've still got the math. No, you'd be 1 card short. Like, you can't even like draw, run.
Yeah, I was doing also the math. This is kind of difficult for Man in the Moon unless they
trashing DJ Fenris.
But sorry, yeah. So we hadn't had starter turn triggers, so we do have the credit, and again, that's I think a fair play. Yeah. But that's a fair play. I think, Sable hasn't been a lot of value here. Maybe not relevant when we're kind of getting down to the critical moments of the game, and if you just if it's gonna get trashed by the corp anyway.
Deciding to Stargate rather than going after server 2, at least initially.
Okay. You don't necessarily hate it because obviously Odol's on 8 credits here, so may not want to commit to defending R&D.
Also,
but we did. I'm trying to remember if we saw
these ones. So.
And I think if we saw the Stargate before, we did see an NGO front. So I can't remember if there was a shuffle after that or not. But so this could even be an NGO in server 2.
Yeah, that's also true. It could be a bait. It's also like, at least I think from what I see is you'd rather if it's also an Obokata protocol, it's gonna be really hard to steal anyway.
The first ice, no res.
So you could just put pressure here.
Border control.
Border control, which
trashed.
I mean, after the DNA tracker, like, it's certainly something that Man in the Moon doesn't want to be doing too much.
Mm.
Also, you've had to absorb the Angolo code gate painting by doing this.
Okay. All right, it does use
Border
force the
control
border control.
trashed to end the run.
Mm-hmm. So DNA Tracker isn't the worst here. I think some of the reasons why it hasn't been as meta relevant is Ngolo's been around. Like, it's a very meaty card a lot of times, but it's still only 5 credits for Ngolo.
Mm-hmm. But I think Odol has been doing like really good use, putting the card to really good use, especially with how they layer the ice together.
Okay, so Man in the Moon ending with a Shore Gamble and Stone.
And we got the Obokata.
And that is it.
End of the game.
Yeah.
All right. So
look, I think that's a fair play. Like, I think you have to kind of try R&D because contesting that server twice and hitting the data loops and the Anansies would have been a bit rough.
Yep.
So, would people like to watch the other side of that matchup?
we can ask. I can ask. Hold on. I'm going to ask just in case.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay to scream or not really?
I'm asking
Checking.
them again just in case. Yeah.
No
Because we only got permission for.
Yes.
Okay. So not one of them declined.
Okay. Where would we like to go then next?
Let's see. Let me check the tables. How about table? People were saying table 4 earlier, so we can check that out.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind asking if that's all right.
Okay.
No, table 4's only got one
It's
person,
done.
so perhaps not.
Yeah. We can. I'm just gonna pick a table
No
for now.
problem.
Let me also just check the list. There we go. Okay. Hello. Oh, I think they are already. These players are already far into the game.
Mhm.
But we can check this out. So while I'm looking for a game, well, what do you think about the game that we just watched earlier? The one between Wu and Infusion.
I think both players are in a position to win that. Like, I don't think it was really heavily weighted one side or the other. Obviously, Shaper doesn't love a lot of net damage like that. Some variants of that deck do play things like Caldera. But I think once Odol was properly set up there, because the Wu deck hadn't made a lot of that kind of first, like, really explosive opening, I think it became more and more lean to the Ag Infusion side.
Okay, we can go to. Oh, I didn't check which table this is. The one that has Jinglist 93 and Entan 33. Let me just check the table name.
Table 5.
There we go.
Table 5,
So,
just one moment. Yep.
So we're already a little bit underway. We've got Outfit on the Corp side, and we've got the Loveboat Captain Padme on the other side. Padme's pretty good. Like, it got a Beth quite early, which is going to be extremely relevant in an Outfit matchup, and a Turtle. Outfit's got a Too Big to Fail out already, so already on 15 credits. Got ice on R&D and HQ.
And now
Archives.
Yep. Thoroughly
So
iced up.
yeah, Yep, no cheap turtle runs for you.
Yeah. I think it's a good call for Entan to prevent like maybe a quick deep dive or something like that, especially with the with the captain right here.
Yeah. The things that are like, particularly with endurance and turtle, like you do want those easy runs where you can get them to kind of get those counters. The easy R&D runs, particularly for captain. So outfit is in a good position to kind of deny that early, and obviously, outfit just explodes with money, particularly when you get it too big to fail out. Got to install
some
an
setup,
advance and a naked.
for
So
the captain, and then
Okay.
question about any action, and it's a
Yeah.
scored hostile takeover.
Yeah, because Jingles here had the SMC out, there was a potential clot threat if there was a quick score.
Mhm.
So just good tournament etiquette for everyone watching.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's also like one of the things that is very important, especially when you play online, and with the existence of cards like Clot, it's very good etiquette, as you said, to like ask permission first if you're gonna quick score something.
Okay, an overclock to go into R&D, but no res on the ice there.
No res, even with 23 credits. You're really waiting for the worst possible time, I guess. And also, you kind of want to don't want to let overclock get the value. So Padme here is going to use the overclock credits with that to get a conduit out, which isn't bad, but obviously doesn't get the virus counter because it's still mid-run.
But still
Gets a
stole hostile takeover, so that's one
Can't complain
agenda
about
point.
that.
Yeah, it's a very nice snipe from Jingles. I hope that's how he the name's pronounced.
Yes.
Yeah, I feel when you're at the username with numbers in the territory, you just do your best bet.
So let's see right now for Entan what they're gonna do. So right now they don't have any remotes at all. So
Quite a lot of cards in hand though at 7 at the moment.
Yeah, I've seen some outfit decks recently kind of make use of mutually assured destruction and stuff like that to kind of do pseudo combo ob stuff. Obviously like the really explosive money starts are great for outfit. Again, shape that obviously the bad pub and all your mid-run triggers for installs and that start adding up quite quickly. So outfit definitely wants to win early here. But on the other side, on the shape side, you do have potentially clot. You have potentially misdirection if there's a hard hitting news play here.
And thinking through all of the discards. Beth giving an extra click at the moment.
Yep, and probably will be for some time.
Yep.
I think right now,
unless there's a too big to fail play that's coming. Big deal.
Oh, the boat has arrived.
The boat has arrived. And conduit going into R&D.
Oh, this is gonna be pretty good for Jingles 93, especially now that he has conduit and the boat and the turtle.
Yep. It's definitely a case of, all right, so yeah, you've got turtle, you've got endurance, you've got turtle. I don't want to alarm anyone, but I think the shaper might be running to one R&D. But
spoilers.
So we'll probably see a lot of that.
Yeah.
So let's see right now how Anton is going to react. They're going to react with more money. Fair enough.
Okay.
I'm interested why we haven't seen the R&D res. It might be that it's something that's going to be particularly nasty at the wrong time, or that they feel that Padme's just pretty set up for it.
Yeah. It's also like starting to get very, very difficult for Entan, especially with the conduit counters building up.
And the turtle specifically, like as those counters build up, and now
there's two things stolen: Project Atlas and Above the Law. That was a very, Very good run.
Yeah, that's yeah. Shape a medium, gonna shape a medium.
Wait. Maybe Anton has
And now-
punitive.
Oh, okay, yep, that'll do it.
Maybe Anton has a punitive.
Well, it'd have to be double punitive still, but yeah, it's not ideal.
Oh, there was a sad face though.
What can
But-
you do?
Yep, you've got 2 credits you can't contest it. Like double punitive here does it. It's tough. Like you're sitting there with like seven endurance counters. You
I
just
mean,
go
I-
again.
Guess they've got 4 clicks left to decide.
Oh wait, no, hang on. That's not right, surely. Oh no, sorry, yeah, because it was first click. It was Beth.
Yeah, Beth's
Ah.
Yeah.
thinking. Yes.
Thinking.
Definitely a time to think.
You've got to sit there and think they've either got it or they don't, right? There, unless
Yeah.
you've got something that's going to
Yeah.
HP disrupt. I think you just go in.
Yep.
Yeah. At this point,
Going
you
in
just
with the conduit again. Yep.
okay.
Number of unseen cards.
Mhm.
Trying again.
Man, this game went from 0 to 100
4
in
counters.
in one click.
Trash to wall.
Yep. I think that's fair, and I think N10 has to be in the position here that it's like if they don't have the
It
double
happens.
punitive, if they don't have the double punitive here, it's like you can purge, but obviously they've still got endurance, but just means they're not going to have as deep a dig if they just go straight back at you.
Okay, 6
Oh my
counters,
goodness.
but nothing.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
This is giving me medium flashback days.
Oh my god, medium days. No.
Oh, last run, nothing.
Okay, didn't
Yeah.
get it. Are they dead?
Are they dead?
I mean, it's pretty early in the game to have double punitive, but you never know.
Oh. What's it gonna be?
Drum roll, please. Ooh,
Biotic.
labor.
okay. Now we're gonna see some stuff.
Okay, so it's gonna pass advance
Installing.
something. Okay.
And that's ASIEF protocol scored.
Yep. Okay. Not the worst.
Yeah. Still that conduit though.
Drawing
Oh, okay.
and
Why?
burning money.
Why?
I'm,
Why
I'm,
the
I'm,
R&D? Why the R&D eyes? Because you know they're just going to go straight back at it now.
I'm kind of Okay.
Don't know.
Yep, that's
That
was part of the
There's a
idea.
comment. There's a yeah, exactly. No, but as I say, it's interesting that was the one chosen. There's a comment in chat, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with it. That does feel a little bit like, well, I've lost already. Go for it. But we'll see. If I were in the runner's position, I've often been in the runner's position, stuff like this. You assume maybe the corp knows something you don't.
Yeah.
Mm.
There
Someone
could be two
wondering if there's
snares.
a virus somewhere. But let's
there
see.
could be-
It's a conduit run.
Could be. Yeah, I think
Because-
I think that's fair. You just take the one run to kind of keep them honest.
Too big to
the
fail
too big to fail.
trashed.
That's a lot
Nothing
of cards.
seen. I mean,
Whoa.
interesting.
And it's like if you're going to do that, I think if you're not giving up here, you've got to purge. You've either got them a virus in hand or you've got to purge, and at least that way you know that top X cards of your R&D aren't agendas if they just
Mhm.
keep going back.
Yeah, I think
Having
a
said that-
purge right now would be very good.
Having said
Archive
that,
memories
what?
to get another biotic.
Oh,
Well, no,
what
to
if
get the biotic back again?
Nentan has the agendas they
Oh, it's
need in
possible.
hand, and they're just gonna fast advance away?
Oh, that. But I mean, but they're just gonna see. Well, yeah, they'd have to have the entire combo in hand,
Could also have some audacity.
and have to survive. And have
Okay,
to survive
government
another turn.
Subsidy.
Wow, still no. Okay.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, I'm interested
Maybe
to
they
see
have
what
no
this.
ice. In hand.
I don't mean even ice because I think you're kind of passively defended by the fact that there aren't any agendas on the top of R&D, other than okay, you just go for a bunch of conduit runs here.
Mm.
Is Antan just hoping to survive the turn and score out? Because I mean, they are on 3 agenda points. They've only got to lose 2 here, and
Okay.
yeah, I think this is the
Conduit
straight
again.
up play.
Trashing a
Spin
spin,
Doctor.
but nothing else happening. A lot of unseen cards.
Yeah, Jingles can just keep digging at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like the galaxy brain plane here is something like
Trashing
contemplating
the
the fact that there are 4 cards face down in archives between that and hand. Maybe Antan's like, well, I know where all the agendas are, and they're not in R&D.
Okay, going after HQ now.
I think that's perfectly reasonable. You kind of want to keep them honest.
Okay, that's a Horton.
Which is going to obviously Turtle doesn't love it, but you've still got enough endurance counters to not have to worry.
Seeing an Audacity.
Mm-hmm.
Makes you wonder if there was something else. And a final conduit run.
Dig?
Trashing the wall to wall.
There's so many unseen cards.
Nope. Nothing else on that
Wow! Wow!
one. Okay, over to Antan33 to see what they can do.
Antan is... this is super exciting. Antan's like... I just believe that they aren't there.
Biotic labor. Adding
oh my goodness.
a number of counters, 3 counters.
Mm-hmm.
And
all good.
Another AxWill protocol. Deleting the ice off archives.
We are doing this the hard way. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Why not? Surprised you haven't won yet. And
I mean, right now
says,
it's 5-5. Like.
And Jingles93 saying, I know. It's true.
Yeah, that's right now. If Jingles goes for a run, that's half the deck.
Yes.
But that's okay because they're all either in HQ or there's like just 5 face down agendas in archives. This is the play when if you're sitting from across the table.
There you go. Never mind.
Certain amount of inevitability there, I feel.
Yeah. But how many conduit runs was that? Lots.
Yeah, that was way too many conduit runs. Oh, that's nice.
That's very cool.
Yeah. No. I was also like believing like maybe those face down agendas are just all maybe those face downs are just all agendas. Maybe they're just all agendas.
Very cool.
GG's though.
Yeah,
good game. Good game. I'm gonna go around.
Yep.
I'm gonna go around the tables again.
Intent said that they put the wrong ice on R&D, so that was why we might not have seen that.
Let's see if we can still catch another match, but I think it's gonna be the end of the round soon, right?
Yeah, I think we've got about 10 minutes, about 15 minutes maybe left in the round.
Do you wanna?
Enough to see a little bit.
Yeah, we have 16 minutes left in the round, so we'll see what's happening.
Okay, I'll check this one. Oh. Okay, we can go to. I should really check the table names first. The ones with AxWill and profwacko.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Right. Alright, come on, Prof.
So this is partway through. It's Acme versus Lat. Lat's got a very set up board with endurance, simul chip, paperclip out, Rizeki pad tap, tapworm, and Acme has Ice Stall Essentials and server 1 with an advancement, and there's a server 2. And we can see some data wards have been raised.
Yeah.
And
data ward is such a delightfully beefy ice in Acme if you're just going one remote service, one ice service.
And notably, 2 offworld officers have been scored by profwacko.
And we've got a Hyobu precog manifold in the play area. So whatever's in server 1 has probably been nominated as will be a side game to prevent a run.
Mm-hmm.
So this might be playing for the game at the moment.
And Into the Depths into
the
Archives.
Depths.
Okay.
That's a card I have not seen enough yet. It's surprisingly good. Not even surprisingly. It's a nice little value card, but it's kind of got that 46 card syndrome where it's like, well, you only have so many cards to play with.
Yeah, but when I do see this card, I do feel like it has its value.
Okay.
It has really good value.
Res?
Magnet. And also like it's also very flexible, which I really like cards that offer utility.
And using the endurance to counter the magnet?
And I think that's fair. I just think with the setup they've got, getting through that data ward and then beating the Hyobu is dicey.
Okay,
That's
and
a lot of
using
money.
the Into the Depths to install Stargate, and then checking server 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was a Spin Doctor, which allows card draw and shuffling back. So,
Hatchet Job.
Hatchet Job, yes.
Job,
IP block and Hatchet Job.
Hatchet Job's a fun card here. There's a lot of targets that might potentially have to kind of bounce stuff back to the runner's hand and give them a bad time.
Don't
know if it's relevant at this point in the matchup, but if they're shuffling it back, I mean, there aren't a ton of other targets.
AxWill asks if they can trash boat to install boat.
Yes, they can. Well, I'm not. I'm merely a streamer.
You're not being a judge today, though.
The judge hat is good. Yeah, I think we should just observe.
Be quiet, yes.
Yeah. There we go. That's
okay.
That's
they're going to ask
play.
a judge about that.
Yeah, that is fair.
Yeah.
We are.
Yes.
Yes. I know that feel. I know that feeling well of just like when you're on stream. It's like I don't want to play incorrectly.
Yeah.
I mean, you.
No, 100%. I understand.
And to be honest, 10 minutes left. I mean, time's definitely on profwacko's side here.
Yeah, and also I think it's just also a good practice, especially for anyone who wants to play tournament. If you have like any doubt on how something works, that's why they're just ask the judge. Don't worry about like if it's like too silly or like it's something that you think that I should already know this.
Yeah, 100%. And judges will give time extensions, particularly even more for online tournaments where getting and resolving things can take a little bit of time. If in certainly, like as I say, I've judged Worlds and Continentals. It's just like you're almost like grateful for something to do sometimes when it's running so smoothly. It's like, oh yeah, cool. I'll jump into a game. What are you doing? Just to kill some time, to kill some story time. We we did have Worlds one year where you have particularly tricky Jinteki interactions and ice being cloned, and sometimes you just have to go, well, we'll manual this one out.
So I think they've talked.
So that's
to
a
the
misclick. I thought they'd
judge
gone back into it.
elsewhere. They're using rigging up.
To
just having a little
to reinstall.
Yep. Got
there we go.
back.
So they've reinstalled it. Exactly, which gives you the counters back.
Yeah.
And then also the additional one for the rigging up install. So that's
handy. Using Stargate and seeing Rashida, Hyobu, Precog Manifold, and Regolith Mining License.
Mm.
Trashing the Hyobu.
Has it the Hyobu?
It's an interesting one. You might be considering going back and hitting the Rashida, but with the scoring server kind of live, it's not super relevant. That's definitely not what you wanted to have seen there.
Available for them to decide.
One click 6 credits, and you don't know what that R&D ice is.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. You're just letting it slide.
Okay, a seamless launch.
Ooh,
that was a balloon.
There we go.
straight to the Bologna from there. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Right.
Good game.
That the Acme and Data Ward really did like good work, like just holding off the runner.
Yes.
So that's very very good play.
Yeah.
I think that is it for the round, right?
We've got about, I think, 8 minutes left. So I think by the time we explain what's happening in another game, it'll be over.
Yeah. Should we? You want to jump to another like game?
Do you want to jump in a game, or do you want to have a bit of a chat?
I don't know. How do you feel about that game there with Acme? I'm excited to see Acme. It's always a fun little. It's just a fun identity, and again, makes data words extremely painful.
Yeah, like I really like that. It really like established like a very very solid defense like early on, and you see like even though Lat had like all of this like set up, it's still like very very troublesome just to get through that one piece of ice, and it really gave also like the player profwacko like the confidence to start scoring and such.
It's quite interesting coming in at the end of that game because profwacko seemed quite set up, but hadn't managed to convert that into actually getting agendas, which is unfortunate.
Were they the corp or?
I think they were the.
Oh, sorry.
Other way around.
Did I have it the wrong way around?
Ah.
Okay, other way around. The lap player, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they were very
Yeah.
set up actually.
Yeah.
Did we just watch sorry, I'm forgetting the middle one. Did we just watch All Shapers?
I think
Yes,
so.
we
Oh,
watched.
I think so.
Shape is going to shape.
Yeah.
Oh,
Very
man.
popular.
Looking good for my predictions from round one. We'll see how we go.
Aw.
Yeah.
I would have loved to see a crim. I should check next time. I should. I should know.
Actually, that is something that we can do. We can look at what everyone's chosen to bring. So, I suppose I can refresh and we can get some of the numbers coming in. But at the moment,
All right.
you can kind of see there is a good number of shapers.
That is an amount of green, yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking also like the faction representation, and
Yeah.
I think the most is Shaper, with mostly particularly Wu, a lot of Wu, followed by Padme, Lat, and then Lat, and then a little bit of
Yeah.
Tao and Smoke.
Yeah.
Sable.
So
I think
good,
we expected
and
a
some
Sable.
Padma. So good variety also of shapers.
Yeah, and
Can we do you mind? Can we jump over to the actual faction breakdown?
How would I do that? Tournament, is it?
It should
tournament.
be, yeah, it should be in tournament and Cobra.
It's in a tournament.
Yeah. So Wu the most popular, and sports medal.
Sports medal, of course.
Um,
Boats. We expected the boats.
Ob has quite a few with 5, but NBN also Reality Plus is 5.
Yep. So yeah, Reality Plus is in a pretty good position, so that makes sense. PE coming back into the meta, people are enjoying that immediately. So
Yep.
expect some extremely fun shell game decks in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Outfit
there's some
also.
oddballs. The one restoring humanity be interesting to see. 2 Acmes even.
Yeah.
Also like four Adams, which I think I also expected like an Adam deck, a few Adam decks running around. So
it's
Quite a
hard
few
to beat.
Really?
It's hard to beat, particularly like with the not the deck itself. I was going to say like particularly with, as we said at the start, like such a kind of wild meta, the kind of the Netrunner DB effect. White Blade did recently post an Adam deck, so you see some Adam decks. I think it was Crit Hit Greg that posted a meta Wu deck, so you've seen a lot of that.
Yep.
but it'd be interesting. Like, so
But Wu
the
is also,
Zarya,
I
I'm kind
think,
of interested to
generally
see.
popular with a lot of
Oh no,
people,
for sure.
just as a fave.
No, for sure. And it's always great to see Adam do well. It always feels like a little bit of an underdog. Shout out to former national champion Rob, who apparently had to duck out for the first few rounds, but I believe won a nationals with Adam.
Mhm.
Mm. Looking at the one, you also see like a lot of, especially from the lower ones, like you see an Alice. So I actually I'm so surprised to see an Alice, but that's a nice surprise. See an Alice deck. You see one of
I
the
think I have a
newer.
slight guess as to who might have brought Alice. I think I know some Australians who really like Alice, so I think we can see later.
Yeah, and it's also nice to see representation from all the new runner IDs. So you see
Yes.
here that you have Yesha.
Yep.
She is one of the new the Anarch runner that we
Mm.
see. I actually like Jinteki with all the sabotage mechanics. I really like basically it's demo run, but a mechanic, a newer version of demo run, or like one of the that card. So that's very nice. It's always nice when you see like a new expansion or a new release, and you see all these cards being played in good and being having fun with.
Yep.
Yeah, indeed, and it's because there's so many like the keywords and like the particularly new exciting mechanics in the new set. It's really fun to see them represented. It's been fun to play at the table.
Yeah.
Well, depending on
Only
what
one
side of
Pravdivast at the
I-
moment. Several
yeah,
gold.
I am surprised by the only one Pravdivast. But I think probably most of that deck, or what we kind of saw there, you'd see expressed in the Reality Plus deck. A comment in chat, someone saying people finally got tired of CTM. It's like you haven't even seen it yet. All of the things that CTM done are now either rotated or just elsewhere in NBN.
Interesting.
Like
I don't think Reality Plus was appearing as frequently previously, but it was more if you wanted fewer cards, like other NBN IDs were being chosen, but at the moment it's Reality Plus that's getting the interest.
Yeah, and I just think it's almost that kind of pseudo sports medal kind of feeling, where it is just like it's you when you're playing around with tags. It's just that little econ boost certainly helps.
I see people in chat are like celebrating the rotation rotation of CTM. Yeah.
As I said, there's always a great villain deck. It's interesting to see people like celebrate CTM going. I mean, crow emoji, or like exclamation mark crow. But people are saying it'll be back. It won't be. It may or may not be. It's just you'll learn to hate different things. It's in the same way as we were talking about the combo ob. There was the time when cerebral imaging was the demon for the longest time. It will go.
Gosh.
You will learn to hate something else. It's fine.
Yeah, like there's always the deck that people do not like very, very much. When I was playing, it was I forgot which Jinteki that was. The one that you have to run to a central server first.
Oh yeah.
Before you can
Replicating
perfection.
Oh my goodness. And then you still have like those cards like Caprice Nisei, and just like, oh no, I can't.
A comment from D Dark Ray in chat regarding that is PE is going to be the next deck to hate, which I can only say, where have you been for several years? Been hating it before it was cool.
To be fair, it hasn't been in tournaments as much.
Well, it was banned for a while, largely, but
yeah.
But it's for me. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's certainly been whenever I've been playing on Jinteki.net, I've certainly met a lot of it.
Personally, this is a weird take. I actually have fun playing against a PE because it's just a completely different game. You kind of just stop playing Netrunner and just start playing like Minesweeper when playing P. Like, is this a trap? Is this? Am I flatlined? Let's see this card. Okay, am I flatlined?
Mm.
Did you
It
get me?
certainly no, I get it. It certainly like clarifies your thinking in certain ways when you're
Yeah.
kind of like looking at your hand going, you don't really have to worry about your setup or your card combos. You just look at 5 cards in hand and go, well, I have 5 hit points essentially.
Yep.
But I find particularly when I play a lot of like against kind of grinder PE, it's like you play perfectly for like the first 30 minutes and then something in my brain just switches off and gets bored. It's like, you know what? I'm just going to repeatedly run R&D and die. I've the mental fatigue has caught up with me. I'm just going to seek a quick resolution to this game one way or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's also why before there was a stint where I play in tournaments. I play PE decks because it's very, how do you say this? It's very relaxing for me playing PE because I just install advance and then I just end my turn. That's all I do.
See what
That's
happens.
yeah.
I have always said elite Netrunner play is not really making decisions yourself and just forcing your opponent to make them when you're just kind of like, I'm not sure if this is a good play or not. You decide.
Yeah. That is like the toppest of tiers of thinking.
Mm.
And to the point before, when we were saying in the like the outfit game, we weren't sure if the corp had some amazing condition. Like sometimes you play so strangely that your opponent just kind of goes, "Oh, they must know what's going up. There must be something I haven't considered here."
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah, definitely.
they must be on to me.
Mhm.
I think that's also like one of the interesting things when you play in tournaments. There are a lot of situations where you just outplay yourself by overthinking.
Oh, absolutely.
Just mentioning the round has ended a couple of minutes
Yeah.
ago, but I mean, I think they're just finishing some things off.
Probably like a few turns left.
Yeah, maybe they had a delay with something or other. I guess with the corp,
So
one thing I was thinking is they're kind of ones that want to be pretty fast. Maybe not PE.
personally for me, I like it. I prefer playing faster corp decks.
Mm.
Or at least one of the decks I have needs to be fast just because I'm in a tournament and I only have so much time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? So, but then again, I also play a criminal deck, so they're both fast.
Yeah.
So I just want the round to be over.
Definitely, you only have so much time and brain power
Yes.
to get through a whole tournament or a whole round. Shout out to, I think he's watching, my friend Sean Blindy God, who took Nasir to his first tournament ever, did so much brain work on timing triggers and ice and etc., and pretty much couldn't do math for 3 days afterwards.
Oh yeah, Nasir. Oh wow. I had a friend who brought Nasir to our tournament, and the mental math that he had to do with his turn versus me who just installed an ice and called it a day.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's a conversation that comes up a lot when people talk about like professional times. Oh, maybe we introduce chess timers to Netrunner. It's like most of the time is spent on the runner's turn because that's basically where the decision points are.
Mm. Yeah, for both people, really, not
Mm.
just for the runner, but also
Absolutely. No,
for the corp,
yeah,
thinking
absolutely.
about reses and everything like that.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's a lovely idea, but there isn't really a clean solution for it.
Yeah.
At the end of
Yeah.
the day, you just got to be comfortable in your deck and play faster.
Yeah. That's us. I think that
I
is
haven't.
the solution.
Yeah. If in doubt, play the deck. I haven't. So we are at end of round 1. We're probably doing some repairing and results entering and some tidying up before we get to the next
Yeah,
round.
just checking everyone's entered their results and stuff.
Yep.
So I have actually, while we're waiting, I actually do have a question for my co-hosts here.
Yeah.
If we're not commentating and playing the deck, what would you have brought?
Ooh. I would have been on Wu and probably somewhere between either Prevadost or Reality Plus, like that style of deck. I have been playing a lot of combo ob, but I mainly because I find it fun. As I was kind of saying at the start, I don't necessarily know that there's a line for every answer to it. You have best defense and you have other things you can play around with, but then it becomes a desperately protecting your combo deck. But it's funny because we have down here in Australia, we have nationals in 2 weeks. And so I'd been kind of playing around with standard and kind of going, oh yeah, should get a feel for the meta. But you have that moment. It's like, hang on, there's APAC. Like any predictions or idea of the meta I'm going to have before this week is going to be gone by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, probably.
How about you, Geneva? What have you?
I don't know.
Try it
I'm
out.
still contemplating playing next weekend overnight.
Ooh, okay.
And I don't know. I've been playing Yesa and I've been playing Sable just because they're new. I'm not really sure about the Corp. I haven't quite got Pravdivas to work in any way. And I think Op might not be... I think it requires a lot of knowledge and thinking, and I don't think that that's the best choice for me. So I'm really not sure what I would do with the Corp.
For me, I would have probably brought like a very aggressive Steve Cambridge and Jinteki shell game so that my rounds will end in 15 minutes.
The absolute pro strat is just being extra hydrated and extra rested.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, why not?
Because when I used to play in tournaments around, when, especially with more players, like that's more Swiss rounds, and a lot of what players don't account for is mental endurance.
Yes. Yes.
So that's why I developed like playing very very fast and very aggressive decks, like very front loaded decks, so that even if like you win or you lose, you're kind of still fresh to that when going to the next round.
No,
now
absolutely.
Here's the pairings for round 2.
Round 2.
People want to think about who they might want to watch.
Ooh, okay, let's see. Oh, you see Sokka here in table 5.
Yeah. Feel free to shout out some suggestions in chat, but obviously we've got to work around people who've consented to stream and stuff like that, so it might not always keep you happy.
People saying table 5, if you wanted to. Yeah, okay.
That's soccer. Yeah, that's a fair call. That's 2 table 5s. That's a quorum.
All right, the people have spoken.
The people have spoken, and we were indecisive. So table 5 it is.
Yeah.
So
let's have a look if that's possible, and they're all okay.
I'm just asking them. I'm just asking now.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah. Also, I saw like Sokka brought Reality Plus and Lat.
Cool.
That's just pretty interesting. Never got the hang of playing Lat as a card for some reason, or maybe it's just because I'm just really bad at playing shapers that aren't the professor. So...
Pardon me. Sorry, did I just hear that sentence? I was looking away for a moment, and you just said you're bad at playing shapers that aren't the professor, right? I did hear that correctly.
Yeah. For some reason, I can't play shapers, but when I build a professor deck, I'm like, when you can still play the professor, I'm like, oh, this everything is clicking. This deck is pretty fun for some reason because I can just put everything here.
We are good to stream, by the way,
okay,
just
cool.
on table 5. Do you feel if it's one of those things where it's just like you are so focused on your own side of the table, and then you kind of look across like, oh yeah, cool, whatever they're doing. Anyway, I've got my perfect setup here.
Yeah, also like I have the most niche answers to certain ice because you can just put pretty much the entire card list in the deck. And then like for that one influence, I just add Steam Hack because it's my favorite card.
Uh, Rip to a real one.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're gonna be off soon, so we're gonna start the games. It's gonna be round 2 for those who are just jumping in. This is round 2 of the APAC Continental Championship.
Yes.
To 2022. I can't say years apparently.
I know
yeah.
they've just moved past and
Yeah. What even is time at this point? And intercontinental is a thing. Like, we're not really a continent as such.
That is true. Okay, so
we
someone is
have
asking.
the neatest group over the widest area.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So interesting question about big tournaments, mostly online. Certainly has been in during the last few years of the unpleasantness, but obviously Continentals are online this year. Next year, likely, well, given everything, knock on everything available, they will be in person, probably with the exception of APAC because we're all very far away.
Yeah.
But obviously now tournaments coming back. Worlds this year in Toronto. Buy your ticket now. Sad not to be going myself, but it's a it's an in-person. Sad not to be going myself, but a very long distance away from us here in the Antipodes.
Yes. Oops, no, that doesn't help. Sorry, that's as zoomed in as I can manage there.
Okay, so we have a Wu deck, as we might have seen, and we've got Reality Plus, so we get to see some of the most popular identities today, and we still might see how that plays out.
I think maybe we should attempt to have a non-shaper identity for the next game if we can. But it shows how many shapers there are. Okay, so just taking mulligans if needed and getting ready until the timer starts.
Yep.
So there's a lot of Reality Pluses. What do you reckon they're doing?
From what I've seen, there's a lot of Drago. Some of them, which is 2 advancement counters giving tags. Some have, from memory, there's some seamless launch on stuff like that for some kind of one-turn combos. Obviously, Reality Plus gets value just off Funhouse and Ping and all kinds of random tags are great. Be interesting to see here because MBN have all some of the not quite tools, but some certain fast advance and tag punishment. Wu is in a position with misdirection and Clot to challenge that a little bit, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
So some extra draw after a mulligan, then ice on HQ, ice on R&D. Sure gamble is a nice way to start.
So Wu pulls out the SMC straight into the Reaver. Yep. Again, just the great thing about Wu, you can just pull that one-off piece straight out of your deck first turn in almost any circumstance.
Yep. Lots of draw and some daily casts starting.
So Sokka's taking the mandatory and the extra draw, trying to find some pieces. Attitude Adjustment, a lovely card. Going to possibly throw some agendas back into R&D and get paid for it.
Yep.
That's an old Meek favorite, that one.
Yep. So shuffled back the Bologna. Some ice on server 1.
Yep. Seems good. Again, just keeps them safe. It might imply so Attitude Adjustment can do up to 2 agendas, and we only saw the 1.
Now some quick play here, Harbinger, then spec work, then Aesop's coming out.
Yep. yeah, so a good little setup early on, as we've seen, it's that kind of thing. Like you'll see this deck, you'll see this opening a lot.
Extra draws. Something into server 1.
So only 5 credits for soccer here, so not too set up in terms of being able to res some of the really weird ice. But OS Intelligence here not super set up themselves. So it might be a couple of turns of back and forth before we see things get really nasty.
I think there's been lots of drawings from soccer, so maybe not the ideal start. But probably a bit more on track now. And just taking a credit. Daily casts being useful for money. Trashing Harbinger to get money from Aesop's pawn shop, and also Reaver drawing a card.
Yep, like just 3 credits.
Continual setup.
3 credits and
here's
draw.
Another Harbinger, another spec work.
Yep.
Yep,
like.
And there's Endurance.
The boat.
Yep.
Okay, so this puts soccer in a position, obviously, boat ain't cheap, but not enough of an econ advantage, and obviously 3 tokens to get through almost any single ice. So it'd be interesting to see what soccer plays from here.
Okay, you were saying that these decks often have Drago.
And there it is.
Yeah. So giving a tag.
Okay. Self-growth. Okay.
Okay, here's
that's very spicy. Like, yeah, that's, the 8 credits and the click for boat going down and gone away.
Yeah.
Because we'd seen a lot of decks, particularly boat being so prevalent in the meta. We saw a lot of things in terms of like retribution, like a lot of tag punishment cards that could really make that expenditure hurt. And that puts soccer in quite a good position, because obviously they've handed over the tag, they've gotten rid of their one tool to kind of contest this server, and Drago remains. The fact that Drago doesn't trash to give these tags puts it in a really powerful position.
So Oz Intelligence doing some drawing with Diesel, some Sure Gamble. Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna probably try to get the boat back up again, but right now, like, also like Drago, especially a protected Drago, it's such a threat right now.
Yeah, and Aesop's being in hand at the start of their turn means OS Intelligence doesn't get those start of turn triggers that really would have gotten them back in the game. So really, they just need to take the turn to build up again. It's almost a point here, like, so soccer can, regardless of tag punishment, maybe just do this all day. They have floated the tag though, so that means soccer could just trash the Aesops here. Oh, we got market forces,
which is what happens. And then, the daily cast. Oh,
yeah, and the daily cast.
I missed the mentioning the market forces, but it was in there too.
Yeah, I think putting the Aesops down without clearing the tag was a risk.
Yeah,
and this is what the risk is. Having said that, there might just be another one in hand, and that you might have just felt like you've baited out something, but no.
And it seems like
creative commission getting a bit of money, but not really drawing. Okay, Soccer doing hedge fund, Drago advance, and then
so this kind of because Reality Plus just gets paid for it. Because Reality Plus just gets paid, you kind of get into this loop where it's like, okay, so it's Intelligence clears the tag, Soccer can just go, cool, here, I have another one.
Yeah, it's
Until you
essentially
can
a free
run
tag.
server 1, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but although right now, like I think I can like Intelligence has like a pretty decent money right now. Although the board
Focusing
state
on
is
drawing with
kinda
the diesel.
Mm.
the board
They-
state right now is kind of difficult.
I mean, I guess they're wanting a boat back. I don't know how many they have.
I think the problem here is you've got to respect that there might just be
Alice is
another one. Like if you put the boat back down, you can
Yeah.
just like while Drago's out, there might just be another tag or anything, and you just like
Drago's
have to
certainly
lose the boat again.
getting very protected and used to give another tag.
Yep.
I really like this play from Saka that
This is
he's slowly building his glacier
yeah,
while
it's
also
quite a
protecting
different
Drago at the same
play
time. Mhm.
to the other games. It's quite a different pattern.
And that's the thing because of a lot of how these Drago decks work, and particularly how Soccer's taking this line. Misdirection is great for hard hitting use or single tags where you have that turn to respond, but this is just every time it's going to be least convenient. Soccer can, other than the clicks because he's going to get the 2 credits back, can just spend a turn and just keep sending a tag across the table. And when they've still got because that's clickless too, obviously they still have a turn to, as we've seen, play a hedge fund, install a piece of ice, kind of make some incremental changes to his own board state while still forcing OS Intelligence to deal with this tag. And the fear of, as we've seen, retribution
Okay.
or just stuff that's going to. Oh, okay. So Stone Chip Chart Room. That we'll probably just see that used off turn to trigger Reaver and draw some more cards.
But not a so the criminal one that's just clear a tag.
Free
no
lunch.
free lunch?
Yeah. No free
Yeah.
lunch. Yeah.
Would be useful in this situation, at least briefly. I guess until you can get into server 1, which is quite protected.
Yeah. A lot of these decks still run pinhole threading, which should be helpful here. I think that's kind of what you'd be drawing for if you had it in the deck. The reality of it, though, well, the reality of Reality Plus is there's going to be 2 more Dragos in the deck, so
Yeah.
yeah, a solution now is not a permanent solution.
Yeah, it's kind of OS Intelligence kind of tough spot right now because they're being put
Server
in this
2,
loop of
getting
like
created in an advancement and another advancement on Drago. Yep, using Stone Chip Chart Room to draw 2 cards. And also Reaver, so quite a lot of card draw.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that it might just be the spare click, but a lot of things that advancement on Drago could portend. This could be like tomorrow's headline play here would be pretty gross because you could do the double advancement and then the second one on Drago and just hand over 2 tags.
Are you thinking server 2 could also be a Drago?
No, I think server 2 could be tomorrow's headline, the 3/2 from NBN. That gives it. So even if OS Intelligence runs it here, they have to take a tag, have to contend with Drago.
Yeah. Just a sure gamble from OS Intelligence. Just really. No, they've got 3 clicks, so.
Yep. They use Stone Chip Chart Room on their turn, which doesn't. I think that the play there is you really want that to fire on the corpse turn, so you get a Reaver trigger on both turns.
Or probably just missed it.
Could have been. I mean, the reality of tournaments, obviously, OS Intelligence certainly isn't out of the game here. The reality of tournaments, though, is if you feel like you've made a misplay with like maybe the Aesops before, or anything, or you just like maybe a bit too thinky, you just kind of you start missing triggers very quickly. If the mental game is probably as much as anything.
Yeah, complex.
Yeah, I think it's also like very important for people who are watching games like this sometimes thinking, oh, why did player do this? Why did player do that?
Yeah.
But because like the pressure of playing well in a tournament can really be difficult for making like the optimal quote unquote decisions.
And
And you
and
know you're
it's
on
also a
stream
game.
as well, so that's even
Yeah.
worse.
It's also a game of hidden information and bluffs. So it's the kind of thing like you always have to give anyone the benefit of the doubt that like they might be doing things for very particular reasons and they're going to catch you out for it.
So I think it's Or's intelligence turn. Okay, so
They've decided on Angola.
and
So they've wooed for the Golo.
And then going for
okay.
an overclock attack on the Drago server.
And yeah, so Funhouse is here, which you had to expect.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, as I say,
But
in
they won't
Reality
be able
Plus,
to clear the tag.
Indeed, that's the difficulty here because the something I see a lot of newer players here, and I know the meta's different, but it used to always be the thing where you say like you just never run last click for stuff like this. But,
okay, that was
so
that was a brief NGO front in order to be able to res Morcellus.
The Morcellus, yep,
which is not showing up.
Which is just it's a very good card in this deck because most people, particularly, you don't always break Morcellus. You kind of just strategically take the tags or strategically let part of it fire, but getting that Reality Plus trigger is always helpful.
Okay, they discarded an Endurance. Does that mean they have another? And
might
there was
mean
a
they have
self-growth program.
Yeah, exactly. We, as I said, when floating the tag before or the Drago, you had to expect that might be a play.
Yeah.
If there's
Angola and Reva have gone from the group.
If there's like a silver lining of sorts, though, at least Sok for Or's intelligence, Sokka is at 5 credits, so he has very limited like decision points right now which to res if OS wants to attack. But
both of them around the 5 credit mark actually. Stone Chip chart room has been added. Reva has been added.
Yep, and we've got another Drago down. As I was saying before, that you trash one and there's another one.
Yeah.
But to your point, obviously, yeah, Soccer's still down on credits. Like Soccer is no closer to winning the game than OS Intelligence is. It's obviously a delaying tactic, and playing self-growth to kind of keep slowing down OS Intelligence development will not win you the game. So there's still a lot of play to be had yet.
Okay, pinhole threading to deal with this Drago.
Got the pinhole threading? Yeah, exactly what you want here.
Very solid play.
Into archives, which isn't protected.
And have the Reaver down, so you got the trigger off it.
Yep.
So 2 of 3 Dragos out of the game.
Until someone finds a Spin Doctor.
Yes. 2 hit. Yeah, absolutely true. Two Dragos for now.
Okay, some gaining credits, remove tag.
All right, so let's see right now. It's gonna be Sokka's turn.
So now we're back over to Sokka, and it's
something being advanced in server 1.
Yep, and as the position OS Intelligence obviously like had really great early development, but having to have all these things bounced with self-growth over again, like only has 1 credit, cannot realistically contest this server.
Just increasing credits and putting Beth out. When did Deep Dive get put in the heap?
I think that might have been off Morcellus.
And Bologna
unless it was pitched. Yeah, so Bologna, again, just a ridiculously good agenda. Just pays you back for scoring it.
Yeah, when I saw this card when I went back to Netrunner, I was like, "Why is this a real card?" That's actually my reaction to Bologna.
Just mentioning plot just available in the bin and archived memories to get a Drago back. Okay, well, so it wasn't even a spin to get a Drago back.
And like it is so much a part of this deck that like makes perfect sense. and archive memories. 2 influence just to get back more Dragos at a key moment. Pretty good. So we've had a card installed in advance. Might be a Drago, might not. Who knows?
Who knows? A mystery, as always.
Beth Kilrain Chang at this stage getting a credit.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so let's see.
I'm going to. I have completely blanked. One moment.
Let's see if OS Intelligence is gonna probably work on econ or something to get back into running state. Because right now, especially with
No, so you guys go.
okay,
I
so
completely forgot to hit the raffle button, and so we're starting a raffle now.
Okay.
oh, by the way, we have a raffle, everybody! Surprise!
I got so excited by Netrunner, I forgot to give stuff away.
It's
What's-
raffle time. But
it's offering some alt art juices wild. That sounds cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the raffle commands are happening.
Yeah, that's kind of why I stopped it. I didn't want to do it at the start of the round because it was just all going to be raffling forever. But now chat can have fun. So we got the SMC and the overclock going back into the server, so they're in a pretty good position to contest here. Bit of free money. Still has to deal with these tags.
Yep.
I think this is a very solid play for OS Intelligence.
I don't know, the 10 credits with the SMC, I suppose you can pull. They're both code gates, so you can pull. Well, no, we saw the Angola go back to hand.
Well,
Soccer choosing to draw rather than money up with the tag.
Mm-hmm.
Going through Funhouse. Now Mausolus.
we're just taking the tag. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, okay, three tags. All right.
All right. And then let's see.
So putting out misdirection, which I think will be very useful. It was indeed another Drago.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna see the 4th one soon.
And putting out a Bagolta.
Vigolta's pretty good use of influence here. Having said that, you've only seen the code gates, and we've got the Angola presumably in hand. OS Intelligence is an interesting point here because there's only 6 cards left in the stack, and have burnt quite a lot of cards to kind of get to this point. With Aesop's not even being down, a lot of your econ is kind of tied up in the ability to trash cards and turn your harbingers over and such. And so, short of a couple more overclocks or creative commission stuff like that, OS Intelligence might be worried about running out of gas pretty soon.
Yeah, it is pretty worrying right now, especially if you see the heap. That's most of the econ cards already.
Yeah.
Would you be thinking that the Reality Plus is thinking of a kill plan, or has that available, or not really?
With the influence spend you're sending elsewhere, it's certainly a one-off. I've definitely seen it. Trying to think of like the one that's in so it's certainly like in a pretty good position to just have boom, but it's also a case of you don't even necessarily need it. To the thing we were saying before with the prevalence of combo ob, and you've got a stone ship down in a normal circumstance. There are enough ways to get around boom that just doing the strong value play of just this kind of tag punishment, you might not even need it. Having said that, self-growth program is a great way to get around some of those anti-boom tools. So it would not surprise me to see it as a one-off.
Yep.
Yeah.
Os Intelligence drawing twice. So the stack is now 4. Putting out Aesop's and
Aesop's back.
A creative commission.
Is that another?
Oh.
Okay, the Green Mill.
The Greenmill. There's a card. So, and the Greenmill, this is kind of almost reminiscent of some of the old Azmari builds, obviously between self-growth program, between Degree Mill, we're seeing a lot of just like not just pressure on the runner's economy, but also like their cards on the table, like forcing people to sacrifice that to steal or just have things bounce back to hand. It's quite good. I did briefly glance over chat to see if what they thought about this all, but they basically all think raffle.
Yeah, they think that this game is very raffly.
But I mean, soccer's now on 6 points, so
Yeah, and also like, even if it seems that he's down with creds, with cards like Bellona, which is really just a 5 credit tax and all of that, I think he's in a really good spot to close the game out. Especially also,
and I think
especially
I've seen a
since
subliminal messaging as well, haven't I?
yeah, and especially since osintelligent does not have a stack anymore.
Nope. Nope.
Okay,
so we've got DJ. Oh, right. And so they're going to get some cards back with Steve Cambridge.
there we go. That's where they can get.
Yeah.
Some...
Going into HQ, which turns out to be a Turnpike.
Ooh, Turnpike.
The other thing, I think as someone was commenting, with soccer here on 6 points, all they need with that tag or Drago is backroom machinations, and they get that last point to win. So very reminiscent of some of the old Azmari builds.
Are they having a bit of a think about whether the card that they've seen... Nope, they're having a think about Steve Cambridge and getting back some creative commissions, I guess, for money?
I always do love the Devil's Bargain Steve Cambridge. Would you like to remove this or this other identical copy of it? Thank you.
Something gone in server 1, and an ice on HQ, and money.
And soccer putting the extra ice on HQ is going to be important here because this is the only, like Steve being the only source of cards that OS Intelligence has left now with the stack empty. But it is always a good play in these decks because it means you've got like, an extra player to Symbol Chip or even another Harbinger, or even another Harbinger or something to give you that.
And here's a Conduit coming out and going into R&D.
It's very good.
Soccer with only 1 credit seems pretty good.
Let's see. I mean, we've seen how wild conduit runs can be.
Spin Doctor, which is what the 1 card was in server 1.
So
that makes sense. So soccer's down to 15 cards in R&D, so maybe wants to make sure they've got the pieces in hand rather than risking anything being trashed there.
And we've seen what conduit runs can be, like the ups and downs.
And also as a point here, soccer has the window probably more relevantly to. Oh no, okay, right. Soccer might want to shuffle to operations or non-agendas back into R&D to kind of thin the density of it a little bit.
But preferring not to this time. Okay, but I mean, coming back with conduits, so there's probably other options.
The only thing better than a conduit run is 2 conduit runs.
Trashing a Drago.
Trashing a Drago, a moral victory of sorts.
And also, what's better than 2 conduit runs is 10 conduit runs, as we've seen.
Nothing found on those conduit runs. No agendas found on those conduit runs.
Yeah.
So let's see that now. It's Sokka's turn. He has a lot of cards in hand. He does have only 1 credit though. Oh, there we go. So
rectifying that with clicking for 3.
So he has to, for now, discard some cards. I'm sure at this point, it's very likely that there's a lot of duplicates that he doesn't need. So right now he just needs to make sure that maybe he can defend R&D from this conduit
Ooh.
barrage that's happening.
Yeah,
Nothing was eyesore.
more than anything, he needs money to force a res or something to kind of maybe defend it
Okay,
or to get
here
his
is a
combo out.
boat. Endurance.
Oh, boat. Hello, boat.
And going straight into archives. to
Well, yeah,
see-
they've got seven face down. You got to keep them honest.
Yeah, might as well.
asking for an action
And
not act.
mhm. So just in case there was a spin doctor. Can't wait for news team. Excellent call.
Oh, nothing. All right.
Just letting
That's
you see
actually-
what is in archives.
That's actually good info since there's nothing there and there's 5 and then there's only 13 in R&D.
Mm.
You can
Okay.
get good hits. Ooh.
Yep.
Conduit. Leading
Conduit,
to a res of
so,
IP block.
Yeah, so we had a all-seeing eye in the bin was the only other relevant point, but we've got all 3 Dragos in the bin. So until that spin doctor chooses to bring some back, and I think if Soccer's game plan here is
Many
to do,
unseen cards on that conduit run.
if Soccer's plan here is to try and score out with backroom machinations, it's got an interesting point without the Drago in hand. However, OS Intelligence credits running quite low here and starting to run out of gas. So things like Public Trail, if it's in this deck, might be helpful there. It's always the hardest part, particularly for corps and ones without fast advance or like money, where it's like, okay, you're at the 6 points, but that 7th one is going to be that much harder.
Yep.
Yeah, and also like since it's one of the newer cards, backroom machinations is this operation where you can
Going
remove a
after
tag
HQ with
so that
an
you can get
IP
a
block
free
res.
agenda.
Oops, sorry.
Mhm.
IP block res.
No problem. Yeah, so just explaining like since it's one of the newer cards, it's an operation where you can remove runner's tag, but you add the card as an agenda. So that's what Inactivist was saying. Look was saying about that making that the one of the winning angles for Sokka.
Deciding to jack out in the end after that ice. Purging soccer purging virus counters. So I guess neutralizing the conduit for a little bit. Reaver being trashed to Aesop's pawn shop. Gas being installed.
Yeah, and Reaver's done his job here. You're out of a stack. You don't really need the card draw.
Yeah. Like it seems like Wu or Intelligence is slowly building like a decent board. Although right now it feels like they're also on a ticking clock because you can only ace up so much right at this point.
Yep. Yeah.
Going
and
back
now without
into R&D.
Got to start. If your win condition here is trying to get through R&D, you need to get those conduit counters back up.
Only
Soccer
12
here,
left in R&D.
Okay.
But the possibility of a
here,
spin doctor. To put a few
absolutely.
more things.
Yeah, and Soccer here is still like completely out of credit, so has a bit of a challenge to find the right cards to push this last win condition out. But having said that, OS Intelligence with no agenda points on the board, so Soccer can afford to lose a couple.
Yeah.
Time is on his side here.
Yeah.
Going after
Soccer is a really
HQ
good spot.
through IP block and through Turnpike. Using Bagolta. This time right through.
Also, this is also where the time element of tournament is starting to come into play because it has been quite some time for this game. So it also like it carries over to the flip side when they exchange sides. That there's gonna be like this additional pressure of like, oh, we only have
Yes.
like X minutes left.
Steve getting back to, well, making a choice between harbingers, and Sokka adding an ice to archives, and just gaining some credits.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't. No, yeah, trashing
Trashing
yeah,
misdirection to Aesop's.
Mm-hmm. Well, you need the money, and as we've said before, it's not the multiple tags you're too worried about at this point.
Yeah.
But the harbinger will be welcome to see because it means you've got a couple more turns of Aesop's fuel.
This could translate easily to a couple of solid conduit runs. So I think that's probably one of the best, or one of the more ideal avenues for OS Intelligence right now to attack. Or
But
HQ.
choosing HQ.
Well, having seen quite a bit of R&D, you do have to ask the question of where the agendas are. The beauty, however, of Reality Plus being a 40 card identity means you can do a 44 card deck and only have the 3 pointers in play plus the machinations or whatever your final point is. So it's a pretty thin deck in terms of trying to find the agendas.
Having a look in HQ, having passed the 2 ice. Offering the choice of 2 creative commissions.
Yep, and that just gets a value because, as we've seen, OS Intelligence
and the
needs the value here.
The result of that run was seeing a funhouse, so not maybe what the runner was after.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem and the biggest difficulty, I think, for OS Intelligence for this game plan and why they need the creative commissions is they're floating under Bologna credits. Like they need the 5 credits to steal Bologna. So that's 2 of the 4 remaining agendas in the game that they cannot conceivably steal at the moment.
Okay, Conduit. And again, asking for action. Will the Spin Doctor be trashed? But it's not. And finishing off with a creative commission to get back to 7 credits.
Now, I would like to point out that Sokka is also in a bit of Sokka is also in a bit of pressure right now because there are only 10 cards left in R&D. So that's also very, very important to note because if you run out of cards in R&D, you lose.
So Sokka needs here a reasonable window in which to jam out a 3-pointer, or a way to retrieve a archive memory. So we're going to see the Drago. Yep. Okay, here it is. Okay. So here's the threat. If we assume Backroom Machinations is in here, Sokka will get the credits back off Drago anyway. So all he needs remaining is the 2 credit play cost for that operation.
Yep.
So if that is the play, OS Intelligence needs to get the Drago this turn, or find 6 points, 9 points because it'll be 3 pointers.
Yeah.
Gaining money from Aesop's trashing the Harbinger and then putting out a Simul chip. Giving more access to the heap.
So let's see right now.
Okay,
some of the possible like avenues is probably just gonna be a bunch of. I'm thinking like a bunch of Hail Mary conduit runs.
I haven't dialed into the math because OS Intelligence did see a fair few cards off R&D already. So some of these cards are probably known, particularly in the last couple of runs anyway. So you need multiple runs through the IP block to see some fresh cards. But OS Intelligence obviously taking the time here to kind of think it out because this is, one of the probably critical turns of the game.
Yeah.
Yep. But trying the conduit run.
Lets it fire, which is interesting. I suppose pays through the trace. It's cheaper than the alternative.
Yeah. And if just in case it's a Bellona, they do. Oh, okay, there
Yeah,
we
it's a Bologna.
go.
Yeah, so that's good. That's definitely what osintelligent want to see. But as we've noted, there is now one, assuming it is degree mill. There are 2 degree mills, 1 Bologna left,
Mhm.
and that Bologna, unless OS Intelligence finds 2 more credits, is off the table, and so takes the credits. Risks the fact that soccer might not have the play,
I think
but
he
they
does have to
do.
play.
There it is.
GG.
So Draco giving the tag and tag being used for backroom machinations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Will we stay with these 2 players and try and watch the next game?
I think it's generally better if you just stick with them because it means we're not jumping into a game in progress, and I would be interested to see the return on that one.
Yes.
Mhm.
I didn't pay attention to which runner soccer brought, or which
A lat.
Lat.
I think it's lat. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's a different shaper, maybe sort of.
At some stage,
You
I am
have
keen
heard
on seeing a non-shaper
Yeah.
runner, but
Oh
We
my
promise you-
goodness.
Yeah. The boat.
It's
we got
still
we got the big boat.
Are we still okay to
No,
stream?
that's okay. Yeah, we're still okay to stream.
Okay, cool.
We promise you, chat. The come hell or high water, the next round we follow will not be a shaper.
But
We promise you
getting
there
to see
are-
Op, which we have not seen before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We promise you there's more than one runner faction in this game.
Although
And
Shaper hasn't
Yeah, you
had lots and lots of representation, so it is really good to see it. Going really well.
yeah, I do hope for anyone watching at home, particularly people in my local meta, you can shut up about Shaper not being good now. Thank you.
Yeah. So how wants something to be heard?
It is not a Continentals without a contentious call by a winner to ban the card that they are profiting off.
Yes. So Soccer suggesting a ban Drago hashtag. All right, Us Intelligence. Missed the first thing, but protected R&D and HQ, and
Ooh.
gained a credit. Rizeki out, pad tap out. Gaining credit, and there was a draw in there as well.
Okay, so finally get
And
to
an
see
extra draw from Lat.
both comp. Oh,
Okay, server 1
okay.
has 2 advancements.
Yep.
Rizeki, and server 1 is being checked. It was
NGO.
an NGO.
Rudely denying the op trigger.
Okay, a dirty laundry onto archives.
Easy money.
Tapworm installed.
right. So Sokka has a very decent drip economy going on here. Well, corp drip something going on here. So let's see how OS Intelligence is gonna respond. To try to do the good old just a remote advance.
Okay, there's an ice for server 2.
Oh,
Something
and
put
a
into
naked-
server 3.
okay.
No, maybe that
Okay.
was not intended.
There we go.
Yep, okay, it was in server 2.
Okay.
All right, so benefiting from Rizeki and Tapworm. Drawing.
I mean, because like Sokka already showed that he's gonna attack like open servers anyway, so I think this is a good call by OS Intelligence to
No.
start defending.
Another pad tap and a symbol chip out. Do you
This
want to
is-
explain a bit about op?
A little bit op. Okay, so op here is what I guess like in card games called like a combo deck. So a lot of the op decks don't really go for the more, traditional way of winning the game with scoring agendas. So there are, I don't want to spoil the cards here, but like there are a few cards here that allow you to. So the ability of op is when you trash a res card, you can search for another card which is the same cost -1, and there's a certain cards here that when you combine them, you can easily get like something like Drago, which can allow you to get tags for the opponent, and then you can use Boom, and then the game is over, which deals 7 damage. Usually one of the cards that you want to get.
Oh, and we have
Ooh,
had
Azir.
as if protocol score.
Mhm.
And
So one of the
also in
Yep,
that time
sorry.
period, that set their board up a little bit more, but yeah.
Mhm.
What got
the
trashed for the Azir?
the ice protecting it.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
yeah.
one of the cards. Apologies, I can't remember it at the top of my head right now. That is used for the combo is the one where when you advance it, the runner loses a click.
MCA austerity policy is the card you're
Yeah.
thinking of.
Yeah. So
Lat doing a
oops.
lot of drawing there.
Mhm. So
MCA's austerity is an odd one for op. It was in a lot of the earlier decks, but pinhole threading is so common, it's kind of hard to protect quite as well.
Okay.
Mhm.
Server 3 is being created. Ice and something in it, and credit. Okay, still benefiting from Brazeki and from Tapworm, and Beth is
Beth.
also giving a credit at the moment.
Yeah, that's
Drawing again with Stone Chip Chart Room, and then going after Server 3.
Sokka right now is in a very comfortable spot. Not only does he have a lot of cards in hand, but he also has 20 credits to choose from. And with the Simul chip ready, he pretty much has like a lot of ways to bring out like the right breaker for it, which right now
border control, and then was that a rigging up for the hyperbaric?
yeah.
So 2 counters. And the creative commission to finish off. Okay. So what was in that server was Regolith mining license.
That's very good.
Used.
That burst econ is going to be very good for OS Intelligence right now because one of the important things is OS Intelligence doesn't really need like a lot of credits to pull off combo, but it's
Diesel
still
for a lot
important.
of draw, and then daily casts, and also Shore Gamble. And what was that? A discard of Purusha.
So it seems that it's gonna be a little bit of it's gonna settle down for a bit. Sokka though, slowly amassing a very big credit pool, which is very important.
Regolith
That
being
means
used, and then a. Okay, so that was an op trigger, and Malaput data vault has been put in, face up, and something or other else in server 3.
So right now, since OS has like border control, if Sokka doesn't show a barrier breaker, he's very OS is very
lots
comfy
and
right
lots
now.
of drawing. People asking, is there an SMC in the bin? No.
No, those no SMC, but sport
10
control
cards
and
in hand, so
very likely.
somewhere.
Sokka has not shown the barrier breaker, so I think it's good for OS Intelligence to just be more aggressive right now. And just in case, OS still has the border control trash ability to just straight up end the run. I think seems like Sokka is still digging. Even with this two clicks left.
11 cards in hand.
So yeah, this is also like the power of because it's essentially if you know how to set up the deck really well, especially with the assets and the the other cards. You can easily like combo it from one card to another, and you can easily since it's search, you can search for the right card for the right situation. Pretty much anytime you do any thrashing abilities, which is good since you want
There's
also
the other
cards
boat
like
coming out, the Endurance and
mhm.
a Dirty Laundry on Archives.
Because you also want like the regolith mining license. I'm sorry, to have this burst econ to, as soon as possible. So let's see right now what is gonna be, or he's going to do. Yeah, that is a lot of credits for the runner right now.
Yeah, 29. But OS Intelligence also has, I mean, 15 is not so bad. That was a Rashida in Server 3, allowing for draw and money. Oops.
However, this border controls days are limited right now because the boat has arrived.
Yeah. Yeah, something else, another ice on Server 3. Because a border control is not going to be enough.
So let's see right here.
And
OS is
something
to
else in
continue
Server
to.
3.
OS is gonna continue to put things in the remote. Might be agenda, might be another asset, might be another Rashida.
Actually, another thing in Server 3.
Ooh.
Which was Mavirus.
Okay.
So
I see.
got rid of the tapeworm, didn't it?
And then it used Ob's ability to immediately get Arele Salvatore.
And also a paperclip card. Okay, so going into Server 3, and that's Envelopment.
And since these are both barriers, this paperclip's gonna get a lot of value in this run. Okay. All right, so
5 credits to break Envelopment.
Yeah, it's very comfy right now for Sokka. That even though he paid 5, that's right now he is still in a very, very good spot. Even if OS Intelligence uses the trash ability to make Sokka run again, it's not gonna make a big of a dent when it comes to Sokka's offense, at least for this turn. Okay.
So border control was popped, and it using Op's ability now a Sandstone.
Ooh, okay. That's pretty good. Oh,
attacking the server again with an Into the Depths.
Hey, Into the Depths. I like that card. Yes, guys, nice. Right now, what's kind of tricky is that even though OS is putting like trying to protect the road server, it's the thing here is that it's also just one type. So this paperclip is just gonna be super valuable. Yeah, it's all it needs right now for Sokka. All it needs right now to run through everything.
Yep. So endurance count is increasing. Oh no, maybe not.
Oh. Let's see. Maybe there was a misclick somewhere. Probably the Into the Depths trigger.
It's got to its strength.
Ah. I see. Okay, so what
the trash messed with Into the Depth.
Yeah,
so program.
It only happens after the run. So since there's only one less ice. It's only one trigger happening. So he's just gonna let
So just repeating this to get it
Mhm.
correct.
yeah, and keeping envelopment so that Sokka can do 2 triggers for Into the Depths.
Installing Clot. And accessing
Atlas.
a Project Atlas.
Very good. Now will Sokka trash the upgrades?
Yeah. First off, looking at Malapert, Data Vault.
I think it's fine if you trash it, but this is kind of pricey. Yeah, I
Then
think
Arella Salvatore.
right now there's no real reason to trash the upgrades.
Mhm.
And because if Sokka does, it's gonna be a big econ hit for him.
Mm.
And right now, Sokka can just do just snipe here and there.
Mhm.
So right now, the pressure is now on to OS Intelligence to increase the threat level of his board state, of their board state. Sorry.
And 2 agenda points each at this stage.
So let's see. OS Intelligence right now thinking of the next move.
Mm.
They could econ up, focus more on adding more economy. Okay, he decided to increase defenses. Fair enough. Also in the R&D, which is very good. Which is very good. It's usually like a kind of like a default line of play to defend R&D, especially when you're against a shaper, wherein a lot of their cards are really specialized in attacking R&D. Mm-hmm.
Sokka
So
gaining money with like a Rizaki, Shogamble,
yeah,
putting out a Simo chip, drawing
yeah.
a card with Beth.
The drip economy.
Yeah.
The drip. Sokka's drip right now is very strong. You can say.
Yes.
You can say. Especially with the daily cast and the Rizeki, like you can see, like he has already spent a lot and he's back to 22 creds.
Yes. Not much left in stack.
Yeah.
Okay, so something in server 3 with 2 advancements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not much left in stack, but looking at the heap right now, I can guess that Sokka has the cards he needs in hand.
Yeah. So going after server 3 again.
Mhm.
Passing Sandstone. That was an
And
NGO.
Geofront. Nice. I think that's a good play for
And again,
Intelligence.
Not trashing anything in server 3. Not the upgrades. Okay, so we have a Stargate out, and we're going after R&D.
Here we go. Right now, the only thing that Sokka doesn't have is Code Gate. Oh, no, sorry, a Sentry Breaker, a killer.
Mm-hmm. This is a
this
trap,
one's...
though. This is Sadaka.
Ooh, okay. So, of course, he doesn't have an AI breaker that can just break anything. So, he's going to let this fire. And let's see.
Sadaka is an interesting little way to get op triggers.
Mm-hmm.
So giving the corp options of moving their cards around and considering too if they want to trash a card in HQ or not.
This also gives OS Intelligence the opportunity to trash a resource by trashing one card in HQ. So, right now, it's only Beth that is available for trashing.
Oh, 8 minutes on the round, Sokka reminding.
Oh, okay. 8 minutes in the round. So this is where it gets really, really tough, I think.
Sadaka was trashed.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a drafter.
Mm-hmm. And also, like with both players, only with 2 points. This is where everything suddenly kicks up a notch in terms of its space, whether the players like it or not.
Yeah, that's a Stargate Seisma Virus, Archer, and SDS drone deployment.
Okay, there's the drone deployment.
Okay, that's suddenly very relevant.
Yeah. And there's no sign of a spin doctor or anything that will shuffle the cards back.
No.
So
And with only so many minutes left in the round, getting up to 5 points is pretty important.
Okay, trash the virus. I gaining 1. So not going
Well,
after
at
the
least-
SDS drone deployment.
Well, I suppose the position soccer's in, you know where it's going to be, unless there is. Oh, okay.
Okay, there's a wake-up call.
Ooh.
But yeah, you've left them to mandatory draw the archer, which would not be a great play when points are on the line at time.
Yeah.
And then you know that the next draw it's either going to be on the top of the deck or they're going to have to draw it.
Okay, so I guess I'm thinking about what to do with wake-up call, trashing the endurance, and Stargate.
Okay then. Yeah, so Sokka was forced to trash Stargate because the boat sunk. and Sokka does not have the memory. And choosing to trash Stargate over, well, all these other cards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Another ice on HQ.
It's very
Yes.
It's very likely that Sokka has another boat looking at the heap.
He left
Are you
SDS.
in the heap?
Yeah.
Could have another boat in hand.
Yeah.
Mm.
Very, very likely.
Only 5.
Oh, there it is.
That's boat. 3 fresh counters. Plus also an Ika.
Yeah. I was about to say,
And a
OS
mad
Intelligent
dash.
left. OS Intelligent left SDS on the top of the deck, which was interesting.
Yep, the Ika being used.
Yeah.
Through the drafter, the mad dash.
And a sure mad dash.
Yeah. So the mad dash.
Nice.
And
nice 4-point play.
SDS, drone deployment. So that's 6 points.
Yeah.
Now for Sokka.
Suddenly.
Quite quickly, and I guess with the time running out in the round, that's also very important.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Oasis. Unfortunately, in a very tough spot suddenly.
Yeah, I think the known information that Sokka got there of Stargate, he really did have to consider where that agenda ended up. It felt like a little bit of an odd play, but it certainly paid off for him. And what do I know? I'm not Sokka.
Yeah. So is intelligence having quite a think as to what to do next here?
Where are you going to get 5 points in, what is it, 4 minutes, 6 minutes, something like that?
Yeah, 4 minutes,
Yeah.
and then after that, it's gonna be like a few rounds with a few turns left, and then that's pretty much it. People in the chat are having like they're being mind blown by that play.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that was a good play by Sokka, but I think OS Intelligent missed the revealed information.
Okay, poaching on virus counters. Which I think got rid of the clot, is that right?
It did, yep.
It's now the return of the Stargate.
Back from a simul chip.
And
oh boy.
Very promptly.
Yep.
Okay. And if we find this agenda, then this is pretty much it, right? Oh, there it
Yep.
is.
Hedge
Oh,
fund
is it?
regolith mining license and hostile takeover.
It's
Okay.
even hostile.
Good game.
As I always say, why win on time when you can win for free?
Yeah,
That's right.
those were excellent
That's-
games. So
That's a good game for both Sokka and
Yeah.
OS Intelligence.
Yeah.
Kudos to them.
yeah,
That had a good amount of back and forth. It was interesting.
yes, both really good games.
Okay. We got a couple of last minute raffle entrants, so we're going to see what happens for. Oh, okay. I was about to close it off at the end of the game, but now you're all jumping in.
Yeah. People were just watching and then, oh, a raffle.
Oh, right. There's a thing going on.
Yeah. Oh, it's a nice prize. It's the Oh, sorry.
These players were undefeated going.
Juice's one.
Oh. It depends really because of the format, of the Swiss format. Just answering someone in the chat on how like they go into the round. So
We
it
hadn't. Yeah, we hadn't looked at the standings going into it.
Mm-hmm. But usually in the Swiss format, it's usually
Oops,
both.
sorry.
Yeah, no, but they're pretty sure they were both on 6.
Mhm.
Just thinking, just give me a moment and I'll try and find the standings if you'd like to look at them. So this was a
Yeah.
this was the
so we
standings
got,
going into the round at any rate.
So yeah, we have a minute remaining.
There we go.
I am.
Now there are more players than this, but I'm just letting you have a bit of a read of the players who are on 6 at the end of the first round, and then on 3.
So I guess for some people who maybe not be familiar also with the format, what happens is we go off by rounds, right? So in the first round, it's pretty much a free for all of sorts. And
Yep.
then usually the ones who won in the previous round are more likely to face the players who have also won in the previous round.
Mhm.
So in that, like, since if you see here, like especially from 1 to 10, they've all won the round before. So and you see here with OS Intelligence and Sokka, so it was likely that they're gonna meet for the next round, which they did. And then whoever, if there were like a few people who are undefeated still after this round, then it's more likely that they're gonna meet up, and so on and so forth, until we get like the rounds. We said like 5, right? It's gonna be 5 Swiss rounds for
Yes, 5 rounds. I think.
day 1.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And,
gonna be
and
5
a lot
Swiss
of people
rounds.
on 3, which means they won 1 game in the first round. And then a few people who also didn't win a game.
So yeah, and then after all those rounds, then this is where all the score is gonna be tallied, and then that's where you're gonna see like who is gonna make the cut for day 2
tomorrow.
Now, if you're joining a tournament for the first time, or maybe just for the first few times, do not be discouraged if if something bad something unfortunate happens to your play in the first round, because there's always a way to come back. There's always a way to come back. Even if you lose this first round, you can suddenly have like this really, really good run, and then you can still make it all the way to the top cut.
The other thing is that if you're not feeling confident that you're a really strong player, what happens with the way things are sorted is that you end up, as the tournament goes on, you end up playing people with a similar record to you. So they're about your level. So maybe in the first few rounds you face very strong players that are like you're not really equal with, but as the tournament goes on, you will start facing people who have very similar records to you, and so you'll be playing more, at your level, and so you don't have to be like a best player to be entering a tournament.
And it's also like a good experience as well, since the format is theoretically pairing you up with equal skill level. So you always have a shot, and you can always also see like the improvement of you, because maybe in the first few tournaments there's this player that you can't beat, and then suddenly you're at the same round. So you can
Yeah.
see like your growth as well. That's why I personally like really prefer this format. It's just for me because I also ran some tournaments before in the Philippines. It's just sometimes hard to like do some competitions, because there's some cases where when we run tournaments we don't have the technology to automate it, so we kind of have to do this by hand.
Yeah. Oh, I would not enjoy doing this by hand. I am very happy that Cobra exists, particularly with the
Yeah,
number of people as well. That would be really
yeah. There wasn't
quite a
Cobra then.
task.
Yeah, there wasn't Cobra then for us. So what we did before was one either like do it by hand, or someone designed like an Excel spreadsheet that will do it for us.
Yeah. It's nice to have it available.
Ah,
Yeah, there was some very bad FFG tournament programs way back in the day that did not go well.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just picking some winners for the raffle over here.
Okay, who's it gonna be, chat?
So we have that loose cake. We have Vale, who's currently playing. It's always good to play and also win a raffle on the side.
Yes.
Ewok, Ewok, Soul Survivor, and Lanza V3. You'll all get notifications there in the chat because of the wonders of bots. If you want to ping your details to the Project Nisei DM, we'll pick you up from there.
Hmm. Oh, I didn't join.
Oh, it's just
Next round. Next round.
I'll get it next round. Yeah.
Unfortunately, and I did, I have no capacity to rig this raffle because it's all automated, which is just very sad.
Yeah. Or. But yeah. So someone also in the chat also went back in the day with tournaments by hand, yeah, or like Excel spreadsheets and spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Has saved many a tournament for me.
Yeah.
What is...
So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just
Sorry, I'm just doing
having
Yeah.
raffle,
a
Okay.
look.
raffle admin, the most important part of the day.
Yes.
So having a
So
look, is there are we leading up to lunch break?
We are going into a lunch break now. Yes.
oh, we
So
are okay.
Yeah. So we are back in. Let me just go back to the thing. We are back in 57 minutes from the lunch break. We're back at well, I'm about to say the time, but APAC more than everything else being international. 4:28 p.m. my time. You guys work that out as you will. If you have a
No,
look at those of you in
would you
Discord, the
mind
APAC announcement.
letting me know
The
exactly when we are back, and I will put it here.
Yeah.
As I say, for us, Ginevra, 4:28 p.m. back to the lunch break, our local time.
4:28, and
57
what's
minutes.
that in AWST?
I presume 2:28.
Yeah, it must be
Yeah.
because we are
So-
not on. Frick.
Yes, I'm also gonna be like 228 as well. So for now, let's all, have a nice meal.
Yes.
Just relax.
Yeah.
We'll see you all later.
Irrespective of what time it is locally. If it's 3 a.m. for you, go have a meal. I don't make the rules.
There we go. Someone in the chat's gonna do a workout. Get those gains. It's very good. Yeah, we'll see you all in a bit, and maybe for a little bit early, maybe we can also like do a little bit chat, just hang out, have fun. It's Continentals.
Yes.
It's a celebration. Among everything else, it's a celebration of the game we love, right?
Yes.
Yeah. As long as that game's Netrunner, right? Unless you love some other game, in which case, best of luck.
Indeed.
Oh man.
Okay. See you at in a little while.
Okay. See ya.
See ya.
Cheers all.
Hello, everyone. Not sure what happened to the music there, but welcome back. We're at, is it only round 3 of the Continentals? Luke, are you back or
Hello.
hello? Hello, everyone.
Hello, there we are.
There we go. I think
Okay.
we're back.
We're back. Okay, cool.
We're theoretically back. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, so yes, okay, we're at round 3.
Something's going on.
Wow. There's been a lot of
Alright,
games that
how
we've
was-
seen already.
Hello there, everybody. Hello there, chat. How was your break? Technically, it's not lunch for everybody, but it is lunch somewhere. So
It's almost lunch for you, isn't it? Because you're basically the right timings for
we're
this
just
time
waiting
zone.
for the start of round 3. Right?
Yep.
There we go. Right, round 3.
Shall we?
So we're gonna see where everybody is gonna be at in a bit.
Yes. In a moment, shall we perhaps?
So I don't think we have round 3 pairings already.
Oh, we've got pairings already.
No, we're just back from lunch break, so people are still finding their virtual seats, I suppose.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay. But this is the standings after 2
Cheese
rounds that
omelette.
I've got
Good
on
choice,
screen.
Good choice.
Okay, so what else is happening here? We had some strong calls for the food matter, but we're looking at standings now.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got 3 so far that are undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is not playing Shaper, so that's a viewing candidate off the bat.
Yeah. And using Hoshiko as well. Hoshiko Shiro.
Yes.
So
So it's a
great
bit
chance.
further down that the first criminal is coming in, isn't it?
Oh, there we go. Koschei.
It's only like 1 game off. Like we're still in a pretty wide bubble,
Yeah.
having only been 2 rounds in. Pretty much anything could happen from here.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And for the corpse, there's a lot of NBN, isn't there, in the top grouping?
Yeah.
Although there is variety
Yeah.
as well.
Mm-hmm. We see here like one of the outfit, one of an ASA group, and then there doesn't seem to be any other HB, at least here from what I see right now on the screen.
Yeah, just one moment. But I mean, that's quite a big contrast from last year, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think it's a relative to some of the new cards come out. You always kind of have these plays back and forth. We didn't see a lot of HB representation in the field generally.
Now it's
as Sir Loathing's just pointing out in chat, we've got 2 Ag Infusion near the top, which I certainly wasn't expecting.
yeah. What I also wasn't expecting is with so much sports metal, there's no sports metal right now, at least in the or only one in like upper half of tables.
It could definitely be an artifact of basically the fact that we're seeing so much Shaper at the top table, so like there might be so much clot in the field that it becomes a bit tricky.
Yeah.
But as always, like the best tech to dodge hate is just to not get paired against it. So
Yeah, just dodge the player.
just dodge it. Yeah, just dodge all the players that can beat your deck, and you're fine.
Yeah.
Although right now, I will say this is still round. It's gonna be round 3 of 5. So there's still a lot of shots for especially everyone in the middle to lower ranks of the tournament.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm going
Netscape
to
Navigator is asking best boat ob or
Netscape
endurance. I
Navigator
think it's endurance so far that we've seen. But maybe it's ob, and we just haven't seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Have we seen
I
anyone
don't-
without endurance?
Well, no, but we've only seen Shapers, so why would we not? I mean, this is the thing. We'll drill down and we'll watch like this ESA game or something, and then like, oh no, look, there's the boat again.
Yes. It's possible.
Yeah, I've seen like when I look at deck lists from various deck list sites, I even see like people even out of faction just like maybe I can like stick the boat here. We can add this boat to the deck.
Yes, we haven't checked out everyone, so that may be happening quite a bit in the other factions that we haven't seen yet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, indeed.
I'm also like super curious on like the Hoshiko deck and the top rank 2 right now, because Hoshiko seems to be like for me at least in my experience, kind of very solid deck overall.
Mm.
Like it's still pretty good, even though it has been a while since Hoshiko was released.
But there are enough kind of strong general use Anarch cards that have come out recently, and also Hoshiko's always just been in a pretty good spot to just play good Anarch cards.
I'm also wondering if they're using the twinning, which I think is like a pretty cool new card that they might well be kind of focusing around with all of the companions that they can also use easily.
Indeed, like that feeds into twinning really easily, so it's a good little force multiplier for that deck off the bat.
Yeah. I have played some Hoshiko decks that have used the twinning, and I guess like a small review for those. It's also like a new card from Midnight Sun. It's a resource where when you spend credits from an installed card, you can place one counter on that resource or on the twinning, and then when you breach either HQ or R&D, you can remove 2 counters to for additional access. And since Hoshiko relies a lot on her friends, her companions, so there's a really good way of like generating those power counters.
Okay, so we've got pairings starting to come in now. People are starting to set up tables.
Okay, I'll just go back up to the pairings. Let's have a little look.
We did promise the chat a non-shaper matchup. That's the only conditions we've got so far.
Yeah,
and
of course I'm trying to see. So it would have to be table 5 if we were absolutely going to make sure that there was no shaper.
I did consider that we were setting ourselves up for that. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna ask.
Yeah, why
also
not?
to answer the chat, we don't know if it's regular Hoshiko.
We haven't seen a Hoshiko yet.
I think all the more reason to look at table 5 then, if you want to duck in. But hopefully we get to have a look.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm looking for table 5. Oh wait, so many things are moving. Oh, I almost joined the match. Hold on.
Oh dear. Oh no.
That's the strong streamer play right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Asking.
It would be interesting to see all the different builds. Just looking for tables.
Yeah. I'm surprised how it's becoming a challenge to find a non-shaper match.
Yeah.
Okay, we got one. We just need
Another confirmation.
the other confirmation.
We just have to go into a game and just demand that the non-shaper player run first. That's the only way to do it. Just put your finger on the dial, like compromise the integrity of the tournament. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Okay. All right. They're good. With encoder saying anything for the content. This person knows.
They understand.
So what were we seeing when we were looking at the standing before? I think I saw this was Hoshiko. What was the rest of the pairings?
I think
I think
Oh, the
we
rest of the
had
matchup, sorry.
Nushka Sable. Nushka Sable on the other side, but I've completely forgotten the corpse. I'm very sorry. Anyone else remember the corpse?
one of them is probably NBN. I'm,
I mean,
don't-
it's
I think-
a
I
good
don't-
guess so far today, isn't it?
Just on statistics.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I think the one playing Hoshiko plays Jinteki. I think.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which,
Yeah.
but it's a Jinteki deck.
Okay. Well, there we go. We've all got all kinds of interesting stuff here.
Mm.
All right. So good luck to everyone who's gonna play in round 3.
Yes.
And of course, they wouldn't be here.
I was about to say.
It's
Good-
in
good-
spirit.
Yeah. Good luck to anyone playing today and illegally listening to the stream.
Okay, I guess things just getting prepared, or maybe they're just waiting for the time for the judges
Just
to
waiting
call.
for time, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're a minute. We've got a 5-minute to reseat. Well, virtually reseat people. So another minute, and then we should be underway.
Dude 6. Why? How could you? He's here. Oh, okay, he's leaving now. There we go. So he's leaving now. Alrighty.
Okay.
So,
I should probably say you are absolutely allowed to watch the stream when your game finishes.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
Largely because that would be impossible to police.
yeah.
Oh, and also, I mean, if you have a very short match, why not?
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
And also, by the way, to anyone who are suddenly here, weren't here earlier, welcome everybody
Yes.
to the 2022 APAC Continental Championship for Netrunner. It's me. My name is Juabe, and with me are Luke and Ginevra,
Yes.
my co-hosts and co-commentators rather, for this event. And
Just co-people.
Yes.
We're all here
Yes.
together.
yeah, co-people. Ooh, Acme again.
Yeah.
Ah,
Acme
okay, right.
and Sable.
All right. Finally, and then we see a boat like oh.
Yeah.
It's possible. It's possible.
It is
Turn one boat
possible.
play. This is an interesting matchup because Acme can do a lot with just single ice on all of your centrals, which can stop some of Sable's value quite early, as we exactly
that's
see.
exactly
so
what
Acme
they've
does
got. And the
subliminal
subliminal.
messaging, three ice.
Nice.
Mhm.
So that will
starting
make
with a Shore Gamble and an Earthrise, that's very nice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
can't hurt.
Yeah, solid.
But
solid.
yeah,
Mhm.
and then getting the subliminal messaging back isn't ideal. So it's a pretty decent setup, and is going to stop Sable being able to get those cheap runs.
Yeah.
Okay, so the predictive planogram to
Mhm.
gain a little money
Mhm.
Mhm.
and some ice on a server that has
Yeah.
nothing there yet.
Decent openers for both
Mm.
so far. Oh.
Drawing some more after the Earthrise and putting out a Swift.
Oh. Swift.
Swift the pad tap. Pad tap pretty good in the matter. Swift pretty much says it, screams deep dive at you,
Yes.
Mhm.
even if
Pad
Sable
tap
didn't.
leaves very fast.
Yeah, I mean you have to if you can bear to trash it at all as a corp, you have to because it's just going to gain the runner so much value in the long term.
And something
Yeah, I
to
might as
server
well.
one.
I might as well do it now.
Yeah, when there aren't really many threats on board, both players are still getting set up.
So, I mean, Sable has been choosing a variety of central servers, but we haven't seen any run yet. That was a choosing
Choosing being choosing being such a word. There's just like, yeah, a couple of different ones. But as we said, like you have to contemplate that any of these could be the data ward or something else particularly nasty.
Aha, we're
Yeah.
starting
Bravado,
with
yep,
Bravado
no,
on
that's good.
R&D, which
On
is
R&D, so
the
you
mark.
got all of that, got all the value you want if it goes off, and it does.
Ooh.
No res.
Okay. No res.
Well, that's fair. Only having 9 credits if this server 1 is something that the Acme player wants to protect. You kind of don't want to be throwing the money away on R&D.
Nice daily cast.
And more econ.
Mm-hmm.
More econ's very, very good right now. And let's see. Because right now also, like, encoder only has so much creds. So sometimes you'd rather just take the risk of them sniping the agenda.
Okay, a Bagalta. That's nice to see early. Okay,
Oh,
Yoshida.
nice.
Drawing
Yeah.
lots of cards and money. It's a good one for encoder to have been able to do.
Mm.
Yeah. That also solves a lot of the money problems that now. Or for now.
Hansei review out of faction is an interesting one. Like it's just a good money if you're comfortable with throwing out a card.
Yep.
It's only 1 influence, so sure, why not?
Yeah. It's a very solid choice if you're relying on more operation-based economy as well.
Mm-hmm. Carpe Diem coming out with the Sable, with the mark declared on archives.
And an IP block being raised.
Mm. Again, it's normally a nice little speed bump ice, but with the automatic Acme tag, it becomes a pretty viable barrier.
And so just moneying up the runner for the remainder of the term.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
They've got a paperclip
Also-
though, which is interesting to know.
Yeah, had the paperclip in hand, is going to possibly kick themselves a little bit about that, but you can never know.
So that was a regolith in the server, which is being used.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, encoder right now, being in a really nice spot with good money, still a few more creds in the regolith, and just use the good old like glacier, good remote server, and just start scoring later.
Yeah, but for I'm gonna try for a Koschei side, like they're relatively getting set up themselves. They've got like the 1 breaker out, 1 access. Access to the paperclip, 14 credits. It's certainly early days.
Okay. So dirty laundry into archives, which again is the mark.
Which
Taking
is
out
the mark.
paperclip.
Yeah, which is the mark. We'll get the paperclip out. Cost 3, gain 3. Kind of well, I suppose you get the click back with Swift too.
Yes.
Good setup by Koschei.
So it's kind of neutral, but also having gained a click for the process.
Starting Earthrise again, and also gaining some credits.
And also with Sable, with already like 2 breakers, 2 of the 3 crucial breakers on the board. I expect to see more like runs like that down the line, especially now that Koschei has a decent chunk of change right now with 12 creds.
Yeah. Some sort of an upgrade going on HQ, as well as the regolith being totally used. Here's some pinhole threading into archives again.
Yep, so going to answer that upgrade immediately. You don't really want anything messing your deep dive plan up. And Crisium Grid, as we would.
Crisium.
Yep, that's it would have been a safe expectation.
Which is trashed. Shoal Gamble and a Tapworm. Tapworm, we're seeing a few of those today.
Yeah, I mean, even in a lot of, in the mostly shaper decks we've seen that
the
Tapper.
purge,
Very promptly purged.
And again, like we saw with the pad tap, it's something that if you can afford to at all, and particularly in encoder doesn't really feel any vulnerabilities at the moment, it's just going to gain the runner too much money. And with so many quite rich corps at the moment between like Ob and Outfit and Acme and Reality Plus that we've seen, like Tapworm, if you can get it to stick, is just really great value.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, on a turn like that, when encoder wasn't necessarily pushing anything up, and we've got the Data Ward again made disgusting by Acme's ability.
Yeah.
It's a strength 8 4 subroutine. So Paperclip doesn't care too much. It's still 7 to break here, but it's not something you want to. It's not something you want to be doing all the time, and maybe not for like one poke.
It's a large amount of the runner's money.
Yeah, that is very costly just for like a peak. So let's see though if Koschei is willing to pay the price right now, because he could just let it happen, just let the run end.
Oh, I should say too, the paying the 3 I think was the concern there, because doing the math, obviously it's 7 to break, but you also have to take a tag or pay 3 as well as the encounter effect, which is backbreaking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not going in and pad tap again. All right, something in server 1 with 2 advancements.
19 credits. You've got the 19 credits. You got the Data Ward on HQ in case of doof or anything else. So probably encoder feeling fairly comfortable about making this play.
Yep. Koschei looking at the Earthrise cards. Bit of a contemplate there.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty tough for, I think, Koschei to contest the remote server with only like 8 credits, and seeing as what kind of ice encoder has right now, it's gonna be pretty pricey, and there might be a risk that Koschei might not make it all the way to the server. Unless there's like inside job or something.
Yes.
Yeah, that's definitely a possible play. Yeah, we're gonna go for the door.
Option to diversion of funds.
Gonna have to take the tag here. Yeah. So you get paid for doing so. Get the click back on Sable and Swift. So kind of value neutral just to deny the Corp 5.
Yeah. But not preventing them scoring if that is scoreable next turn.
Yeah, indeed. You kind of want to be thinking about what you're doing with this other click. Maybe you can test the server. Maybe you push R&D, try and make them a bit more vulnerable. But this is the faction that has Bologna. Yeah. So you quite often can score a 5-3 without a lot of economic penalty.
Just ending up gaining credits to finish the turn. Okay, that was a send a message, and let's see, that's a toll booth.
Toll booth, yep.
Good old toll booth.
This is getting very taxing very fast. Particularly Koschei hasn't found Dakota just yet.
Yeah, and just interacting with toll booth alone is already 3 creds, which is really hard to afford right now, looking at his cred situation.
Yes. Another pad tap and a daily cast out, which I guess is the response to needing money. Okay, encoder able to use subliminal messaging and trashing pad tap.
Forcing the trash.
Trashing both pad tap. Yep. Make sure the runner doesn't get the money. And then
totally fair.
Hedge fund for the corpse so that they're back on 10 credits.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. Like encoder wouldn't feel super threatened here unless they're holding a whole handful of agendas. So taking the time to deny Koschei's economy is pretty good.
Yeah, and even if encoder might be theoretically filled with agendas, the data ward is making it very, very pricey to reach.
Yeah, with Koschei's setup, like they don't have the flexibility to make every run or challenge every server, so they've really got to start picking their battles. Like if this is a case of like you set up and maybe go for the deep dive play or something, or try and I don't know what else might be in this deck, but you kind of got to reach back for something.
The
Yeah.
Carpe Diem just really being used somewhat for money, and then they're really getting a few credits but drawing a lot of cards with the class act. I guess really trying to find that breaker.
Ooh.
Something going in server 1, 2 advancements on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If
Feels like the pace
encoder.
is much faster now, doesn't it?
Yeah. Ooh, there
It
we
does.
go.
Yep. So Boomerang's going to help here. I mean, Data Ward notably has more than 2 subs, unfortunately.
But no res.
But with only 8 credits, let it go. Oh, and get the
Oh,
send a message.
Ooh.
Send a message.
But this week we might see another beefy ice off that steal.
Let's see what gets resed. I suppose they've got 2 to choose.
I think Koschei is. encoder is also considering. Okay.
Ah.
I see.
Ooh,
There's another data ward if
Data
you
Ward,
need it.
Data Ward on
Ooh.
the outside of that server where it gets full Acme value. So you've got to break a Data Ward for 7 or 10 if you're dodging the tag, and then you've got to eat the toll booth and then the server. So that's
Okay.
a very taxing.
Another dirty laundry.
That's a lot of creds.
And I guess if they didn't res before, oh, they are resing now.
Oh wow!
That's the
Yep.
third data ward.
They had all the data words. That's so good for encoder.
They're down to 2 credits though. But yes, lots of heavy ice.
Yeah. So theoretically, deep diving from here now with Sable costs what? 23 plus the deep dive, and then that's if more if you want to pay through the tag. So it's a tough time.
Yep, Rizeki out to maybe help with predictive planogram. Yes, gaining money because the tags have been cleared again.
And it's kind of something where you only see like one ice servers, but they're all so threatening.
I mean,
okay, so interestingly, a server 2 created, no ice on it, and no movement on server 1 with the 2 counters.
Interesting, but there's a lot of things that could be.
Mm.
As the Sable player, you kind of sit there and go like, maybe if only I'd brought like 3 inside jobs or something. Even then, the economy to get to that point is pretty rough.
Drawing again, putting out a daily casts, and gaining a credit.
But I guess you can only prepare for so much. At some point, you have to make the call of which decks are you going to be prepared for.
And that was a Bologna in server 1.
Yeah. So not a lot of economic loss there. Or at least a nice little cheeky cash boost. Interesting to see what server 2 is. That could be a spin doctor or any other kind of utility asset.
Some people in the chat are praying for an Apoc play.
I mean, I
the
would
amount
be
of
too.
items on the board, though, you do worry. They were not
I would
contending.
be. Yeah, like I'd be praying for it too as a runner. I just don't. You don't really have the credits for that today, and also you'd be blowing up. Also, your rig doesn't survive APOC here.
Yeah.
That's a bravado into archives.
So right now it seems that
somewhat
Koschei
expensive, but they are. Yeah.
Is really in a back foot right now because there's pretty much not a lot of avenues for him to really attack.
No, and to the point we were saying before, Sable gets a lot off like what we've seen with the Carpe Diems and that, trying to get like easy centrals. And that from turn 1, that hasn't been on the cards.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to respect encoder's opening here. So that was 2 data wards and an IP block in the opening hand.
Yeah.
Having said that, it kind of cuts both ways. That would have meant both R&D and HQ weren't resable first turn. So you take your risks.
I wonder if Koschei is still trying desperately to find a decoder or something, or inside jobs or something.
Mm.
Yeah, it's pretty much the play here, or also like maybe hope that encoder does not have the last agenda they need,
Mm.
so that they can shore up some econ and still try to go for a comeback, which is always possible. This is Netrunner after all.
Yeah, I mean, there's always something, and if it's a lot of 3-pointers, it's just easier. You need fewer accesses to win from there. It's such a taxing setup here.
Mm-hmm. I'm definitely seeing why you'd be thinking 7 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
More cards and a credit.
That kind of
Whatever it
tells. That kind of tells me
Whatever it
that
was.
Koschei is digging for something.
Yeah, and throwing the doof because not really in a position to economically deny them when it costs you so much.
And the Caldera doesn't really gets any use, I think, in this match. And
So
they already
Server
have
2
a
was a
paper
spin doctor, which is res to draw 2.
Let's see if encoder has an agenda right now. They could just, especially a Bellona, they could threaten to install advanced.
Something installed. Yes, advanced.
Now, I think this is still possible. Let me just do... Oh, no, they don't have a decoder.
Nope.
It is, yeah. In terms of contesting it without a decoder, that is obviously a problem.
Juices to draw cards. I think they're trying to.
Yeah.
Additional
Well,
card?
that's it. Like, so with the... Yeah, definitely. Like with the cards here, we're not going to see the deep dive play. Although I suppose we could technically off the Swift Sable. But they need, like, if they choose to eat the tags, it's there's 17 credits and then the 2 for the deep dive, and really, really hope. But that's a long way away to get to 19 credits there.
Maybe override a boomerang and then inside jump. I don't know.
No clicks, no time. It's just it as often happens in Netrunner. You're always like, if only I had 2 more clicks and 3 more credits.
Yes, I know that feeling as well.
So they've got 3 clicks left, and I guess they're wondering, can they get into server 1 this turn, and is it the agenda or not?
Well, yeah, if they've got the boomerang, they can contest it.
Okay.
Running with Gamble?
Okay. I guess the most possible play here would be to, if Koschei has a decoder in his hand. Oh no!
Okay, they decided on the diversion of funds.
Which takes him down to 2. So yeah, again, being 1 credit short cuts both ways. Also, the successful run denies the subliminal or anything.
Yeah. All right.
And that was also their mark, wasn't it?
Indeed.
Okay.
Like, bought yourself a turn, certainly not bad.
Yeah.
Unless it turns out to be like a 4-2 and this is an elaborate bluff.
And a Rizeki.
Oh, man.
That was an NGO.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So...
and now...
This is the...
and
okay.
Yeah, in
something else
in classic
Netrunner advances.
And in classic Netrunner, and even more since our NGO, it's like, cool, do that again. I dare you.
Mm.
I swear, this is the real one.
Yeah.
However, Koschei slowly getting back into it.
Mm.
If he can get a decoder and the inside job that we keep thinking that he has, because we
There's
haven't seen
4
it.
cards left in stack. Whatever it is,
They
they
definitely
basically
got
know. I
yeah,
mean,
they'd be
he basically
they'd be
knows what's
staring at
left due to the car sack.
100%. They'd be staring at the deep dives in hand,
Yeah.
constantly doing the math, hoping for the best. And the thing is here too, like, depending how this agenda suite works out, even if you are paying through the nose for that, you've got ballooners or whatever else is going here. Like, so even if you get through that server, you've still got to contemplate having 5 at the end of it.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Again, the runner having to have a big think.
Yeah.
Where to try if there aren't many other options left are a bravado into HQ.
Okay.
Money doesn't hurt. And if you just rip an agenda off HQ now, even better.
Mm.
Hydra.
Seeing
Now,
a Hydra.
there's a card. There's a card you didn't want to see on the table.
Nope.
Ooh.
I suppose for Golter it couldn't have been too bad, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, it still has 4 clicks though. So
Yep.
so there's still a shot. There's always as long as you have a click.
Yep.
There's still a shot.
Yep. Being rewarded for running the mark. Yep.
This data ward is really like just staring at him.
All
Good
3
card,
of them.
Brent.
Yes, good card. So whatever Koschei has. Okay. Still digging? Maybe?
Drawing 1.
Yeah, it's difficult to imagine having
Okay.
3 cards left in the stack and still missing the one.
Deciding to do R&D.
It's only 2 clicks remaining, I suppose, if we are going for the deep dive here.
Mm-hmm.
But we're 2 credits short of that plan. But maybe do we get lucky off R&D? Always better to be lucky than smart.
Yep.
That's true.
Wonder if they're contemplating trashing. No. Who knows?
Okay. But not enough money to go for a deep dive attempt,
No.
right?
No, yeah, even with the Archives run still on the cards.
Just gaining money.
Ah.
Drawing.
Let's see if this is it.
Good game, they're saying. So.
That is
yeah,
it.
it was
Yeah.
a Bologna. Yes.
Okay.
All finished.
Good games
Yeah.
for Koschei and Encoder.
Very strong, yeah.
Data Ward's a good card.
Yeah.
Yes.
it's
And
better when there are 3 of them.
yeah. Yeah. If in doubt, just draw 2 of them in your opening hand. No big.
Yep.
Yeah.
See, it's an easy game. Just draw the cards you need.
I keep telling people, just draw the cards right.
Are they okay,
Okay.
for us to watch the reverse match?
Oh, I'm gonna ask. Yeah, because this one has the Hoshiko, and I'm. Okay, we got 1 of 2. Okay, we got both. We get consent from both parties.
Cool. Just a moment.
Oh, yeah, it's not an NBN
No.
or a shaper. Wow.
We did it, team. We found the HB.
We found him. Also, I think you weren't in the chat yet. Koshiko is looking for redemption. Some on-stream redemption.
Fair enough. So, Hoshiko is starting with Juice's Wild, drawing, gaining money,
Mm-hmm. Taking out the Nico campaign.
trashing the Nico campaign.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's
and
good.
having a look in R&D, which isn't protected at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just get your early accesses. Flip the magical girl.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so Hoshiko is an idea that can flip.
Yeah. So far, still the only runner, if I recall correctly,
Yeah.
that has a flip identity, which was really like interesting when she was first released and I saw it.
Mhm.
First, I was kind of like, that's interesting, and then I realized how powerful Hoshiko can be with like the right build. Like, oh wow.
Yeah.
So we've got a very quick a snap install of like an asset or an upgrade or 2 cards into one server.
Mhm.
Steelskin Scouring coming out for a bit more draw. Dirty Laundry into R&D.
Overclock
Dirty
to
Laundry.
see what's going on in server 2.
Yep.
And to have enough creds just in case they need to crash it.
A
Okay.
virus
Well,
Mm-hmm.
and a Rashida.
And a Rashida. Yep, not bad.
Mm.
not bad. And another
And
one.
another Dirty Laundry.
That's all 3 already, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, sorry, just 2.
2.
Okay.
Yep.
So encoder here, playing my favorite kind of Netrunner, just running. He can't trash my programs if I don't have any programs.
That's it.
Absolutely.
Just play Zen. Just yeah.
Ooh, upgrade.
Onto HQ. And some drawing as well.
Okay, so still got Magical Girl up to, still got the easy accesses.
Liberated to
Liberate
gain
account. So
large amounts of money quickly.
Yep, not a bad setup. Koschei is still only on 6 credits and only the 1 piece of ice, so not really what you want for Asa Group. You really want to be able to start
You'd be
building those
expecting
remote
more
stuff.
ice. There's some ice. And
Ah,
server
see.
3 with 2 things in it.
We ask, and now we have received the ice.
Still none for
See-
R&D though.
Yeah,
It's so much easier as a streamer to go like, oh, if it were me, I would simply install a piece of ice, and oh look, there they go.
Yeah, see, we actually just tell them what to do.
Yeah. And so Steelskin Scouring, Deuce's Wild, moshing, all of these things are about drawing, also some money, yes?
Yeah, all the draw.
Yes. So 8 cards to contemplate. They've got another liberated account.
More money.
And that's
wow.
And throwing a daily cast from a grip just tells you about how fast you're trying to go, which it kind of makes sense against a massive group deck. You kind of want to get in early.
Koschei now has luminal transubstantiation and 3 more clicks to get themselves set up for following turn.
Yep.
It also probably tells encoder might have like even more econ here in his grip, in their grip.
And Koschei putting something else in server 3, and now the ice on R&D.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, there's their archives.
Using liberated and then seeing what is in server 3.
Oh, let's go.
Gatekeeper.
They're actually thinking, they've only got, Koschei, he's only got 4 credits, so I guess Gatekeeper would be a big chunk of that if it is
Yeah.
Gatekeeper.
Well,
Could be anything
yeah.
else.
It's, 4 credits isn't a super credible vote for most things, but there are things that would hurt.
Letting Through, it's a Maryland campaign.
Probably worth trashing. Yep.
Which is trashed.
And
then
Skunk Horse.
Manigam
Probably
Skunkworks.
worth trash.
Skunkworks got to go. Oh, they left the Skunkworks there.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting.
Okay. Taking a bit of money off
Except-
liberated accounts.
Got the money, so I suppose might not be too threatened by it, particularly with the ice isn't particularly deep.
Mm-hmm.
Koschei doing some drawing. And money. And an extra ice on HQ.
Although right now Koschei does not have a lot of creds, so enkoder can still be aggressively running because Koschei might like at most be able to res 1 or 2 really really small ice.
But that
So
maybe encoder's just going to take some time to set up here.
yeah, this is also like a good window for enkoder since there's no threat of any scoring right now.
Yeah.
They can just one like making more money what they're doing right now. That's a lot of credits.
Decided to have thrown out DJ
Ooh.
Fenris.
A Stargate and Fenris, huh?
Hmm.
Those are interesting discards.
Okay. Hedge fund for Koschei, which I'm sure he'll be happy with. Slightly more money.
I was expecting if they have these cards, they would already be installing them. But there's also a chance that they already have it.
Checking archives as the first. And what was in archives? No agendas. Big deal, perhaps not going to work this game.
Okay. Encoder has only installed money this entire game.
Yep, daily casts. Okay.
So in the chat, it's possible that it's an Apoc style of Shiko.
Could be. Okay, something in server 3, an extra ice, and an advancement. Here is paperclip, hard installed. And so that would be all the breakers available from the
encoder.
Okay, this was
Gatekeeper.
Drawing out the Black Orchestra.
Comes Black
Next one.
Orchestra.
Nope, not rest. Yes, there is the Manigam.
2 clicks. Yep.
And stealing the off-world office.
Good play by encoder. Although right now there's a live Managram Skunkworks, so it's also gonna be taxing a little bit for encoder to break through there.
Yeah, it's not.
Another server, another ice, and a fully operational.
The chat is believing in the APOC.
That makes sense. If you're not too concerned what's there, why worry?
APOC believers.
I don't know. They were believing in APOC last game as well, so that might be wishful thinking.
That's true.
Pinhole thread.
But having said that, APOC's definitely a lot more real. So this will be HQ, which I think as much as definitely backs up the idea of it being APOC, because you definitely want to remove anything that's going to give you a hard time with that.
Yep. Okay. It's a free pass. See if this is gonna be res.
Koschei's only got 7 credits, so maybe he'll.
Oh!
Other off-world office.
Yep.
Oh,
and no, here it's coming.
Yeah.
Chat might be right. Chat, hold on, chat.
Oh, just let through the ice on R&D.
Hold on, chat.
And also trashed the Spin Doctor on the way past. Yes, APOC.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
APOC.
And got to trash a Spin Doctor and pick up an agenda for your troubles. It's not a bad turn.
Amazing.
What a pretty solid turn right there for encoder. Plus, just in case, encoder still has the MK Ultra in their heap. So if it's like a scary sentry card, and also a Black Orchestra. So
Okay,
Yeah,
rebuilding with a hedge
be
fund
playing-
and an ice on archives.
Yeah.
But encoder is checking the R&D
Mm-hmm.
and HQ. Finding my virus, but it's not.
oh,
There's a
Hey,
global food initiative.
Mm-hmm. So with
close.
being short of one of the breaker and the way Koschei's played the one ice, you got to expect that there's an agenda in archives or something that definitely doesn't want to lose the game immediately.
Yep. Ice on R&D.
Koschei slowly
Centauri.
trying to build back. He has 11 ice, so there we go.
It's a gatekeeper on R&D.
Mm-hmm.
But he does have, they do have Black Orchestra.
Do have Black Orchestra, yeah.
But says fire on broken subroutines.
Okay. He's gonna let it rock.
Which they can always go and have a look in your HQ afterwards because that's not protected.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
Oh, there was a Vitruvius there. All right.
Okay, sure gamble. One click left.
And
yes,
another
having a look
peek.
in HQ. Only finding an
Okay.
answer. And some
All
extra
right.
ice.
So let's see here if Koschei can find a way to build his board state back up. Putting a remote
I
with the
mean-
new ice.
Yeah, and if any deck's going to do it, like one of the ones could do it is Asa Group. You get a couple of servers out and another.
Yep. Everything's now iced and a hedge fund. So 12 credits, not so bad. Encoder again, another daily casts. And some money.
Yeah, and Encoder definitely has a bit of time now. Like they've got the 6 agenda points. They've only got to find the last one. Can afford to build back up a little bit. And the thing that always sets up a good APOC is an additional APOC. So there's always a chance of just a second one if Koschei starts getting out of hand again.
Yep.
That's true. Ooh,
Although
nice.
lots of money from
And fully
Refuge
operational.
campaign.
Yep.
Then extra servers and a fully operational.
All right.
So Koschei at this point is like better set up than he was at the point he exploded. So
Yeah.
Quite quick.
Mm.
Although has lost a few agendas in the process.
yes, not without cost.
Yeah, it's okay. The most important agenda is always the last.
Yes.
So let's see here if Hoshiko, if encoder will. Alright.
Checking
Fair.
server 7
Sneak
after
peek.
drawing. It's a Maryland campaign. Just leaving that.
Yeah,
Oh no, for the dirty laundry.
Oh yeah.
gives you an open server still. Makes sense.
So right, throwing away another MK Ultra. Oh,
So, oh wow, sorry I missed
there
it.
we
I was just looking.
go.
There was
Yep.
a Project Vitruvius in server 6.
Oh, all right.
Now score.
Koschei, slowly bring it up, bring it back.
One card in HQ, making a run there to see what it is. Which is
Oh,
protected by an
nasty.
Anansi.
A Nancy out of faction. That's very nasty.
Yes, and quite expensive.
Oh.
That is
I
about
understand encoder's comment. Oh,
that is about what my brain would do as well.
That means like, oh.
And if
Because-
there's one thing you hate in APOC, it's net damage, like getting your APOC that chipped out of your hand.
Yeah.
So just a cheeky 11 credits, no big deal.
Yeah.
MK Ultra installed and accessing a Nico campaign. Perhaps
I mean,
Koschei just felt, look, I'll res that now, even if there's no agendas in HQ. Just show what's
Yeah.
fair, so there's no more thinking about APOC.
It's still,
Although it's still
not
possible.
impossible from here. It's
Yeah.
still very possible from here. Slightly too poor, maybe, depending what the archives ice is.
Mm.
Oh, and no, never mind.
No.
Overclock kind of answered my question.
Overclock will assist with the money problems.
Uh-oh.
Ah, yes.
Will
We're all
chat be
wondering
correct
about the pattern
again?
of R&D.
Oh, never mind.
Haha, eat it, chat. You were wrong. It wasn't APOC again.
Chat, there was no...
Project
there was
Vitruvius.
no...
The strong anti-APOC
stolen.
play of giving the opponent your agendas.
Yeah. That's the counter to the APOC play.
Yep.
GG's.
That was great games. Yeah.
People are now framing encoder's O as a new quote for the art card. for the card text. It was Drafter.
On archives.
That was a good match. It was a good match between
Definitely.
Kosch and encoder. GG's.
Yeah, GG's. Where would you like to
Okay.
go? We've probably still got time in the round, haven't we?
We should.
Where would you like to go and have a look?
I'm going to look at all these shapers. Hold on.
Yeah, we've got about 20 minutes left in the round.
Okay. I'm gonna ask this one. Oh wait, I'm gonna check first if no.
Yep. Okay, someone has requested Bioroid. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Okay, so I have the match between Drop Bear and profwacko.
Okay.
We've already seen profwacko, but we haven't seen Drop Bear yet.
And they're happy to be streamed?
Yep.
Okay.
And Drop Bear is also bringing an Adam deck.
Yes. Okay, cool.
All right, we finally completed. Okay, here are this round. Here are the non-shaper factions, everybody.
Yeah. So this is Adam with.
We are showing you Acme again, but don't win them all.
Yeah. With a reasonably set up board. Do you want to just briefly go through the important cards that are out? Oh, and a Logic Bomb and an Angola just got put out.
Well, that is one of the important cards. The Logic Bomb. It's a very, very powerful Adam card. Basically a free brick. Even though you spend your clicks, it's usually fine. And of course, like Adam, being a special kind of a faction by their own card, they have these directives where they kind of like that's where they base their playstyle around. Usually there's a pro and con, but usually right now, especially the pros really outweigh the cons, so it makes Adam a really, really solid runner overall.
And for the people in the chat, yes, that is a whistleblower. Oh, and another Logic Bomb. And we've got Citadel Sanctuary and a Brain Chip, some Rizekis and Angola. We're now doing a run on HQ with Overclock. There's an Unknown Ice and Hydra on HQ.
Yeah, so I'm going to check the heap. There's nothing in the heap.
By the way,
that they can
Drop Bear has 4 agenda points. It's Off-World Office and is that the Artificial Crypto Crash? And
it is indeed.
profwacko has 2 agenda points, which is the Off-World Office.
Data Ward into Hydra. Yeah, data warning to Hydra is not a fun server.
Oh,
Not really.
This is a server.
Adam always has a logic bomb in this scenario, so it certainly helps. But for a one shot on HQ,
Yes.
Yeah, this gotta be pretty costly.
Yeah.
But Drop Bear will do it.
Used both logic bombs up to get into HQ.
but he's going to see 2 cards because of safety first. Yep. No, sorry, the other card, neutralize all threats. There we go.
Neutralize, yeah.
That's it. It's this one. Okay, sees a Hyobu Precourt manifold, which is trashed, and also a magnet.
No, don't worry, chat. This is so far boat free. This has been a boat free experience this round.
Okay, Spin Doctor, into server 3 and rest, gaining some money, and then Spin Doctor is trashed. I wonder what's getting shuffled back, if anything. Oh, it was Hedge Fund and Hatchet Job.
Hatchet Job. A hatchet job. A lot of even chat was like, "Whoa, is that a hatchet job?"
Yeah, hatchet
Okay.
jobs like it's the old code, but it checks out. They're particularly with boat and some of the more expensive runner pieces nowadays. There's some
Run on archives.
there'd be some good targets for hatchet job.
You can see some Hatchet Job, Crisium, NGO,
Yeah, like
Planogram
certain
being used.
like certain boats.
Yeah. So drawing cards got emergent creativity and paperclip. So
Okay.
Drop Bear's looking a bit more set up.
Yeah. Once Drop Bear drops the paperclip, should be good to go. They also show that they have emergent creativity, so they can probably search for something that they need.
Mhm.
Ooh, okay.
Something in server 3 with an advancement.
So without the logic bombs, Hydra looks a lot harder to get through. Ngolo can do it, but with Adam only having so many credits. Multi-threader, speaking of credits though, multi-threader is going to help.
Also,
The
twinning
Career for
coming
the
out.
twinning. Yep. Nice little synergy with multi-threader there.
Just to answer chat, all the logic bombs have been used from checking the heap. So Drop Red right now has 0 logic bombs unless he can find a way to bring them back.
Okay, making a run on archives. Not finding anything of note there.
But the thing that's good too is obviously Find the Truth is just getting that information off the top card of R&D, so allows Drop Bear to kind of pick and choose a little bit.
And getting at least 1 counter on to twinning.
That's why I had a double take. I was like, oh, it increased that. Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah, I don't know if they're in chat separately or this is just a profwacko saying sure otherwise. But yeah, just as a point of order, could have just pumped in Golo without actually encountering, just to start building up twinning.
Yep. Seems perhaps slightly stuck or confused, or maybe they're just double checking something at the moment. Is there in fact a raffle running at the moment, or not really?
Oh, god damn it.
Okay, ice on server 3 and an advancement, and that was an NGO actually.
I keep trying to leave it to the second half of the round so we don't just chat raffle the whole time, and then I keep missing the point to hit the button. One moment.
Yeah.
RNG
Ah.
key has come out and going into R&D. Paperclip installed.
Chat is ready to start raffling. Someone
Yeah.
already typed raffle.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Moving through
And-
IP
and we-
block.
And
then
we never heard
Magnet
anything from,
encountering.
and we never heard anything intelligible from chat again.
Yeah, it's just raffle, like me. There you go. I joined the mob.
Looking at the top card of R&D. Using the twinning to see.
And comboing Find the Truth
Recast.
and RNG key.
And a daily casts. Of course, you can see that from Find the Truth that they drew an Earthrise and also another brain chip.
So let's see right now if this is an agenda that profwacko has installed in advance. Or, another NGO front.
All 3 NGO fronts are in archive, so it's not as
Oh.
likely. Could be as something else, though. Who
Ah.
knows? Maybe it's a Draco.
Oh, there you go. Alright. Profwacko still in thinking mode.
Yes.
We are like, what, a few minutes remaining?
In the round, do you mean?
Yeah, in the round.
In which case, Drop Bear's in a good position if the round ends soon.
Yeah.
Depending on what is in server 3, though. Profwacko taking money.
Money,
Advancing?
advance. Okay. Okay.
Now it's for Drop Bear to decide the last few.
Yeah, let's see how
Moments.
Dropbear's gonna answer. Now, they don't have logic bombs anymore, so he can't just bash through the servers. He could go to archives.
They drew Liberated, yes, having a look in archives.
Okay, he takes a peek at R&D. Is it an agenda? Can even punch through it, actually, looking at it.
Taking credit. Taking credit.
Okay, now we're gonna see.
Okay,
Oh.
more advancements. Okay, and it's an
Ooh.
artificial crypto crash, which of
Nice.
course means Drop Bear does not have money.
Yeah.
And something else installed promptly into server 3 and an advancement.
All right, so that's a good crypto for profwacko right now, and then immediately going for another install advance.
Drop Bear benefiting from the 2 Rozekis and the daily cast, so to be back at 4.
Yeah,
Not too
it's really keeping him in the game. And for profwacko, we're not sure if what this card in the outermost of server 3 is. So there's actually a chance, looking at the res cost of these cards, there's a chance that profwacko can't res this, but it can also just be, a magnet. But in which case, that'll be easily broken by Ngolo.
Yep.
But it's more likely that it's something like either IP block or even our data ward. But if it is a data ward, then that means profwacko does not have the money for it. However, Dropper also does not have, I think, I haven't done the exact math, to punch through the remote server. A possible line of play could be to go to archive, check R&D if it's something worth sniping. Also start build up by drawing cards.
Interesting drawing Mad Dash.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
If that could be combined with something, that would be very useful.
yeah.
Going into
That would be the
archives,
win. Uh-oh.
looking at the top card
Was
of R&D with Find the Truth.
if this is something money to Mad Dash, then we know what it is. Oh no, it ain't.
Nope.
So it ain't something worth
Putting a daily
running.
craft down. Okay, seamless launch. For a
Oh,
Bologna and the win.
Bologna. That was a 5 to advance.
Gosh.
Very good play by profwacko. Because I think all this time I was thinking, okay, it's another like 2-point agenda, right? Because it's only an install advance.
Yep.
The seamless launch kind of took me off guard there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the benefit of the card.
Yeah. Pretty good, pretty good. GG's.
Yeah. GG's.
Alrighty, so we've only got 7 minutes left in the round, so there's not too much to be done there. Let me just see how chat and the raffle are going.
Mm-hmm. Chat, are you still raffling? Yeah, yep. I can't see anybody. Any games still up? There's still a few games, but they're probably in their final rounds, final stages.
Yeah.
So there's a high chance that if we drop in, they'll be like, oh, it's already the last turn.
Yeah, by the time you go in, and ask, I think a lot of it too is if you're in the last 5 minutes of the game, you don't really want stream or something or anything throwing you off.
No.
Yeah. Those 5 minutes when you're playing feels very long.
Yes.
We've got a couple of players from other rounds dropping in.
So if there are any players here who are now in chat, because you have finished the games, right?
I'm sure.
How are your games? How are your games? Of course, we also would like to check up with fellow players, how they are. Hope you keep yourselves hydrated. A lot of people don't sometimes underestimate how like playing card games for hours and hours and hours can be very physically tiring.
Yes.
Just to answer chat, yes, those 5 minutes could still be exciting to watch, but at that point they're in this very, very. A lot of them are very in this zoned mind state, and it can be very distracting to suddenly someone to pop up. Hey, can we check out your can we stream your match? So at that point, we'd rather just relax here. Just relax. Relax with chat. Just wait for the next round. Okay. Someone's getting stomped, but that's okay. As long as you're having fun, which you did say. Corpse splits. Re-education, new spike, turn 4. Oh!
Oops.
Sokka got new spike.
Well.
I think this is the same drop bear, right? Corrupt drop bear?
Yes.
It is.
Yes, it's drop bear.
That's an excellent point from Anarch. While we're killing a bit of time, do you want to go back to the faction breakdowns or the standings?
Yeah.
Also, do you want to say hello to people or via video or not really at the moment?
No, I'm hideous now. I looked fine this morning, and then my day got progressively worse.
Okay.
Where are we?
Okay. So people would like to have a look at the Cobra standings.
Yeah, current standings.
Okay, so this this is how the results are looking actually. Some still to go.
All right.
Um,
Sokka and Chai going with the corpse split.
Yep. Some sweeps and splits. There are
A lot of splits this round.
more corp splits or more runners. It looks a bit even, and quite a few sweeps actually.
Mhm.
In the ones that are reported so far. So I mean, of course, there can be other ones that are not as much there.
We could also show the faction breakdown
Oh yeah.
just as a review,
Yep,
especially
just
for
to
I think someone.
summarize if people have come in from other time zones. So a lot of sports medal, a lot of Wu. A lot of NBN generally.
It's interesting actually. Like, there's a lot of sports metal, but if you see the standings currently, it's still just round 3. There's not a lot of sports metal in the top half. In fact, there's only one in the top half for sports metal, based on the standings, but rather.
Very interesting.
So that's one of the interesting things I've seen, observations I've seen so far.
Do you think it's perhaps relating to the lots of shapers or?
Like, I think there's a lot of ways to deal with sports metal right now, especially since Shaper it's kind of like the faction right now, and then there's a lot of like the strength of sports metal has been weakened rather, and more taxing decks such as the one with like even Acme or Reality Plus, where you can get like lots and lots of money. Is really doing well right now.
People asking about Tag Me. We haven't actually seen any Tag Me, but we have accidentally seen a lot of the Shapers. We haven't seen Saikya yet, so we're actually not certain on whether there is any Tag Me or who is playing it. The Hoshiko was APOC, wasn't she?
Yeah, that Hoshiko deck was APAC Hoshiko. Chat was correct for that time. It was a APAC Hoshiko.
And I think Sable would have wanted to have deep dived. They're the only.
Yeah, so it was theoretically a Sable deep dive.
But just too much ice.
Yeah, it was too taxing.
Yeah, not really possible. We've seen a number of the Acme, which are looking strong, I think, in what we've seen of them. Yeah,
there's only like 2 we've seen, but those 2, unless it's the same person, I can't remember right now, are doing very, very well. Especially, I think it's because they can have like very efficient defenses, because mostly you just install like a data ward and then on one server, and it's kind of good to go for most part, yeah?
Yes.
So,
and of course, if you're lucky enough to be able to install and pay for a 3 data ward, you're going well.
Just looking at chat, any standout performers? I'm not sure about players. Apologies.
Are we thinking more IDs maybe for standout performers?
Probably IDs. Well, Acme for one.
Yeah.
I mean, the Acme we've seen has been very, very interesting. Again, as I said before, you can have very efficient defense, just putting usually 1 to 2 ice. You're kind of good to go. You can do a lot of things with that.
I think the Wu have been impressive mainly, I feel, but it's also the players being confident, and it's the boat.
Yeah, so in terms of decks, I think a deck that has a boat in it it's hard to say that it's you can't say that it's standout, because if you see the faction breakdown now, there's a lot of shapers.
Yeah.
But the boat itself as a card, I think a lot of people saw this happening, that the boat is gonna have a big impact
Yes.
on the metagame or the deck building itself.
Yep.
Simply because it's free, it's good memory, but more importantly, it's free subroutine breaks, or not free, but easy, accessible.
With counters rather than with needing necessarily lots of money available.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And which is very beneficial for shapers because they're also like pretty decent already at generating income, but suddenly they also have ways to get through defensives for free. Yeah. So that makes a shaper deck very, very efficient. I think, which is why you see a lot of representation in it. That doesn't mean the other runner factions are not powerful as well. Like you still see like the Steve Cambridge the good stuff. Steve Cambridge, and you see Sable and Zaya from Crim, and you see Hoshiko, Freedom, Yesha, and Alice from. And I kind of want to see this Alice merchant deck, honestly.
I think it's being, isn't it?
Maybe.
The other thing I think about Shaper is it's pretty popular, and so once there are some strong ways to play it, people choose to play it because they were wanting to for a while. So I also feel that that's maybe why, and I know locally it's very popular. Shaper. So.
Also, I also think that, especially, I think this is for the case of sports metal, right? Because sports metal has been around.
Yes.
And it's been a solid deck. Even though the meta might shift away from sports metal, one of the possible reasons why people will still play sports metal is simply because of comfort.
Yes.
Sometimes you just have to go for your comfort fix, regardless of the metagame.
It's also so
especially
unknown at the moment.
Yeah.
Like, there's no really big tournament results for people to look at and be confident that, oh, this is doing the best at the moment, maybe I should learn it. So
yeah, that is true. And also because you can also hedge on the fact that Midnight Sun, the new expansion for Netrunner, is still relatively new, right?
yes.
It has been here for maybe a month or so. I don't really remember.
Yes, I'm trying to think too.
Yeah, but
A
time
month or a
is
bit over a month, but not that long.
Yeah, so it hasn't been that long. So you can easily have this train of thought where, well, do I want to prep, like do this 1 month prep with all these new cards, and I might not find something that I want? Or should I just go with what works right now for me?
Yes. Yes, I think that's part of people's thinking.
That's why you still see like a lot of Wu. Of course, like for decks like Wu, those decks just got better.
Yes.
Because of both.
Very much. Very much.
But that's why you still see like Adam, which is still a very solid deck.
Yes.
And even still see the outfit, which very solid deck on its own.
Yeah.
And
so far with Adam, which was drop bears, I guess the thing is that we've seen adding the twinning and pinhole and cards like that, but I don't know whether the other Adams are actually similar or different, or
yeah. That would be very, very, very interesting because I think you can build Adam, or what I remember, you can build Adam in a lot of interesting ways because of Adam being like a faction on its own. There's a lot of wiggle room to basically build your own Adam.
Yes.
So
now,
yeah.
Should we see if more of the results have come in?
I'm actually like refreshing.
Just a few left.
Yep, just a few left, and we should be good. The rest that we didn't see are actually a bunch of sweeps.
Mm,
Mhm.
gosh. So quite a lot of sweeps in that. Yeah, okay, both. Both, really.
Okay. We need to wait, but of course, even though a lot is automated, a lot of things are still it needs the human touch, which is reporting and putting the results in. So I would, of course, like big shout outs to our tournament organizers
Yes.
for giving their time to help run this event
Yes.
for the community. That's always pretty good. I think we just need one more. Right?
Yep.
One more.
Yeah.
Okay.
They might have had a
From
few
Jax.
issues
Yeah.
around that one that they're still needing to sort out.
Let's have to see. So while we're waiting for round 4,
Yep.
how we've been? How has it been for you, Generva?
It's been really good. I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess the only thing I slightly regret, so many games and we're not getting to see them all. But of course that's impossible.
Yeah.
There's only so much Netrunner the human eyes can hold.
That's true.
Yeah.
Or we make more channels, we make more Twitch channels, and then we stream every single one of them.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's what we do next year. We get like 10 different streaming teams.
Then we don't get enough people playing, unfortunately.
No, yeah. 10 streaming teams watching 2 tables.
Yeah. Because, yeah. I think this is a difficult time zone to be available throughout the whole time for if you're in another part of the world. And I very much respect the people who are playing today from other countries because I'm sure they are really tired by now. This stage of the day.
That's true. I was honestly surprised to see, because for some reason my brain thought like, all right, since this is the APAC Continentals, it's most likely just mostly gonna be people from APAC, right?
Yeah.
But no, because
No.
It's had quite a few people entering from different places. So profwacko asked a while ago, and it's just up to people adding their emojis, but so far we can see that there are 10 people saying they're from Australia, 11 from the USA, 2 from Singapore, 1 from the Philippines, 3 from Canada, 2 from Finland, 1 from Germany, 1 from Czech Republic, 1 from England, 1 from Sweden, and 3 from Poland. But that is, of course, if people have chosen to react and say where they are from.
yeah, I think there's one more from the Philippines, but maybe that person didn't react.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see that the C in APAC is for Canada. Thanks, chat. I see. I
No.
understand.
I challenge that because, as mentioned at the start, Whiteblade is now Australian, and I think soccer nominated China. I think it was. Or we had like a China versus Solomon Islands final last year because there were some Canadians. But anyway, we have a lot of non-APAC players in the APAC tournament, but by the end, everyone is APAC. We demand it.
I think
That's true.
it's also very cool having people come visit us because physically, I guess, if you're actually flying to see us, it would be quite far and quite expensive for a lot of people. So it's great that we can do it in an online way.
Yeah, we keep jokingly petitioning, I should say, for a Western Australian Worlds or something.
Yes.
We'll see how the rest of the world like it.
Oh, we've got round 4 pairings.
Huzzah!
Oh, huzzah!
Do you want to take a moment, pick where you'd like to go, and then perhaps we should try and see some games?
Yeah. I'm going to take a peek.
Clearly, that we did one entire round without shapers. We're free to just do like boat decks all day again, right?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
If you
we
want
just
to see,
conceded.
if you want to see the Alice, we could ask table 2, or we could ask
Oh yeah, I'd be a big fan of seeing Big and Play.
table 1. We have seen Man in the Moon before,
Mhm.
or we could pick.
I don't know, chat. Are you a fan of boats?
Let's hope
We got
so.
we got any boat fans in here today?
I can
I
really see
haven't
Midnight Sun getting known as the boat set.
Yes.
People have spoken.
Okay, where would we like to go to?
Okay, I can't find the table. Maybe it's not set
It's
up
probably
yet.
just still coming in.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But remember, chat, we need consent from both players, okay?
Yes.
So,
Yes, and they may be getting tired or just not, And sometimes people experience technical difficulties halfway through the day and just don't want the spectators adding to the issues.
So, have you guys seen? Have you folks seen which one has both?
Which one has the
I
boat? Most of
Do you
them.
know which player?
I say,
don't know,
sure.
not both Alice. The Alice player, sorry.
That's
Bing, yeah,
005.
which is table 2.
Okay,
0-5 is table 2.
Where are they?
I think not set up right at the moment.
Yeah, okay. No table yet?
I think so.
All right.
Not as yet.
The other
Alright, chat,
option
hold-
is, I wonder if it's the stage of the day where people start thinking about a 2-for-1 or anything.
That's actually a good point.
Or an
Maybe
ID.
they've ID'd. That's an excellent point. Let's have a quick look.
Oh yeah, I can see ID.
No, they have not requested one.
They haven't, but other people have, which is interesting.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that's stage of the day. Would
So
one of you like
maybe we
to,
should-
while we're waiting, explain what a 2-for-1 and an ID means in this context?
Yeah, okay. So in terms of how, because Netrunner is based on asymmetric Swiss, because it's 2 rounds, it becomes a point later in the day where obviously getting swept and losing 6 points is probably reasonable, like more of a risk for both players. So you kind of get at a bubble point where you could agree with your opponent to just take the draw. That's what's called an intentional draw. You both take 3 points. Most of the time, you kind of get safe to get in the cut from that. 2-for-1, or a lifeboat for the older players, is very much when you're kind of at the edge of that bubble, and if you're playing an opponent and both of you need to win both games to get in, you might agree to do what is called a 2-for-1. You play one game, and whoever wins that one game takes both wins from there. It's contentious for some people, but I would take it up with the structure of Swiss. It's one of those things like if I think the way that it's played out now, where it's all more open and available to everyone, means it doesn't advantage people who are kind of doing it in secret. But yeah, at any kind of big tournament like this, particularly as we kind of get into the later rounds, there's kind of a pause while a lot of these standing maths and such are considered. I've definitely had my share of times like frantically messaging someone going, all right, well, if I'm on 12 points and it's 5 rounds and Venus is ascendant, am I safe to split? Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, there has been like those kinds of talks in tournaments, and of course there'll always be like discussions about it. Yeah, because some people will say like, oh, it's just like just play it out, but again, Okay.
That's fine.
Okay. I'll just pick somebody. Okay. I found somebody. Let me check the list first, though.
Yeah, for those who didn't catch it, Table 2 have elected not to be streamed, which is perfectly fair. It's a lot of stress on an already stressful day.
Apologies, Alice fans.
That's why I'm commentating.
See, chat was wrong again. Yeah, okay.
We should
I'm
have a
okay.
we should have a separate view, which is just like us versus chat, and we just keep tally marks.
Okay, I'm gonna ask this. I'm I, I'm gonna ask this since it's just the first few rounds. So they're still doing the turn. So just wait for a bit. And also, if they don't respond, they're probably like super busy. So we're gonna hop on to the next table at that point.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Okay, we got one of two. Let's see first. Okay. We get White Blades. We can stream White Blades match.
Okay, table 13. Give me a moment. They've just set up. Do you want to let people?
Okay. So
No.
it is.
Wow. Already a bit
Oh,
through. It's
yeah.
Reality Plus. There's a boom in archives. No ice on R&D. Ice and an upgrade on HQ. Server 1 is a pad tap. Server 3 just disappeared, and server 2 is a spin doctor. So that is correct. And White Blade has Zahya with a rogue trading and a Docklands pass available going into HQ. Already one tag. Funhouse is on HQ.
The rogue trading notably has been trashed.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, but this is an interesting matchup because obviously that implies quite heavily that this is a tag Zaya versus something that presumably has a lot of tag punishment.
Yes.
So we'll see how this plays out.
AR enhanced security and stealing it. Also seeing Sense and seeking it. And price sec.
Yeah. So Whiteblade. So Whiteblade on 4 tags already at this early stage of the game, but the boom fortunately in the bin. So we'll see if the archive memories exists.
Yeah.
Or if Bioroid is able to get Econ back in the game.
Yeah, and White Blades gonna go really aggressive right now, especially going for a tag me. And with the boom threat, that means like all they are. Oh, hold on.
AR, okay, another AR enhanced security and a global food initiative stolen. This is going extremely fast.
Yep. This is This is one of your games, Juabe, where we're just like, yeah, cool, just win early,
There we
take
go. Finally. This is not the point where, as the
Spin
runner,
Doctor shuffling back the boom and the pad campaign. Another Spin Doctor out and rezzed, drawing 2 cards. There's an R&D ice.
This is at the point where all I'm gonna ask as the runner is, do you have boom?
Something on server 4. Some type of upgrade. We have a diversion of funds into HQ.
This is all I'm gonna ask if I am White Blade. Do you have boom?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna ask.
But Whiteblade, even with the tags, like Whiteblade definitely has the angle as he's doing here to kind of deny Econ move faster than the Corp can.
Reality
as long
plus.
as
Drawing, I suppose, to try and get a boom if possible.
Drawing and also
coming back into HQ.
Yeah, also drawing, also denying that Duff value because he was only on 2 credits. But no, you're just going to find Just going to find a deal anyway. That's fine.
He's going. They're going so fast. Now this is the running part of Netrunner.
Yep, 8 tags. That's fine. No
something else on server 4, and some money for the Corp. They're on 2 credits currently, going into R&D, which is a ping.
Whiteblade definitely concerned for that 9th tag. However, not being able to break it, definitely
Yes.
unfortunate.
Bravado going into HQ again.
You often find, particularly in tag decks like this, that when your win condition might be something like counter surveillance, that you take tags too fast to really realistically pay for them. Like a counter surveillance now would see 11 cards, but you've also got to pay the 11 credits plus the breaking costs over it. So
Yeah. Docklands allowing
But
to
it's,
see Hydra, Public Trail, trashing a boomerang due to damage.
off the price deck.
Gaining some money at 16 credits now, the runner.
So
Another
looking pretty
server
good.
6.
So looking pretty good if the counter surveillance comes out now. Would have definitely
Excellent.
preferred to have that boomerang in hand.
Checking server 6, which is a daily business shop.
DBS.
Leaving it. Drawing twice.
Now the question: do they have the boom?
So it's a Maryland campaign in server 4.
Even if they did, the shortly credits. I suppose the Maryland and everything would get around that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Thinking.
Oh.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, and this is the first time today I've had to zoom out. I'm rather interested. Okay.
Oh yeah.
There have not been asset decks today, like wide decks today.
So
Eyes on
the
R&D?
HQ actually, and that's an interesting play compared to the risk of the losing to counter surveillance here.
Checking server 7, which was a pad campaign. Checking server 4 with the Maryland. Getting rid of the Maryland.
Which is important to dodging this boom threat.
San City Grid also in server 4. And Pricek. Trashing Hot Pursuit, which possibly was
again
part of the plan.
Would have been a card Whiteblade would have liked.
Drawing 1 card. There's a Bagolta in the heap.
Okay.
Okay, resing a pad campaign.
No money for a boom.
New server 8. And a credit for the corp.
Wow, this is actually very exciting because even though Whiteblade is one agenda away, they're also one boom away.
Trashing pad campaign, and then Whiteblade is thinking.
But as you can see, even at a game going this fast, it's all about keeping Theory just off that required number of credits, and there's been a lot of back and forth in that regard.
Yep.
And to the point, like the more tags Whiteblade takes from these price X and everything else, the more extent. Oh, and the news team.
That was a news team in server 8. Taking 2 tags. Reality Plus is gaining 2. Trashing news team. Here is a diversion of funds again.
See if this is a stopper ice.
No res on the outer ice. Again, Funhouse.
But we have an upgrade.
Is that the Pricek? The upgrade. Passing Funhouse. Resing Daily Business Show in server 6.
Just to duck the duff. You take the money off the duff so that it denies it to the runner.
Yep.
And just showing the news team in case you missed it. Corp installed a card in server 4 and money. Up for the last 2 clicks. Whiteblade going after server 6, which is the daily business show, trashing it.
You want the access to the R&D there.
Drawing a card, gaining 1 credit. Gaining another credit.
Okay.
That was a res on Rashida Jahim. Gaining 3 credits and 3 cards. So currently 9 cards for the corp to look at.
This could be it.
And 5
Oh!
credits.
It's still not it.
Installing servers 9 and 10.
Mm-hmm.
No ice. And 1 credit.
Just forcing the runner to check them, really.
White blade is
Yeah.
sinking.
Bravado.
Okay, bravado into HQ. Still no res on the
No.
outermost ice. Jacking out. Just gaining
Okay.
from bravado.
Yep.
Putting out Obolus.
Oh! Wow.
Yeah.
Also the class act.
That was.
Drawing many cards.
I was suggesting. Yeah, I was suggesting when you were talking about that before, like that gives you the hand size to get around the boom threat now. It's a key part of a lot of these Tagby decks. Also means if a counter surveillance or something does land, obviously you're getting the money back of Zaya and you're getting the cards back of Obelis, and kind of if whiteplay gets to the point, it's going to start chaining. However, 17 tags is pretty high for that kind of play to work.
Spin Doctor shuffling back Rashida Jahim and Daily Business Show. Another Spin Doctor. Drawing 2 cards.
Yep. So right now,
Server 11 is created.
the Aret is kind of in a tough spot
Something
right
more
now.
put in server 10. No ice on these ones.
You're not put in a quite tough spot because the boom threat is pretty much non-existent anymore with the Obelisk.
Okay, class act trashed and then a new one installed. Drawing another large amount of cards.
The boom threat. Yeah, the boom threat in terms of a kill is definitely off, but well, not definitely. There's angles, but even just the value boom and kind of knocking out some components wouldn't hurt. Although theory, it's like running so low on credits, trying to keep up the pace here.
Server 12 plus a credit plus a credit.
No, you might need to zoom out a little bit more soon.
Yeah.
Just keep look at all these servers.
Interests me that this is the first time today that we've thought about that. Okay, another bravado.
Yeah.
Passing the outermost ice on HQ. Taking a tag for Funhouse. Corp deciding to draw 2 cards. With the Reality Plus ability.
Looks like the Red is in more need of getting the card that they need rather than Econ.
Getting through HQ using Dockland's Pass to See, Public Trail, Maryland Campaign, and accessing Pricek. Using Obelisk to draw
more
cards.
cards. That's a lot of cards.
12. Checking server 12. Checking server 12, which is Amani Senai. Leaving it.
And just
Short
moneying
gamble.
up. See if the Red has any response to this.
So Daily Business Show is certainly allowing a bit of card selection.
Well, there's still double boom. Oh no, that's not enough.
Corp saying thinking.
Not enough clicks in the day.
Yeah, those precious clicks. Okay, so drawing. Uh, However, for Reality Plus, they have 17 cards left in R&D. So that is also something to take note
Mhm.
that they're also running out of draw, which is a lose condition for Corp.
Hmm.
And right now, they are
Particularly with
still.
Dockland's Pass always giving an additional card if it's in HQ.
Oh!
Oh,
There it is. There's the value boom.
the value boom.
The value boom.
Notably knocks out 2 counter surveillances.
Well, that
and
was...
and the boomer and a second boomerang, which would have Whiteblade definitely would have liked to have there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So all the Spin Doctor's gone, checking archives.
Now, it Whiteblade doesn't draw up. The red can still chuck another boom. Eventually.
Assuming he has a second one, given the influence spread, it's quite common to only have the one.
Mm-hmm.
Going into HQ again. Passing Funhouse. Seeing a Beal, and that's
Oh.
the game.
There we go. That's the game.
Good game.
That was just so much pressure by Whiteblade in the
Yes.
early
Yep.
game that Theret, I'm sorry for the name, just had a really, really hard time to keep up or even like bounce back from the game.
Yeah. Yeah. That was 14 turns in 16 minutes for those keeping track at home.
Yep.
Would
we like to see the reverse side if they're willing?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask them.
And then we'll probably still have time to take
See
a
someone
walk.
help.
Now that we've gotten through the first game, I'm going to start the next raffle.
All right, get your raffles ready, chat. Start.
Didn't seem to be a lot of points starting it in the middle of that game when it was that kicking off that quickly.
No, 100%.
Okay, I'm gonna
just ask if they're okay with it.
Okay, we're good. Ooh, this is a good matchup as well.
Okay, just a moment. There we're going. So it's Freedom versus the Outfit.
Very
Outfit,
nice, very nice.
2 ice and an ice on server 1. Starting off with Steelskin Scarring and Cookbook, and Paladin Poemu and Fermenter. Like, really nice already set up. So server 2 is getting an advancement and was a hostile takeover.
Really strong openers already from both sides. Freedom having the setup with Paladin Poemu and the Fermenter and the Cookbook as well, and also the Outfit already scoring a hostile takeover, getting that credit boost.
Yep.
Usually they don't really mind the bad publicity.
Got a
because
similar chip? No, so Freedom's all about viruses. So getting the viruses out. That's a second hostile scored. Very quickly.
Man, this is fast, Netrunner.
Trashing the fermenter to gain the money. Also doing some quick drawing there. 1 click left.
Whiteblade is also a fan of ending the round in 30 minutes or less.
Yes, I think so. Okay, so we've got a DreamNet out. And there's a clot in the heap for future reference. There's a server 1 with 2 advancements.
All right, because there's still no breakers anyway for threatening.
But Juice is wild.
It
Drawing
does
2
feel
cards.
safe.
Might
It
help
does
with
feel
breakers.
safe to this.
And I guess this...
Ooh, Archer.
Okay, so that was Archer is protecting server 1. And so Freedom has opted to go after HQ, which has a border control
Border
protection.
control. Huh. All right.
Which at the moment they're not able to get through.
And Whiteblade still has a lot of credits to res even the Archer and this whatever this ice is in R&D.
And the Archer required also isn't it forfeiting an agenda, but there are 2 1-point agendas available, so that might be what happens. Here's another Juices to again draw cards and gain money. So the runner is looking at 7 cards and putting out an Earthrise Hotel to obtain further cards, and also a no free lunch.
Lunch.
Wonder what they're concerned about.
Okay.
SDS drone deployment scored.
There's actually no program to trash.
Yeah. We are going with the tool-assisted speedrun of Netrunner today.
Yep.
Yes. Fine. Gotta run fast.
Yep.
And Whiteblade already at 5 points. What turn is this? 5.
Yes. Okay, Yusuf, which I think is quite key to Freedom. At least. It is a Fractor available.
Yeah.
Oh, Botulus.
And also a Botulus.
This is gonna help, but also Whiteblade can at some point can just trash
Is this
border
the third
control as
Juices
well.
wild?
Take the Botulus with him.
I think it might be. Exposing a Hortum on R&D. And making a run on HQ. Okay, continuing the run into HQ.
Let's
Using
see.
the Botulus, seeing a boom.
Oh, hello.
Trashing the boom.
Turnabout is fair play.
Going back into HQ.
Let's see. Whiteblade, of course, has the option to trash the border control.
Yes.
And taking out the Botulus with it.
Yes.
I mean, no, it kind of achieves the same effect, right?
Seeing an arc lockdown, which is an interesting thing to see.
So
certainly a lot of the shaper decks and such that would have really hosed.
Yeah. That is also trash.
Okay, I was
server 1.
I was about to say like, oh, they're not installing this round. Okay, there we go. Never mind.
And some drawing on Whiteblade. Behalf.
If this is an agenda, this is it.
Yes, but no advancements yet. Okay. Trashing the Botulus to put Botulus on server 1.
Yep.
Using Cookbook's benefits.
Yep, I think I agree with this play. At this point, you have to check it.
Yeah.
Because this could be a 3-4-2 agenda.
Gaining, using no free lunch to gain money. Using Numpkuri. Is that simply to get another virus counter on the Yusuf? Going to archives?
And also the DreamNet run.
Okay.
Oh, with the
And there's the
hippo.
hippo.
Yeah.
No res. Finding a spin doctor, which draws 2 cards.
Okay, that was us.
And
actual...
then takes the boom and the arc lockdown back into R&D.
Yeah,
Seems fair.
and also like because Whiteblade didn't res the archer, that means there's no break, which also means there's no hippo trigger.
Some ice on HQ and on archives. And playing Trojan Horse.
Trojan horse. Okay.
And using it to trash Yusuf, which is a bit of a setback for Freedom, I think.
Without the source of virus counters other than the Botulus,
Yeah,
makes Freedom set up a little bit harder.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly with 0 credits to get back in the game.
Yeah. This could be an unfortunate 4-click cred turn.
Still got the Paladin, I suppose, but yeah, it's going to take some time to get back from that.
Yep. And no surprising, they'd like to think for a bit.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so Freedom. The Aret is thinking right now. Possible lines of thinking could be, well,
Going into R&D.
just going for there. They already know what's in there anyway.
Yes.
So they know that they should have. There we
Putting
go.
out
Black
a Black
Orchestra.
Orchestra to be able to get through. Another no free lunch.
So let's see. Yeah, the Aret still has 2 more clicks.
Yeah.
So okay,
Gaining
uses
3.
the no free lunch for money. Fair enough. And the consume. Okay. That's also a good
going
way.
through Hortum
to-
again and Hippo. Removing that ice.
Yeah.
Seems good.
DreamNet drawing them a card as well.
Let's see if it's something like an agenda. Not?
Yeah, they're having a think, aren't they? I wonder if it's trashable.
Same here.
Okay, so
Okay, it
using
is.
Freedom's ability.
Yeah.
So this is where Freedom's ability is coming into play. With all the virus counters already around. Even able to trash even those cards that aren't supposed to be trashable.
So, Whiteblade using a hedge fund and otherwise just drawing. No ice put on IND. Okay, so
Oh,
Freedom putting out a Gachapon to
Mhm.
and using it very fast to get a selection of cards, installing a new.
Commencing.
Ooh.
Imp's not a bad choice.
Yeah, Imp's very good.
Going to give you those consume credits.
Having a look at R&D.
Get a free draw from DreamNet, and then let's
Yep.
see. Oh, okay.
Trashing Rashido.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
More consume
R&D again.
tokens.
Okay. The Imp disappeared.
Hmm.
Ah, okay. It was a misplay.
Yeah. Trashing out
Okay,
Lockdown
there we go.
again.
Uh-huh. And that
Using
consume is growing.
Mm-hmm.
Putting out a symbol chip.
Not a bad position for freedom now. Like with the consume kind of growing, we'll eventually have the econ to get back in the game.
Drawing,
And to be honest,
hedge fund,
freedom.
something in server
To be
1.
honest, because so much of freedom's econ is virus counters, doesn't often need that much money.
Yeah. Freedom, if you just look at their credit count, it's like 0, but it's actually a lot more already with all the virus counters and all the efficient ways they can just break through. Like this botulus right here, just chilling.
Mm.
Yep.
With 6 counters.
Just sitting there threatening whatever that ice is. So takes the credit off consume, so either needs to make an install or make some plays this turn.
Installing twinning.
The twinning, there's a card we like.
Mm-hmm.
And also Friday chip.
Ooh. Friday chip.
Mhm.
And going after server 1. I think this was an archer, wasn't that noticed
Yep.
before? Yep.
That's why.
Seeing what's in server 1. DreamNet drawing a card. It's a
Right now,
again.
it wouldn't be kind of worth it to res, because it will just break to everything.
Yep.
It doesn't have
Yeah.
Hippo anymore, though, but still.
Yeah, with the botulus sitting there ticking away, it's not a great sacrifice.
Yeah.
Archive memories to retrieve the art clock down.
Okay. Okay.
Is there
So
any
gonna
run
respond.
it.
something
So
you-
yeah, there's a.
Yeah.
Well, you consider getting the Simul chip to pull something you didn't want to lose.
Yeah.
For example, the Yusuf,
Yusuf.
maybe.
Maybe the clock, but probably Yusuf.
The clot is also, yeah, fair point, and I think having that many arc lockdowns, maybe you're concerned for that.
Is it that many, or is it the same one cycling round and round?
Oh, it's the same one, but I just like in terms of how this.
How frequently it's used.
Yeah,
Yeah,
plays
the
out.
clot's out. Okay.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So that's what they decided to save. Playing
So
out
still
clock
going to
down.
still going to play the arc and take the Yusuf. Yep.
Yep.
All right. Taking out Yusuf.
Yep.
I think is a good call.
Yes.
Oh, also Clot just saw the Clot being on the board.
Going after R&D. Again, DreamNet helping her draw a card. Trashing Too Big to Fail.
Still
And
no
Trebuchet.
agendas though.
Which is quite large ice.
Mm-hmm.
Very chunky ice. Still no agendas though for Threat. Oh, in the Hippo now.
Yep,
Another
and
Hippo threat.
R&D again, and using the twinning. Two
Wow.
unseen cards.
There we go.
Yeah,
I
okay.
was waiting for the purge turn.
Yeah,
Purging,
that
removing clock.
that was definitely. Yeah, that was definitely always going to come at some point.
But I guess back to the runner to do something proactive now.
Well, they still have the Friday chip. They still have all the tools to kind of get back in, but they're only on the 3 credits, so they only really have this turn, maybe theoretically, before R&D gets a bit more blocked off, or Whiteblade starts making plays.
Yep, another Friday chip. Looking at R&D again.
Well, you've got the dream net value and everything else, may as well.
Yeah.
And
Instead of
Nomkiri, of course. Yeah, and Nomkiri's going to charge up. You're going to keep getting the Friday chip value and everything back. Trashing hard-hitting
Trashing a
news seems pretty
hard-hitting
good.
news. That's
Seems pretty good.
a card you would want to trash.
And then a Spin Doctor as well.
Yep.
Don't worry, you have time if you think, because you're speedrunning.
Yeah.
Yeah, so speeding other parts that you've got thinking time.
Yeah.
Can't get 7
Can't
points
get
on 2
7.
runs.
Don't think I didn't see you join the raffle there, Ginevra.
Yeah. Okay. Seeing
Let's
one
see.
more card in R&D.
Okay. Snipe.
And looking
Archives
into
check.
archives.
Okay.
No
Nothing.
res. Let's have a look at what is in archives.
GG. Oh.
So that's some ISO R&D.
Didn't have it from there.
Yeah, just keep continuously moving the virus counter to imp. Just giving it like such value on just straight up trashing cards, even though the edit only has literally 1 credit to their name. 1 credit and a dream.
Okay. Steel Skin Scarring. Drew a bunch of cards. Are going into archives again. Is that to get the
draw.
extra draw and all of the
Yeah, and Nobkiri and all of the odds and ends.
Yeah.
It's a tricky spot here because presumably with all the clot play before, all Whiteblade needs here is Audacity and a 3 for 2.
Yeah.
A 2 for 3 or whatever you want to pronounce it. And then has the win until unless the R8 can either get the clot back or keep Whiteblade down. And 19
Something
credits,
at
that's not
Sable
really
1.
viable.
1 advancement, then a big deal.
Big deal. Yay,
Okay.
that's the stuff.
That's
So
the
it's good
game.
that we saw a big deal win on stream.
Exactly.
Wow.
Cool.
Nice game.
Very
Very
hard
exciting.
fought.
Yeah.
Hard fought.
Yes. Also very fast.
Yes.
The thing is, we still have so much time.
Yeah. Where would you like to go next?
Okay, let's check. I'm gonna go around the tables for a bit. There's one. Let me of course check if these players have already said that they do not wish stream. Okay, I'm gonna ask right now.
Cool.
Just up. Already know here. All right. So how is everybody? How is chat? Please, sir, can I have a raffle? We've already had too many raffles today. There we go. But there is a raffle.
Yeah.
It's still going. Whiteblade had just already entered, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So that was
Raffle.
before.
We can check Endgame versus Krusty.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
One.
This is the one with Yesha. And Jinteki PE, an old friend.
I haven't seen either of these identities today.
Yes, so this is very exciting.
Although I will admit
Yesha?
there is already 5 agenda points for the PE and none so far for Yesa. During Chastushka into HQ.
We do have there are a mere 24 face down card in archives though, so
Yeah.
Just a few face down cards. It's a nice casual 24.
It's amazing kind of stepping into a game kind of the later stages and just kind of going, yeah, so you can see Augustina probably came out early, did a lot of work, a lot of sabotage going on.
There's
Yeah.
Marrow, Revolver, and several loaded fermenters. 4 and 3 counters on them.
Oh, yes, Revolver! I've been waiting for someone to play that card on stream. I love this. This card is so cool. I really like the design of this card. But yeah, Yesha is one of the new Anarch identity for Midnight Sun. She specializes in sabotage and taking core damage to trade it for sabotage.
Yeah. So.
Oh, something might have happened.
Trashing 1 card from HQ. So. The remaining cards would normally then have to come from R&D.
From R&D, yeah.
But they might be just having a technical problem with that at the moment.
Yeah.
These are of course new cards from the new release Midnight Sun.
Yep.
And this is a new mechanic, sabotage. The concept of making the core discard or trash cards isn't new, but sabotage itself as a mechanic is pretty new. Okay.
1 card trashed from HQ, and I suppose they'll see if the rest can be trashed from R&D.
Yes.
It's just not letting them.
It might have to be done manually. It's possible. Oh, there are like 3 labor rights already used.
Yeah.
Okay. The game is also experiencing some level of technical difficulties.
It could just be prompts or something, like with it being a newer card.
Yeah.
Someone in chat just saying to tell them to press done or something, but without looking at it their end. But a humble streamer.
Yes, and also we are unfortunately we're not officially the judges as well. So I think it's this.
Don't want to prompt anything from our end.
Yep. Like we're literally just cameras right now. So at this point, they should. Okay. Did it happen?
No, they closed prompt. So yeah,
Just trash through from R&D manually would also work.
Which you can do.
Okay, so Meson just tuned in. There's 25 face down cards in archives. Yes.
That's it, yeah.
The 25 face down cards in archives. Yep.
Yeah, so it was I presume it's pronounced Corporal Vimes, who said, I love a dual tragedy. Yeah, this is what I always think of, is it's a fight as you fall down a staircase.
Yes.
You just kind of like it was like just a fight in the kiddie pool. You just like, look, we're all just like all of the cards are going in the bin. We're all trashing each other. We'll just we'll just try to be the person who loses slightly slower.
Oh, okay. A judge is coming to help them out.
Yep. Okay. Also, Yesha only has 2 cards in your stack.
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah, you got to wonder, how much Archives poison is in there for that one last big run.
Yes.
Okay, so
And all the
let's
labor
let
rights
them.
is gone if that was an out. So
That's a lot.
It's all right. Aki's on it.
Yep.
Okay, they're doing it. Just it's been here helping out. So okay. Let's see. So yeah, it's nice to see the this kind of very disruptive deck as well.
yes.
I'm also a fan of these kinds of decks. It I guess as I said before, it reminds me of good old demo run decks. Oh wait. Okay, so
Okay.
we'll just
So I don't
wait
think it's
for.
a reshuffle.
I think Engage is proposing that they just drag 2 cards out and reshuffle, which is hard to do.
Yes.
You can do
Yeah, okay.
draw twice and then trash.
No, yeah,
It's
you can get
tricky,
around it.
though.
Basically, this is as Navi's saying, you can pull out Grey Diver, mill 2, and then fix it. So
It's
you kind
helpful.
of end up doing a lot of odd things to try and make it work because there isn't like a slash sabotage command.
Yes. It's very helpful having the judge there.
The big difference between TOing for in-person tournaments, it's mainly about communication. In online tournaments, it's mainly about wrangling Jinteki net.
And I guess too, exploring, because I don't think everyone has tried to fix complicated things in JNet. So maybe not everyone is familiar with all of the commands and
Yes.
how you get around everything.
Yes. Even me, who has played on and off Jinteki.jnet as well, sometimes forget something as simple as undo click. Like so just go in a panic. Like, what do I do? Like, oh, just undo the click. Oh, right. Cool. So they're
sorting it out gradually, which is great.
So let's just see a little bit more, and then we should be good to go.
Yeah, it's a tricky workaround, but it's interesting to see that these things are possible if you really need to do them.
Indeed.
It is tough work, especially implementing an entirely new mechanic to JNet.
And the fixes are like a very good knowledge of older cards, so that you can find an older card that will serve the same purpose, which is also really complex.
Yeah. A lot of it is, yes, like some of them are native game state stuff in Jinteki, some of them are just particular cards with particular functions. But yeah, it's the kind of thing that in the physical games, like, oh yeah, just do this, but it's imagine the equivalent in online. It's like, what?
Yes. So let's see. There's an ice onto archives, and there was a draw as well. and a server 8.
Okay. Well,
So there have been a
there's
number
20.
of servers that we're not aware of. Okay, Juice is Wild.
There are 28 cards, face stand cards. Maybe one of them is. Oh, there we go. Simul chip. Oh, okay.
So just really just using those Augustina triggers to just keep hitting the sabotage button.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go again.
Trust Let's hope this one works better. Or I suppose everyone knows.
I'm starting to feel the reason we might be seeing 29 cards face down in archives is actually checking archives might not be the plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was using House of Knives to do a net damage.
Oh, now it works properly.
It worked properly.
Awesome. Two more? One more card in R&D?
Well, it largely depends what this server 8 is.
Or server 1, potentially. But why wouldn't you have done something with it before?
Yeah. Like with the brain damage going around, like in this deck, you might expect that would be a cerebral overrider or something, or some other trap.
Okay, so there was an ice on HQ.
And Yesha with 0 on the stack and 2 cards in hand. Oh, this is gonna be
You're hoping to not be sabotaged this turn or to win next turn. It's not a great look.
This is gonna be a very exciting end for this match.
If there's some other way of like another virus that's going to force a trash, if that last card's like an asset or trashable.
DJ Fenris with
it's
Steve Cambridge
taking the risk,
not going into HQ yet.
That's right. Last card in the deck's a
Seeing
snare.
what the last card is.
Yeah, me too. I was about to say that.
Unseen card.
Oh, Trashes. It was a bladderwort.
It wasn't relevant what it is because now the corp will go to start their turn and lose because there isn't a card to draw.
This is a pretty amazing end of game. So, like...
Wow. That is a GG. That is a deck out GG.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a deck out on stream for a very long time.
Huh. Very interesting. Very awesome. Awesome play by both players, Krusty and Endgame.
And Rez all to see, yes, that was a type of a trap. And Swordsman and some of the anemone. Okay. Krusty saying that he milled all 3 doctors. So, no kind of getting things back. And if you would like to see what was archives, it was quite a few of the agendas that would have been needed.
Wow, Yesha only made 9 runs. I saw the stat.
Gosh.
It was just 9 runs.
And milling, Krusty saying milling was his game plan.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because kind of having a flick through archives, there wasn't really anything stopping them from like short of being unable to steal over carders. And the stings would have hurt, but you could have just run that along. This I cannot win on points. Yeah, okay. Well, can't argue with the person who won.
Very interesting game, and good to see the end of it. Do we have time in the round, or we don't really?
I think we've got about 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, 12 minutes remaining.
Okay. Must notice that there aren't a lot of games left.
Yeah. Some of them are probably over.
Yeah.
Yeah, between 2-for-1s and everything going around at this point, probably.
Yeah, and this is the second to the last round anyway, right? One more.
Mhm.
Yep, one more.
Indeed.
One more round.
Yeah, and
There's a sports medal at 14 if we might want to catch that, I guess, but that's, probably not too much left in it.
yes, and it's probably around the end part as well. So again, they might be uh intense. I'm already in the more intense part.
You can always check, I suppose.
So, would you like to go and have a look at Cobra, or
Yeah, we can check.
or double check if we could visit a game, or what would you say?
I think I'll take a peek at some of the tables, but we can check Cobra for now.
Mhm.
I'll just take a peek because if the board state is already in end game anyway,
Mhm.
I think it's a little bit too late to start checking, and then I'm also gonna double check
So these
in
are
the list.
the results so far. Again, quite a few sweeps.
It is almost over.
And
But yeah, we saw Bing get swept, unfortunately.
There's
A
one.
couple of other little upsets there.
there's one that you'd like to go to.
This one that is still in the middle. There's also Saka, and there's also Duty Dude and Asphyxia.
Okay. Do you want to just double check that they'd be okay to be streamed?
Mm-hmm. Let me just check. This is a lot of wraparound. Okay, they already asked. I was about to ask, but they already said they don't mind. It's Duty Dude versus Asphyxia.
They don't mind. Okay. In which case, here we go.
All right.
Okay. So I am looking at Azmari, and the only rezzed ice are 3 wraparound,
Yes.
which is immediately noticeable. So Asphyxia, who's the Corp Azmari, has scored a re-education. Beal has been stolen by Duty Dude, who is Kabonesa Wu. Wu also has Aesop's out, just put out the Endurance, has some Flame out, DZMZ, Angola, Reaver, Paperclip, and 1 Rozeki. 2 Spin Doctors have been used, and a Mayfly has been removed from the game. So just a sec. Duty Dude used Endurance to go into HQ, see a seamless launch, and installing a Paperclip. Symbol chip, sorry. Symbol chip.
It seems like their board states are pretty good spots right now. And
Although admittedly the wraparound will not now be very strong because there is a fracture out in the Paperclip. So that's probably from the earlier of the game.
although it's still a credit, and
Yep.
Duty Dude has
Not much.
0 credits.
Yeah, true. And extra ice going onto server 1 and onto HQ, so reinforcing those areas. And Azmari EdTech gets to name a type of card at the end of the turn, named event, which I think is the pretty frequent choice.
Yep. It's a staple choice if you don't have a good read on the opponent's grip right now. And Asphyxia has a very slowly getting big, the remote server. But although there are 2 wraparounds which are basically just a credit each at this point. but still, it can still be very taxing. These can still be ginormous ice.
Yep. Yep, 2 unresed also on that server, but nothing in that server at the moment. TZMZ getting sold to Aesops.
Yep.
Reaver drawing a card. So have all the Wu that we have seen today had this kind of Reaver Aesops setup, I think. Okay,
Yeah.
going into archives,
Let's
which
say
is Turnpike.
Aesop's Reaver is a very solid engine just for stability, allowing you to draw and slowly gain money. Especially for a shaper, you don't really need to aggressively run every single turn. You usually have the time to pick your spots and try to find your angles. Now
Using
though,
Angola to get through the Turnpike.
it's still very taxing though. So probably that's how the ice is
seems to be
the
good.
ice suite is gonna be built. It's gonna be maybe they're not gonna be like super tough, but they are gonna be
No, undo click. It was all. Yeah.
Okay,
Approved
okay.
invoice. Yes, they're talking invoice as well. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Archives. Getting a power counter per endurance. This is what's in archives to planogram to hedge fund Rashida. There's been an attitude adjustment, some enigmas, some IP blocks. Yep. No, all the hedge funds.
Yep. Just a bunch of econ and ice right now. Nothing like super spicy. That is in the
Corp drawing quite
archives.
a bit. And then predicted planograph.
Both of them right now are in like okay-ish econ. But based on the ice I've seen, also from Asphyxia, I don't think they're really going for big expensive ice. A lot of them are like 3-2 to res. So it might be like they're gonna be pretty porous, but just like pretty taxing to run over and over again.
Not using Aesops this turn.
Oh, there was already a Mayfly. Okay. Move going for attack.
Yep. Making a run on R&D. So that's another Turnpike on the outermost position.
Alright, it's Turnpike 2. So let's see if the dude is gonna use both. They might use both, but also could turn into a code gate. Also, I'm not sure, but I don't. Do we still have enough time?
Yes, that's a question.
Because I think most
I
are
think there's
done.
last I have seen there's a 2-minute warning for the clock, so
Ooh. Okay.
maybe I misread. It's possible, but
No, it's 2 minutes or less, probably closer to 1 at this point. I was muted while I was reading it.
Okay then. So
going into
probably
HQ through an IP block is rest.
we're probably gonna see in this stream the first time that we're gonna go in time or overtime.
Possible. They may go to time. Breaking the wraparound. Seeing a neurospike, which is interesting information.
That is interesting information.
Relevant to your interests.
Yeah.
So this you know what? If I was Asphyxia, I wish Duty Dude stole an agenda.
Yes.
So that it's just
However, that is not what happened.
so I can just like chuck a
Asphyxia-
double Eurospike.
Putting something in server 1 and 2 advancements.
Mm-hmm.
Namely
There's definitely a
advantage, yeah.
scenario. There's definitely a scenario though where you can, so time on the round. There we go. I was going to say there's a scenario where you lose the point and doesn't get time to Neurospike.
Okay, so since the time of the round, it's gonna be Duty Dude's last turn and then Asphyxia's last turn, right?
Yes.
Or-
That's correct.
I
Which, yeah. But for the grace of seconds with the double advance card in server 1, that might be very relevant in a second.
Mhm.
Okay, Mayfly. So I guess they're going to give
Alright,
a
go
go
with the
to
flame
get
out.
into server 1.
Let's go.
And an overclock to
Let's
assist with the money, and the
go.
flame out to assist with the money.
Palisade. Okay.
But the corp's now down to 3 credits if they're, depending on the size of that agenda, if they need to advance it. And they don't have any obvious money sources on the board at the moment. It's a bit of a thought. They're using paperclip. Next res
Ooh.
is Jua.
Jua.
Okay, but yeah, we've seen the Neurospike. How much does Neurospike cost out of interest?
3, I believe. Yeah.
Okay.
But you're like, from Doo-Doo's angle here, you've got to go all in on this.
Of course.
Yes.
Like, the worst case, like, as long as you don't die, you're either hoping it's not an agenda and it's a tie, or it is and you lose anyway.
Yeah. Might as well.
Like, the Mayfly's a pretty good shout for that.
So getting
Is it
through
an
the 2
NGO?
wrap round at the end, and we'll see what this card is.
Oh.
The Bologna would be very sad. Oh, no, sorry, you still got 1 credit on overclock, so
It's a
to
re-education.
the knuckle. Ooh. Unlucky.
That's it then.
Yeah, you just click for credits and have a great time from here.
Yes. And shake hands. Well, virtually shake hands. GG.
Oops.
Call for a GG.
What's about Jua? Can you explain for me?
Jua, the encounter effect on Jua is you cannot install cards for the remainder of this turn. So they weren't able to play rigging up. Oh, well, I think they could have, but not resolve the install after the fact.
Yeah.
Going through into HQ. Accessing the Neurospike. I wonder how many
Seeing
Neurospike there
Neurospike.
are.
Unless there's like a burst. That's it.
No.
Punitive Counter-Strike. Right.
Oh! GG's. That was almost it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gosh.
Good
That's
game
game.
though. Good game to
Yeah.
catch.
Yeah.
Good last minute game to catch here between Duty Dude and
Yeah. No
Asphyxia.
more turns.
GG's to both.
Yeah. It was a good game.
All right. And with that, it's pretty much, well, the end of round 4. And we're going to... Wow, time flies. It's already the last round for
Yes.
the 2022 APAC Continental Championship for Netrunner.
Yes.
So it's been a very, very fun day. It's a lot of we've seen a lot of boats, but we've also seen a lot of very very interesting decks, very interesting plays, very very exciting uh, moments in this tournament right now, and it's still day one. So everybody, there's still day two after this, which is gonna be the top cut from this Swiss rounds. It's gonna be also very very exciting to watch tomorrow. It's
Yep.
tomorrow, right? Right.
It's tomorrow. Yes, definitely.
So yeah, for now, congratulations to the winners.
Yes.
There we go. Congratulations to the winners of the raffle.
Sitting here, yeah, I'm just going through the raffle,
Mhm.
smashing out on my giant mechanical keyboard. Apologies.
Do we have... Nope, we don't have all the results yet.
Yes, the one from earlier. We just need to wait for that one.
Yeah.
And then we should be good. Sorry. Hold on a sec.
Okay, just a short break for a moment or two while we... Okay, so that's all the results in. So I'm hoping the this is
Okay.
now the updated version for Cobra. So there's been a bit of a change, I think. Soccer, number one. Alec J has been very close to the top almost all day. Man in the Moon, Jai, Ice Prisma, Bing, Odol, profwacko. Should we have a little look at this and see who we haven't seen today and would like to have a last chance?
Yeah,
Look
particularly
at?
with it being the last round. It might be there might have to be some chopping and change to find one that's actually being played.
Of course.
Another thing that should probably be pointed out is there may be a tiebreaker round depending how exactly the standings shake out.
Yes.
We won't really know if that's relevant. I think friend Orbital has said that if that is the case, that will be played today. So there might be a little bonus round at the end.
Yep.
Bonus Netrunner for everybody.
Yeah, there's nothing better than after 5 rounds of hardcore Netrunner go, you know what you won? More Netrunner.
Here, have some more. I think from what we've seen the stream, we haven't. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong. We haven't seen Arlec J. I don't know
No,
if
we
that's the
haven't.
correct. Yeah, Arlec J. We haven't seen Jai.
No.
And Ice Prisma.
No.
So we can check them out and their matches.
And we also, I guess, might want to look at anyone else who's kind of just anyone else who we don't want to miss, if you know what I mean. Because if they don't go through to tomorrow, then we maybe don't get to see them.
And there's a lot of players right now in the middle spot. A lot of them have 15 points. So what Luke said earlier about tiebreakers is very, very possible.
Yes.
This is a lot. This is a lot of them.
Yes. I'm trying to get them all on one screen. Yes. There are.
So.
And those matches, they're unlikely to be IDs. They might be a 2-for-1, I guess.
They may be 2-for-1s. As I say, I think it'd be a case of we'll just kind of wait till the games start coming up and see what we can get.
We can check. I've been checking then some of the names. Some of them we can check. Doomrat. I think we also saw Doomrat in the chat. So we can ask if we can stream the game. We also have...
Doomrat unfortunately has dropped.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Checking back up. Yeah.
it's extremely late for.
It's extremely late. I know the feeling. Having played in some international games, you kind of get to a point. It's like, yeah, I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great, brain over.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, Dunch. It's good. You're going back up. That's the right direction. That's a good thing to do. So I'm just checking out whether we're. I think people are just no new round yet. Is there? Or nope. The pairings aren't posted for round 5 yet, I think. I think people are commenting that they've in some cases gone up and in some cases gone down the rankings, and different feelings about those things.
Yes.
Yeah.
This more Netrunner is very, 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 very very likely, rather.
Yeah, so you think there'll be an extra round in order to solve the tiebreakers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty
Current
likely.
prediction.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So let's just see. What the. I think it's gonna be pairing soon ish. Although some people are also planning on, I guess, dropping, which makes sense, especially when you're in a when even the math will not check out and you won't make to top cut anyway. Of course, some people will also still play it out just for the experience.
Yes.
So that's a very like personal call at that point.
Yeah. Yeah. Because some people are wanting to enter tournaments to get the highest possible ranking, and some people are just wanting to play a lot of Netrunner that day, if at all possible. Right. I think we have the pairings. One
Oh, we do?
moment.
Awesome.
Yep.
There we go. So we only have 17 tables left. Okay. The rest have decided to bow out for now.
Yes, it looks like it. Yes.
So we have a choice between checking the top tables or checking the the potential tiebreaker tables. And I think for me personally, checking the tiebreaker tables or the potential tiebreaker tables is a lot more interesting.
More exciting. Yes.
Yes,
Because
because
the top tables, I suppose we are thinking there is a good chance.
we're gonna see them tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So this is probably more
Okay.
interesting to look at. Okay.
I notice Navi, who's the TO, she's saying that it's a critical round, so just taking a little bit of extra time before it's starting, which seems very, very sensible.
I'm trying to find if there's a pair where both of them we haven't seen. Okay, I've seen.
We haven't seen either side,
Yes.
either
Yes.
player.
So I'm looking at table 10 right now. So I don't think we've seen Bibliomaniac and Foil Floss.
That's true.
So I will wait. Also, table 17 or sleep. So someone's asking for sleep.
What?
So, table 17's name is table 17 or sleep. That's, it's a tough choice, I know. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So I'm
We've
here.
also
You can
had
ask.
requests for table 5 and for Bing, who would be table 8 on Alice.
Would definitely check that though, because Bing may not want to be streamed after last
That
time,
is
or
true.
not after last time, but wasn't previously.
Yep, that's very
Mhm.
true. That's very true. Are people creating tables at the moment or not really?
There's generally a little bit of a lag while all the 2-for-1s and stuff get processed.
Yeah.
Yeah. The one I am asking
I
is also
yeah,
asking for a 2-for-1.
Okay.
jumping into
So-
Discord, I can see that there's an ID in the 2-for-1 backlog.
Yeah.
Mhm,
Yeah.
mhm.
Yeah. So I'll just let people have a look at the standings for a little bit longer because yeah, there'll probably be a slight delay whilst people agree to or don't agree to 2-for-1s. And if you're wondering and you don't play tournaments a lot, when you're playing one game, but you're counting the result of it as both games, so a 2-for-1, it needs to be random, the choice of which side you will play to make it fair, and so that's done by the judge, and so that's why it takes just a touch of extra time for people to go through that process and get their randomized side, even if they've decided that even if both players have decided that they would be liking a 2-for-1, it just takes a little while.
And also, a lot of people who choose this option is usually around the tail end of the tournament day because it is a long day. And then as much as we love 5 hours of 5 to 6 hours of Netrunner,
Yeah.
that's still 5 to 6 hours of.
Yes.
That's still a lot of running. Still
Yes.
a lot of card playing. So
Yeah.
at some point, like it feels like a lot more efficient to just let everything decide on one game.
Yeah.
Now, so yes.
And as we noted before,
Ah.
people are joining us from all over the world, and it may be, it's actually become dark outside where I am, and I am very close to the correct time zone, or I am in the correct region. So I don't like to think how far into the night some people are playing at the moment.
Okay. We got permission for table 10.
Okay, to see table 10. One moment, please. Have they started or not really yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
I can't press enter.
Okay, so that's where we will be going
Yes, I think there's.
next.
As for the question, I think we have answered this, but I think the one who plays the Alex deck does not want the game to be streamed, I think. And
That is fair.
Yep.
that is
No
fair.
problem.
So the reason why it's gonna be like very, very, very like exciting right now because the top cut is only 8 players, yes?
I think that's right.
Right?
Luke?
So
You have got...
That is correct. It is a top 8.
it's only top 8, and if we review like I'll do a quick review of the standings. The top 4 like 21, 21, 21, 18, and then 5 all the way to 20 to 18 is 16 or 15. That is a lot of tied scores. And
Yes.
there's only room on the bus right now for 8.
Yep.
Yeah, as you were saying, we're pretty sure a tiebreaker here is going to be likely, but it depends. It's a little hard to call until you've seen exactly how all of the last round madness shakes out.
Yes.
I personally, I'm rooting for profwacko. A little bit of...
Really? I haven't picked up on that. Is he from the Philippines? You haven't mentioned that much.
Oh my goodness! I did not say. By the way, Did you know profwacko's from the Philippines? And I'm from the Philippines as well. Wow.
Get out of town.
But
Alright.
no, I think that's great. I like, yeah, it's cool to support people who are local to you as well.
Okay. It's not on stream, but Foil Floss is saying it's 5:30 a.m. and I regret everything.
Oh. Yep, understood. Yeah.
See, I think they're just getting ready. Start.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
They
know if
already
the
have the.
beginning of round has been called yet or not.
It has not. We're on a.
Just-
We've just hit the get to the tables time of the first. The round timer hasn't started.
Yeah. Does anyone know where Foil Floors is from? Or is...
I want to say US off the top of my head, but that's really me guessing.
Probably in North America if
Yeah.
it's 5:30
In the
a.m.
morning.
there,
Mm,
because it's a nice comfy 5:30 p.m. here. So
yeah.
so let's see.
Friend of Mike is confirming in the chat that yes, Peter Foil Floors is American.
Okay, so we get to see Foil Floors on
Ooh, sports metal.
which we have not seen today, even though it is the most... have we seen today? Anyhow, it's the most
Yeah,
frequent corp.
Yeah, we haven't.
I think this is actually the first sports metal we've seen. Somehow
Yes.
we've been too busy catching all the shapers.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we
It's
have
all those boats.
Zahia, and chat was
Oh.
definitely asking earlier whether it was tag me or not, so we will find at least one answer.
Yeah. Well, one of the Zayas was very, very tag me.
Yeah,
Extremely tag me.
we saw
Oh.
White Lads being extreme attack.
Oh, that's right.
I would not be surprised to see similar here because it's very synergistic with the Zai ability.
Yeah. Okay, Ice going to onto HQ, a server 1 and a server 2.
Mm-hmm. Sport's gonna sport.
Mhm.
Replay Maniac 314 drawing, Shore Gamble, and having a look at server 2. Which is Rashida Jahim.
Mm-hmm.
So
Good little trash.
that can be good. Foil Floors, yes. Wanted to keep that.
Shouldn't
Server
have put it
1,
on the table then? Come on.
Maryland campaign.
Okay, this interesting decision point. They could choose to not press it. Yes, I think it will be perfectly fine. Or not trash it, rather. Oh, let's go. Foil Floss with...
I
The table
appreciate
discussion is quite fun.
Yeah, I appreciate a good amount of chat banter.
That's probably one of the things that I miss because chat banter is fun and all, but you know, like doing the Netrunner banter with someone like in front of you is really still something else.
So that was a red level
Of course,
clear.
friendly banter.
Yes. To draw 2 cards, gain 2 credits.
Sports metal doing sports things.
Mm-hmm. Red level clearance, particularly in this kind of setup, is just such a good card.
Foil Floors, round 5 is for questionable
For
moves.
questionable
and
moves, clear.
Certainly.
Ain't that right?
Server 3, and an ice on R&D. Bibliomaniac 314 is checking server 3, which turns out to be a spin doctor.
Mm-hmm. Oh, let's go. Go on. Go on. Go on. Get him too. Now, this is the kind of like mind game I like to see in my Netrunner game.
Trashed.
Okay.
Ah, Jeswe. We have not seen that so far, but it's one of the new cards. Just assisting with runs on central servers. Now there's a server 4 and it has ice. And some credits for the call.
Okay, Bibliomaniac.
Yep, lots of drawing there. Drawing 2, gaining 2 credit. Hunting grounds and T400 memory diamonds in the heaps. So some interesting building.
Yeah, memory diamond and hunting grounds. All right.
Ah, we got Rashida.
There we go. Nice.
Yep.
Nice friendly banter.
Yep.
All right. Let's see. Okay, so it's not an agenda, so there's still no agenda in the sports.
Or there are agendas, but a bit too many to Audacity. Who knows? So it's red level clearance, which is always a good thing to do when you're not quite sure what to do. Gaining two credits, installing a non-agenda specifically from hand into server 4, and something else also into server 4.
Here we go. Oh,
and a server 5.
All right, slapping down the cards on the table. Let's see right now what's gonna be the
falsified
answer.
Credentials.
All right then.
So guessing asset and sees a spin doctor in server 5, which is rezzed. Drawing 2 cards again.
And that's good money already for Biblio.
Yep. And no reason to run server 5. Just having a moment of thinking. One last click left, so I decided to draw a card.
Oh.
Complaining things are not going so well. And installing a Cat's Cradle, another card that we actually haven't seen so far. Code Gate.
That Foil Floss has a point. Biblio did guess a spin doctor. Oh, and a Cat's Cradle, so there's already attacks if any of these are code gates. Oh! Is it sports time?
Yes, it is.
It's sports time.
So 2-1 agenda, Alivaga bifurcation. and deresing 1 install card. So it's a spin doctor, and be able to spin doctor
Yeah.
again at some stage. An extra ice going on to HQ.
All right. It is sports time. Building this perfectly
Ah.
triangular shapes board.
And spin
Uh,
doctor
just-
again. So
Just very
7 cards in
satisfying
hand.
symmetry.
Yes.
Yeah. I appreciate this. So let's see what's gonna be Biblio's answer.
Hmm.
All right, we got a boomerang here. Okay, boomerang to the R&D. Jailbreak to R&D.
Yes.
Good play. To a drafter. Use this as a boomerang. Perfect.
Yep.
Let's see if there's
So
anything
good answer,
that
and
one, nothing, two.
several
Mhm.
unseen cards.
Okay. Those weren't agendas, but those are information, so still pretty important.
And
And- That's
accumulating a little bit of money.
yeah, that's a lot of cards.
Yeah. Tranquility Home Grid Resed. Something placed in server 4 and an ice on server 4.
Okay, so
People
for
in
Floss, slowing the game down a bit, trying to build a good server to score agendas with. Spin Doctor is still just chilling there. Okay, that
So putting up Bagulta and also another Jeswe. So
Yes.
accumulating different sorts
Oh.
of
well, Foil Floss
Money
doesn't like
sources.
this. They're not a fan.
Yeah, you've got the breakers, you've got the Chesva. Twinning at some point comes out, and then it all starts coming together. If only Bibliomaniac had more than 2 credits at the moment.
Yeah.
Drawing to
But
finish
once
off.
like Biblio, oh. But once Biblio gets like a full suite and a little more econ, they can just start going. But let's see, maybe Foil Floss can start sporting. Oh,
Okay.
The pieces
Extra
pieces
ice
are
on
definitely all
R&D,
coming together.
something else in server 4.
oh, hello.
Oh,
Okay.
that's always the saddest falsified credentials, where it's like, I actually really needed the money to contest that agenda, but no.
Yeah. Ah. Got hit with a. Well, you know what? I saw it, and that's what counts. I knew you were gonna. I knew it all along.
Okay, mutual favor to find paperclip.
Mm-hmm. Don't need the rung because it's paperclip.
Okay, so that's
No point
the
leaving.
Project Vitruvius scored as we.
Yep.
Yeah.
No point leaving that around.
Sports Metal just keeping it going. Keeping it going. Okay. Discard the wrong card.
Okay.
Fair enough.
I'm not sure if that'll work after the turn transition. Yeah.
Okay. Just figuring out how to discard the correct.
Because
Yeah,
the
it's
Biblio-
already there's already like you can't undo the whole turn. Technically, well, yeah, you can either undo the turn or depending on how you feel about your opponent. Okay, no, they've gotten through it with just.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So just winding back a little bit and hopefully discarding the correct card this time. No information's really been revealed, so
No,
that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, everything's good again. So let's see what Bibliomech's gonna do. Technically, he has decent in centrals because of Shezva.
Draw,
And
gain credit.
right,
Installing
Masterwork.
a Masterwork version 37.
So let's see right now if Foil Frost is just gonna keep attempting to score or something.
Would we be safe saying that this doesn't look like it's a Tag Me version?
No.
No.
I think that's pretty safe at this point. Hard to say. Like, you might just be something in there, but with like Masterwork and the Chazva setup, that definitely doesn't imply it.
Yeah,
It's too setup heavy.
Yes,
So
this is
something
probably a little bit on the.
in server 4. Okay, it's another Elivagar bifurcation. I wonder. Yep, Spin Doctor will be de-resed again.
That Spin Doctor's doing way too much work.
Yes.
I mean, it's like you gotta trash that Spin Doctor.
Yes.
It's one of those things. Like the first time, like, oh, okay, and then the second time, you're like, well, that's unfortunate.
And yes, and again, like just to add, this might not be a tag mid deck. Might be a more like mid game, late game kind of crimp setup right now.
Okay, gaining money to use Bravado into R&D.
Alright.
Yeah.
Foreign Floss discouraging any runs. Fair enough. It's worth a shot.
Okay, so that's Res of Hagen.
Boomerang's going to put paid to that, so no real dramas.
And then the Bookgalter is gonna deal with the Drafter, actually very efficiently. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And then 2 back. Yeah.
Bibliomaniac 314 is feeling that they have miscounted.
Oh yes.
Yes, they are a credit short of being able to break the drafter here.
Oh, well, it'll be fine.
It's just a drafter fire in HP. Like that never backfires.
Yeah, sure. Hit it. There we go. Okay, at least one of them.
Yeah, you can break one. I don't know. I guess you take the install one, maybe.
It was add a card from Archives to HQ.
Okay, so
Actually,
there
we're
are.
not sure what is in Archives. There's a couple.
Yeah. But there's a lot of stuff there that like just good value in terms of the Spin Doctor and the red levels.
Oh, yeah. Oh, misclick. Whether that was an action or not, no, it looks like it's And something gets installed into server 4.
Yep, and yeah, you get that tranquility grid value.
And I do understand the oh no from Bibliomaniac.
Yeah, as Chat's saying, I think with the tranquility grid out, specifically, that you might want to have taken the other drafter sub. Not too sure myself. It's probably fine. Oh yeah, it's fine. Yeah, just Nothing going to go wrong here.
9 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Hedge fund?
Mm-hmm.
Something
Oh,
else in server 4.
That's a lot. That's a jam-packed server.
Hey, you put a Tranquility home grid in things. Like, this is what you got to do.
And there's a server 6.
Okay. Well.
Ain't this a pickle?
Come on. Show me that inside job. Just jump. Just jump over it. I believe.
I mean,
See?
like, the number of credits aren't great, particularly because Chesfer only really gets you the centrals.
Mhm.
But Paperclip is still sitting there hiding in the bin, so all the tools are around.
Yeah. Probably a lot more. You can just focus on a lot of central pressure.
But it's all right. Server 4 is just going to be like the third Ivagar, and Spin Doctor's going to get de-resed again. The hardest working doctor in the business.
Yeah, this spin doctor has earned their paycheck.
Yes.
So let's see. Oh no, Biblio. Come on, you can do it.
Okay, draw a card.
There we go.
Spinning.
There we go.
Winning, which we were comfortable expecting to see.
Mm-hmm.
Jailbreak for extra
Jailbreak.
assistance.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Oh no, is there enough money here? Boomerang coming off Masterwork. There we go.
Yes, we go. There we go. Alright, boomerang pass through. Drafters, it'll be like 4 creds or something. With Bukalter, that's actually 2 creds total. Stop having boomerang. I mean, it goes back. It's
Just the one boomerang forever.
Yep.
All right.
Draw
Let's
with
see.
the jailbreak. Using the twinning.
No?
Nope.
No agendas?
Little bit of money. But
No dice right now?
nope.
Mm-hmm.
So 1 click left to decide about.
There we
Pinball
go.
threading.
There we go.
Are we going to get a sneak peek at some of the horror that's in this server?
Yes, I think so.
7 credits. I mean, what else could we expect here? Skunk voids and.
What? It's a GFI?
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
that's
I mean,
fine.
that would
Not a ton you can do about it at the moment.
There's
So,
still
I mean,
another turn though.
the question is how much
like
assistance
seamless,
for fast advance do they have in HQ?
seamless. Yeah, well, like a seamless launch or something would do it.
Several seamless?
Oh yeah, sorry, you need 2 seamless die.
Or maybe
Certainly enough.
biotic?
Biotic, certainly enough credits in the moment to do some things.
Yeah. I like it. It's mana guns all the way down.
Okay, let's see. Since everyone on stream in front of all of us already knows that it's a GFI, right? So
Okay, so Tranquility Home Grid Res to score another
that-
Oh,
Elivagar bifurcation.
Trash!
my
Yeah,
Spin
Doctor.
my
again.
goodness.
Very
This
hard-working
spin,
Spin Doctor.
this spin doctor has literally been spinning around this entire match.
Okay, so we're in an interesting spot. So we know the global food's there. We've
Mhm.
just done the third Ivagar.
And technically, Forward Floss doesn't even need to score GFI. They can just score a Vitruvius.
Yeah.
And just, end the game.
Yes.
Cool. What is a skunk void? Yeah, it's helpful tips for new players.
I guess
Yeah, there's
Bibliomaniac
to-
314 has to decide whether if they think they can get into server 4 and how.
and this is the thing too. Like, even if GFI could or could not be scored next turn with some combination of biotics or seamless or audacity or something. The fear is you go in, trash it, go through whatever upgrade horrors there, be it Skunk Void or be it Managam or anything, and then just Foil Floors wins from hand anyway.
Yeah.
I think Foil Floors is pretty comfortable in the position they're in.
Yeah, the runner drawing a card.
Okay.
Still looking for something.
Forward Floss casually denying the existence of Skunk Boy. I see. Don't worry, don't give up. Don't give up, Biblio.
Yeah.
You can literally get 3 agendas in one go. 2 to 3. So you got this. Still got this. Don't worry. You're still in the game.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Jailbreak. There we
Trying
go.
the jailbreak
There we
again.
go. That's right. Make him spend it. Make him res it.
It's unfortunate you're not in a position to get the extra twinning counter here, but like clearing the hand would be helpful.
Okay, drafter.
Not too bad.
Okay. Manageable. Manageable.
Technically profitable off the Sazva credits.
Next one
Oh.
is Gatekeeper.
Fairly expensive for Cat's Cradle, but gotta do what you gotta do.
Another boomerang. Oh. They weren't able to. The window is closed for. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty expensive casket. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. A chunky 7.
I think personally you still got to do it just because where you are in the game.
Yeah.
Yes, and yeah,
Yeah.
it's still a jailbreak run.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's still worth the shot.
Plus you get
And,
the draw again too.
And Foil Floors literally are going forward. It's like, oh, and you get the Zaya credits and everything.
Yep.
There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree with this decision.
Yeah, you can't let them have a gatekeeper fire.
And so also using the twinning.
Oh, yep. So we can see the
Maryland,
Audacity.
Gatekeeper.
So
Okay.
yeah, at a minimum they got the Audacity. They need to win the game so long as they find the agenda. And the hardest working doctor in the business is already
Okay.
all
There we
biotic
go.
labor as well.
So it was apparently
Didn't
biotic
even-
labor that
Didn't even need
for.
it, just biotic Audacity, and
And then
that gets you
there's-
there.
That's it.
That's it.
GG's.
Yes.
GG's for Biblio and Foil Flux. Good game.
Yes. Fun game. Is that
That's
their
really fun game.
only game, do you think?
Yeah, they were 2 for 1, I believe.
They were 2
Yes,
for 1.
they were 2 for 1.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of tables right now. Right, chat saying now that is sports. Yep, that is a
Yes.
sports deck.
That is a thing that I can see with my eyes.
Okay.
So while we're waiting for the next game, I'm going to hit the raffle button, and we'll
Okay.
go. And chat will soon eat themselves.
Yeah.
So if you're
Chat.
wanting to see
Hold on, chat.
people who are kind of in the middle, almost in the top range, but still very much hard fought matches, who would you recommend to go to look at next?
I'm checking the deck and the tables. I'm gonna take a peek at their board states as well.
Yes.
Oh nope, this is done.
It's just finished? Okay.
Yeah, the one that I checked is also done. I think I have a good guess that a lot of these are already 2 for 1.
Yeah, a lot of them could be.
That was done
Did we mention table 5 as an option?
table. There's no more table 5. Oh wait,
No.
there's still one.
There was one out. I'm just checking if it's a
Okay,
2
table
for 1.
5.
It's not a 2 for 1, so that might be decent. I mean, it is a shaper, so you take what you get.
It has smoke though. This is the only smoke in the game
Yes.
in the tournament right now. Hello. It's gonna ask for a bit. We got one. Okay. Table 5. It's Odol versus AxWill.
Okay.
Well, so this is the Reality Plus and Smoke. Kovac. I think let me double check. The only Smoke representative right now. Yeah, oh no, one of two Smoke players.
Okay, so we've
This is
come
already
to
a
quite
very
the board state.
Yep.
Odol has stolen 6 agenda points and is going into server 5, which has 4 rezzed ice on it. It's the Endless Euler, Funhouse, and 2 Morceless, one of which is advanced. And Smoke has many things available on the board state. Breakers of each kind, Simulchip, Twinning, DJ Fenris with Steve Cambridge on it, Beth, Anacam, many things.
Yep.
All of the spin doctors
and
have been used up so far, and I think Steve Cambridge has been working quite hard because there's many things removed from the game on the
and
Rama
the
side.
inner of the 2 Mausolei we're seeing on this run here, like, has the 3 advancements, so doesn't have the option of letting that fire. But pretty decent setup for Smoke here. It's we could, depending what this server 5 is, and AxWill having pretty low credits right now, we might just be here in time to see the end of the game.
And I didn't mention that AxWill is Reality Plus.
So let's see. Odol is punching through the ice right now with a lot of efficiency.
Accessing Drago Ivanov.
Okay.
Yeah, our old friend Drago.
Yep.
Chat's favorite card.
Yes.
Drago Ivanov. I remember chat loving this card. Big fans of Drago.
I done told you. I done told you.
Okay, extra ice on R&D, and gaining credits for the other 2 clicks.
Oh, AxWill only has 6 cards in R&D.
Mm-hmm.
So this actually very interesting.
So coming into HQ with a Mausolus and an IP block.
Yeah, this looks pretty grim for AxWill here, just in terms of even just the clock they have to try and score out, the 6 points, and then possibly try and land the tag if this is for backroom machinations, if it's a similar build to what we've seen already.
Yeah.
And Odol also shows that they were able to break the remote server, so that place is also not safe to hide the agenda and such. Oh, there it is.
There's the degree mill.
Yep. If in doubt, just find it.
Yep. Is this a 2-for-1?
I don't think it is, but I don't know if it's the first or second game.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll see. I can also ask them.
A quick glance at the 2-for-1 request. What's it? I don't believe it is. So it might be their second game though.
Yeah.
I see. All right. Well, I think that is.
No, if they took 34 minutes and there's still 30 minutes in the round, that would have been game 1.
Yep, it's possible.
Let's wait for them. See, I think they're still reporting. Maybe we can check if this is their game 1. There aren't a lot anymore of players and tables available.
No.
Yeah, we still got 30 minutes left in the round though. On 29.
So we can wait for them, or we can check out all these other players. We have.
I think if we could wait for them, that's probably better, if only because it's better to come in at the start than try and bounce around between games in progress.
I'm gonna check table 19 because I think I'm just gonna take a peek and see where they at. Oh, never mind. They're done.
Okay.
Yeah, you get that.
Like, oh, what's here?
What about table 3 at the bottom? Because is it the tables at the bottom are the newest? They're done.
They're done.
Yeah, I can see them leaving.
Yep. I think they're all done. Let's see. Let's check this one. This is not done, but this is they're both in 5 points, and I'm not sure if it's wise to ask for stream permission at that point of the match.
Go for it. Like, all I can say, if they say no, they say no. That's fair.
I'll check the others first, though, just in profwacko. Okay, I'm gonna ask table 16. It is almost done, but let's see.
Oh, okay. NB Kelly saying the table's near the top of the newest. Wrong way round.
So, since now we're at the tail end, what's your observation about the decks scene this day 1?
Let me look back at my notes here. I said NBN, Drago, and Wu, so seeing a lot of that. I think fewer people. I suppose we didn't see a ton of Ob, but it was represented. I was kind of surprised, just in terms of the decks we've seen, that we didn't run into more sports metal than we did.
Yes.
But I think, as we kind of saw in those early rounds, there was that kind of stratification of like the kind of shaper decks went up and the sports metal decks went down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna let this turn end for this click end because this might be the winning click.
Okay.
So I don't wanna bother right now.
Okay. Which do you think have been the strongest identities that you've seen, Luke? Like, which ones would you say are coming out of this looking like that they're going well?
I'm not surprised. I think it's just some of the positions that the Atom decks are in, but I think that was the oddest, not the oddest one, but the one that would have had the most variable. I think I'm not surprised by Reality Plus and Wu.
Yeah.
The outfit ones, I think the two outfit games we saw weren't in the best position when we saw them. Like, I definitely think like some of the ones, particularly in like the earlier rounds, might have just been, you know, punitives and hard hitting use for days with that kind of econ advantage, and that didn't seem to play out. Yeah, I think there's definitely it's a good wide range. The Acme, I think, was something I hadn't really considered. I mean, I played a lot. Like, every time I play Acme, it's in like Snake Draft or something, where it's like, oh, cool, you're kind of going to the tail end of the card pool. But it's really interesting to see how strong that is. It's just that sheer combination on top of everything else of just Data Ward, Acme, and then, you know, now Drago to kind of give you an active win condition.
Yep.
I'm would have liked to, in an ideal universe, see the restoring
Humanity.
There's still. Oh, I think there were a few connections. There's still Professor Wacko and Duty Dude left. They're, so I can see if they're still okay for it.
Yellow.
Hello. Hi. I can hear. So
my headphones.
I think
decided. There,
the one that's left is Duty Dude and Professor Wacko.
Oh, what a surprise!
Yeah, but they're the only table left. It's not my fault.
I refuse. You engineered this.
I've been had, I guess. Oh, there's a new match actually. Maybe this is tiebreaker.
No, I think that's the second game of Saracena and Sports Metal. So I think that's a no. I want to support your boy profwacko, but I think if that one's starting, that'd be a good one.
Yeah, I'm actually want a fresh game.
Yes.
He has enough exposure.
Yes, I think so. So, let us know if we can visit another game.
We got one of two permissions. Okay, two, both. Sarasenar and Mr. Sticks have their consent.
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right.
So
new game. There we go. Oh, it's both. We start with both. We end with both. I think it's just apt. Oh, of course, there's tiebreakers.
Yeah. Spoilers. There'll probably be votes in those two.
Votes. So let's see.
Okay.
I'm not sure on Mr. Sticks. As someone was asking, like, Saracena is from Brisbane. If Mr. Sticks is from Adelaide, then Vale would be perfectly correct.
Okay, that was a dirty laundry on HQ. There is Almakwa out already.
I think it'll be interesting to see this play out than the last captain deck we saw.
Yeah.
because I think sports is more likely to give you access to those easy runs that are going to let you build up, turtle and boat and all your other R&D fun toys.
Yep. There's also a good, I guess, like view of like the metagame, especially with sports metal being prevalent for so long, and now with the captain and her boat now being like the new cards on the block,
Mm.
and see how they interact.
Mm.
So Spin Doctor and a Res. I mean, Spin Doctor is so big for sports. For all the corps.
I mean,
But
it's
I mean,
big for any corp.
yeah.
It's really exciting that we've, after years and changing hands and everything, we've gotten back to the days of the Jackson tax. But it's such a it's such a relief as a corp to kind of sit there and play a Spin Doctor. It's like sliding into a warm bath. It's like, oh, cool, I can filter my R&D now.
Nice, comfy
Pad Tap and
spot.
Earthrise for the runner.
All right. Slowly building up the resources.
Now, is Mr. Six going to take
Draw
our notes before and just snap trash the pad tab?
No.
Or just keep installing things?
No.
No.
Fair.
That was an install.
Oh, here we go
and
again.
Score of
Hey.
Elivagar bifurcation.
Here we go
Hackers
again.
Hackers and frackers, if you learn nothing today, trash the Spin Doctor.
Yep.
Not again.
Resing Spin Doctor to get a whole...
Maybe it's just the same Spin Doctor we saw last game.
Yep.
Still going.
Still
spinning.
Just going out there. Just drawing cards, power napping, waking up again, drawing cards. It's a hard life.
Okay.
The Spin Doctor grind set.
Checking archives. No, maybe there's a problem here.
No, it's a wait for the spin. It's waiting for the Spin Doctor to trigger.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, that's a way to get the Spin Doctor popped.
There we go.
The old-fashioned traditional way of just running archives and forcing it. Foil Floors takes issue with the advice to trash the Spin Doctor, given that he profited from it so well.
Okay. Runner putting out Beth Kilrain Chang. Drawing in and gaining a credit as well.
Yep, and that's just like a lot of sports decks, it's going to ebb and flow, but you're going to get good value off Beth for the rest of the game now.
Yeah, you get something out of it most of the time. So really right now, there's still like not a lot of reason for Captain to be pressured. They can still take their time and building up a board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, sort of, because that was
So,
biotic labor, and that resulted in a score of Project Vitruvius.
Yeah.
I guess I was wrong. Oh, as they said, oh.
Oh. To the point, like Padme kind of has a different build to Waterloo Wu deck, so you don't have the same kind of clot lock advantage necessarily that the Wu build does.
Okay, we've got endurance with rigging up.
Yep, we've got the boat, we've got the rigging up, we're going for R&D.
It's boat time.
Boat time.
Alright, let's see. Ooh, Gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper for the strength of which the boat cares for not a jot.
Yes, so boat is just there. Boat will just boat.
And then even in the scenario where you don't have boat counters, you've still got the turtle forever, even when it gets purged.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, another Spin Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
These doctors never end. They just never end.
A server 5.
Okay.
And 1 click left.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. ice R&D if you had.
Bit of a think.
Kind of depends. It depends what server 5. It depends what the angle is here. But I would not be feeling super comfortable about R&D in this position.
Yeah.
Mind you, Saracen only has 2 credits, so it's not really where you want to be spending all your vote tokens for single accesses.
Yes. But still, maybe they can drop something like conduit.
He Mr. Six might be contemplating the pad tap, possibly. I think that's a bitter
That's
pill
fair.
to swallow at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay. As mentioned, you want to build to a point where you're no longer giving those easy runs away, but when you've still got the 0 cost gatekeeper sitting there, you want to put something in front of that eventually.
It's just, I guess, a protection from any deep dive attempts.
Mm.
That's always a fair assessment of the situation.
Yep. ICE on
Mhm.
archives. We've got a falsified credentials.
Ooh,
Which
but it
is
was a miss though. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Went for upgrade and picked a Maryland campaign.
Yep. Okay, Diesel
That's
for
fine.
more cards.
Diesel's up for cards. This Saracen are still with not a lot of credits. Oh, there we go. That solved it.
Deuce as
Kinda.
well helps here. I think
Oh.
you could even consider the expose and run. Yeah, there you go. Get the expose and run
Gatekeeper again.
because that gives you the turtle counter. You can run R&D for a pittance.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like 2.
But Saracen is really in the position there where they're looking pretty goodly set up, but they need the multi-access and need the money.
Ooh.
Or you can just rip the agendas off R&D one by one. That's fine.
just get it. Just get the agenda.
Just do it.
Yep.
That's Netrunner. Just get the agenda and then you win the game.
I keep telling people, just draw the cards in the right order and just run where the agendas are. Easy.
This is such an easy game.
Pro
We
stress.
all do not believe that one. Okay. DJ Fenris.
That's good. DJ Fenris for Sable is good here because you've got the central pressure and everything, so that's going to give you that little bit more flexibility. The Maryland campaign, which we've seen, and again, Saracen is probably almost happy to see it because they're going to be getting the credits off the pad tap as well. I see you entering the raffle.
Drats! I thought you'd be busy watching the match.
I see you all. No, it's more for the fact that I keep thinking that I will do it. It's like no, but then the automated bot will pick me, and then there'll be a riot.
Okay, so Mr. Sticks is going for a draw. Still has 2 more clicks to spare.
Mm-hmm.
The spin doctor is still there. Just spin doctor watch.
Yeah, we just need a tally on the stream over there, like just spin doctor re-res count.
Yeah.
Okay, server 6 created.
Oh. Okay. Interesting. Not too much creds, but it's easy to get a lot of creds when you're sports. So
Yeah, you can get by on not very many sometimes.
And then ICE on server 6 also.
Besides which, as the corp, going low on credits is just strong anti-Beth play.
Now that was
Gain
Juice's
3.
Wild again to draw and gain credits.
Expose?
Yep.
Probably the next one. Oh no, it's draw 2 and gain 3. Okay.
Yeah. I don't think you necessarily need the exposures here. Like Turtle's already on 5.
Going after server 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and unless it's something bigger, and if it's something bigger, there's always both. Oh.
Speaking of, Fairchild 3, again, like a lovely 3 credits for the Turtle here.
Nice casual 3 cred.
Yep. mind you, like it wouldn't be a virus because it wouldn't have the credits to. But these things, if the turtle does get purged later, we'll get. We've gone the endurance credits. Suppose you might need the 3 credits to trash or interact with whatever might be here, so that's not a silly play.
Okay.
Mhm.
That was
Fair enough.
Yep.
protecting
then you
Rashida
get trash,
GQ.
and exactly in point gets to trash the Rashida because you didn't do what I did in that scenario. Spent all your credits. Oh wait. And 2 Rozekis down, so Econ might be sorted for a little while, or at least once it starts picking up.
Yep. And especially with like 2 agenda points already, Saracena can relax a bit. And then once I said it, like Mr. Six will biotic something out of anyway.
Yeah. Mr. Six is like listening to the stream and just waiting for your hidden cues.
He said it. He said I won't score this turn.
This is some some KGB code breaking stuff. He just like the cat is in the basket, and so he knows to play biotic.
Let's see what Mr. Six is gonna do right now. And they're both still in a good spot. Oh, okay. Right on the server.
Something in server 6 and some credits.
Okay. And that Maryland campaign still ticking away for Mr. Six, but also still ticking away for Saracena. For what we saw as a really strong setup on both ends, has now become a very a low money fight.
Yeah.
Server
So
6
Endurance
again.
going to do the work again.
Able
Mega
to-
Pre qualifier.
Ooh. Mega Pre. Okay. Now this could be like a purposeful steal, because if Mr. Six scores a Mega Pre, it will be
It's now a 3-2, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so we're seeing
Going
these
through
R&D runs.
Gatekeeper into R&D.
Yeah, not going to cost you too much. Gets the boat ticking
Yep.
away.
good old boat.
Good
And
old
now
boat.
sports, having a sports-like hand, there's a lot of cards.
7 credits, got a little more flexibility than Saracena has. I mean, are we going to see the Ivagar again?
Don't know. Something put into server 6.
Mm-hmm.
And an ice onto R&D.
The ice on R&D, yeah, which I feel probably had to come eventually, but you're still looking down. You're still looking down now at 3 boat tokens and a 6 strength turtle.
Yeah.
It is now a question. It's definitely a question of not like will you purge, but when.
Yes.
Checking server 6
This
again.
is
It's a Tranquility Home Grid, which is left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's decent because obviously Saracena doesn't have the money to check everything all the time, or certainly not the endurance counters. And yeah,
And now the pad tap.
Pad tap too.
Okay, now this is getting. Oh, at least the Marilyn is. Oh well, still get used to pad tap.
Yeah, I think depending on your hand and what kind of sense of urgency you have with the corp, you've really got to be thinking about getting them off, particularly when the pad taps off. Particularly because Saracena's, mind you, give or take, like the Rozekis are still going to get the money through ever, and you've also got to think about when you're going to purge and think about everything else that's going on at once.
Yeah, because you have to choose, like, you gotta purge the turtle, or you have to take an econ hit and take out the pad taps, or you could just score an agenda.
Yep, Tranquility
Yeah, if in
Home
doubt.
Grid rezzed and a card put there. Choosing
if in doubt,
to
just
draw
win
a
the game.
card
Yeah.
rather than the money option that's on Tranquility Home Grid.
Maybe it's looking for it.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. So this
Onto
is
server
not a
6.
biotic turn. Interesting.
I guess the
worried
card
though.
draw was to see if that was possible, but if it's not, it's not.
Yeah. I'm worried though because the turtle's getting pretty big.
Yes.
Yeah, as I say, it's not a matter of if but when. But as a cop, you've got a lot of places to be. You've got a spin doctor to de-res and re-res again. Like,
Yes.
you got so many priorities, so many things on your agenda here.
Okay, into
Yeah,
R&D. Nothing
yeah,
rest
and
on the outer?
I don't think,
Gatekeeper?
and I would have expected to because that's kind of an after purge problem.
Yeah.
Oh, I have not been paying attention to which is the mark, but that was the
It's
mark, so gaining a
Yes.
hit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, almost functionally for free, and getting the endurance and the captain counter at the same time. So that's pretty good.
Okay, going to HQ, which is the gatekeeper. I think that might have been known already from one of the juices.
Yes. Good call. Endurance cares not a jot.
Seeing Marilyn.
Or sorry, even then, sorry, I'm acquired. Cares not a jot. Yeah, another Maryland campaign.
I'm starting to wonder about this pattern. Nope. Okay.
Ooh, Ruseki number 3.
Ruseki?
Okay. You were worried if it was all 3 centrals wrong.
Yeah, deep dive.
Yeah.
Nope. Probably not that
So
time.
3. So just the runner board state here, like 3 Rozekis and 9 strength turtle, 6 counters on your boat, 2 pad taps, a Beth Kill Ring Chang, and Sable on DJ Fenris. You're feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
All you need from here is multi-access and maybe slightly more credits in your pool.
Mm-hmm. But it's just pretty a comfy spot right now.
Yep.
Because
no, for sure. It's definitely a case of, as I say, at some point a purge will happen, but you've got the endurance counters to kind of make those runs and start building that inevitability back up.
I think unless Mr. Sticks will just like biotic everything, all the rest of the agendas, it's gonna be really hard to just slap down an agenda threat, leave it.
Yeah.
This
When
thinking pause kind of indicates that Mr. Sticks doesn't have quite the cards in hand. Or maybe an odd combination.
Or credits. I think it's, as I say, he's being pulled in different directions here, and it's kind of trying to work out what to prioritize. And even like your traditional kind of anti-AI tech that you might try and slot here for the turtle isn't going to work because endurance doesn't care about that. Having said that, 3 points as sports, you've got the cards. Like you don't necessarily need to worry too much about the runner kind of breaking your servers down or something. You can do a lot from hand.
Oh.
That's no point. It's forgotten. Only 4 minutes to go too. That's
3 all at that stage. Okay.
Mavirus, yeah.
Trashing the Mavirus, so turtle losing all its counters.
Interesting doing it that way and trying not to pop it like mid-run, but I suppose the endurance in 6 credits, like there's no surprise factor that's going to hurt you there anyway. Yeah. And even then, you get your 2 credits off your Tranquility Grid, and then you're giving the runner 2 at the same time. It's a very sticky situation here.
And I guess maybe just wanting to have server 6 open to do something else.
But Mavirus has an upgrade. Like I think he's maybe just getting this. Like, it could be a second Mavirus. Yep. But even then,
red level clearance to draw 2 cards and.
Okay, so it kind of looks like Mr. Sticks is digging for a card. Possibly the biotic.
Yeah.
Biotic scores.
Yeah.
Because that's probably one of the best shots that they have right now against the boat.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Like it's not about anything in a server you're going to defend. Like, this is the wins coming from hand here.
And extra ice on HQ. Just to finish off. Diesel for the runner, and then dirty laundry into server 6.
Yep. As we've seen, you've got the boat credits, you've got the things that flex this. It's a gatekeeper.
Mm-hmm. It feels like that could easily just voted
Yeah.
out.
It's going to be voted. The Fairchild 3 gets voted.
Yep.
And then we see what's down the bottom here.
Forces the at least pay 3, which is
No,
fine.
sorry, yeah, and that's fair.
Okay, trash is bad tap. Pretty good.
Maryland.
Maryland can pay me.
Okay.
So
Still gets the dirty laundry money, but yeah, it's not what you wanted to see. But you do have to keep the corp honest.
yep.
Mhm.
Okay, so seeing
Also-
if there's something interesting in HQ instead.
Yeah. This is actually what I was expecting more. The more HQ attack, especially since
Global Food Initiative.
there we go.
Got it.
Since Mr. Sticks has started defending HQ as well, that can kind of be a tell.
Yeah.
And
The
also,
last
Mr. Six
minute
even
might be
having
important if the game goes to
Yeah.
time.
no, absolutely. And Mr. Six taking the cards instead of the credits, even when they're on one credit, is
Ooh,
kind of
6
telling.
agenda
Ooh,
points now, with the
yeah,
R&D
that's-
being successful.
This is a hard sell. I mean, you only need the one credit to get there on Audacity, but that only gets you to 5. With the 6 being the tip over, it's very tricky.
Saracena right now can just choose to go for yep. That's
Mm.
what I thought.
Trying HQ again.
They have boats. Oh, not even boats. They have turtles. Oh, and the snipe.
They got it. Even though
They
it's
got
time
it
on the
just-
round, actually.
All right. Well, there's no need for
Got
time.
it out of HQ.
All right, and I think
Project for
that
Triggers.
is it, right? Yeah.
That's it, except for what the verdict becomes on a tiebreaker round.
Yes.
But hang on to your seats, everyone. We might just do. I mean, we
Right,
might
yeah.
get bonus Netrunner.
Yes.
You've all been so nice and behaved so well. We've decided to give you more Netrunner.
Let's see here. I think that's the only one that needs the results. So we can, after this, we can check the standings, and there is a high chance of tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So once again, thank you everyone for hanging out with us this
Yes.
APAC Continentals.
Yes. It's been very enjoyable, and hopefully you'll also enjoy hanging out with us tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
So
I think that's all the results in. So is that the standings available? Yes, I think it is.
okay. Oh, there is potential. There is
How are we going?
tiebreaker potential because 5 to 8 are the same score.
Oh my
5
god.
Yeah,
to 8 are,
as-
5 to 10 are tied. 5 to 10
As
are
we
tied.
said, yeah, that's
Oh.
the bonus net running.
Bonus Netrunner. No one. You can't
5
leave
to
chat.
10. Oh my gosh.
Friends, we have entered the 6th click.
The legendary 6 click.
Oh gosh. Lots of really, really strong players in that group all on 21.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
Also, like looking at chat, like yes, turtle boat is kind of scary.
Yeah. If you can't get enough ice on your centrals to kind of deny those easy accesses, and then boat tokens to start getting you through where turtle falls down, it's very interesting. And Draven's point, obviously saying that really dreading running into it and next week's CO. I hope all of you enjoy over the next few weeks, as like any major tournament, just playing all the decks you've seen on stream today across the table from you.
yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
The experience of having the 2 credits and desperate trying to work out where you're going to purge, that too can be yours.
Yes. Oh, what are these lat decks? We saw one of them from Saka,
Yep.
and
We still
the-
haven't managed to see Ice Prisma. It would be interesting.
yes,
Maybe we get a chance tomorrow.
Yeah, and they're both bringing the same decks.
4
Oh,
shapers in the top 4.
wow. And also like Weyland supremacy in the top 2.
Yeah.
Let's go. So let's see what's the judge's call is gonna be.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Bing's made the cut again. Let's hope he doesn't have to run away to dinner or whatever it was, like it was last year.
Yep.
that's what happened last year. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, had to step out. Like, oh, cool, I made it. Anyway, bye. Was that last year? Was that last year? Some year. It's quite.
Yes.
It's the joy of online tournaments as opposed to like in person ones. For like, when you're going away, you make a weekend of it or something like that. When you're at home, it's like life gets in the way. You don't always have the time for bonus Netrunner.
Oh, Sokka is in the chat saying Sokka and Ice Prisma have the exact same list.
Okay.
Collusion.
And my Netrunner.
Okay, so they say so Navi, who's the TO, is saying there'll be 2 tiebreaker matches. Oops, sorry, and it just scrolled past. Where rounds will be decided in a moment, and just showing the current standings.
All right, chat. Remember what we said. You can't leave. There's bonus Netrunner.
You are compelled to not leave. If you leave now, you'll get a game loss at your next tournament. I will travel to wherever you are and hand it out in person.
Okay, just wait. It's gonna be 2 tiebreaker rounds, so it's probably gonna be Odol, profwacko, White Blade, and Veil, because they're the bottom 4.
Oh gosh.
Right? And
I think
based on their
White Blade and Veil have a bit of a history
Oh,
together.
do
What?
do
No.
do tell.
Isn't
No.
that right, Luke?
Refuse. I don't know. I don't know to what you refer.
I think they've played each other in cut or almost cut.
Oh,
Um,
you mean like over the table stuff, right? I
Yes,
was
yes,
going to be
yes.
like this.
Yes, game history.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Very competitive game history between them. Yes. So that will be a very good match if possible.
So that is gonna be the one to watch then.
If possible.
Yes. Also, if people know this, some people might not be familiar with strength of schedule. So this is also an element in which, like, even if you have the same points, the strength of schedule can also be the deciding factor in whether you are the one on the lead or not, even if you have the same points. So that's the second layer, essentially, of rankings. I think that's also important to note, since there's a lot of 21s, but they're still organized by essentially like by rank, even though they're technically the same score.
Okay, so the tiebreaker is going to be now. Everyone on 6th and above is safe and has made it to tomorrow. And I guess just getting ready. So is it inevitable number 7 plays number 8 and number 9 plays number 10?
It looks like it, according to Sokka, at least on chat. It's gonna be Odol versus Veil,
No.
sorry, and profwacko versus White Blade. So they might not be even. They might be fighting each other. So Odol versus Veil might be interesting to watch, especially since we just watch Odol play. Of course, the other one is
We haven't
profwacko
seen
and
Veil yet, but we have seen profwacko and White Blade.
yeah.
Earlier
People
today.
might think I'm colluding to keep show.
I don't know how
I don't think
that.
I don't think you're kidding. I know for sure.
I don't know. I don't know. What you
Surely,
talking about?
surely you can look at profwacko like anytime you want. Just like go over his house and look at him there and go, oh, there he is. Play some Netrunner for me.
Maybe I'm ready there.
That's possible.
He's just beside me this entire time.
Do you
it's still
both
it's still
live in the same city or not really?
We both live in the same city, but of course this is still the difficult times of the
Yes.
world. So
Yeah,
yeah.
much like you and I, Ginevra, we've
Yes,
never
I know.
actually met.
I know.
Yeah. So it's still, very difficult. Sometimes when people, when it's kind of safe. I see like meetups, but it's too far from
Yeah.
where I am. So it's still not, like IRL tournament safe, which I really miss.
I'm glad we've got a
I
few
can
online
get that.
tournaments though.
Yeah. I mean, I'm personally glad that some JNet exists.
Yes.
That
Absolutely.
allows like net running. Okay, now you're just calling me out on chat.
Oh dear.
You know what? I won't ask to stream your game. You've had enough.
You'll say that, and then the other game will say they don't want to be streamed, and we will
Yeah. Possible.
Okay, so I think they're just getting ready.
Yeah.
For because this is gonna be just one game, right? I forgot how tiebreakers work.
I've forgotten also if I ever knew, but I think it might be just one game. Yes.
This would absolutely be the time that I dive into my deep experience and tell you exactly how tiebreaks work, but I don't know.
They don't happen
what?
every time, to be honest.
Yeah. Just don't have tiebreakers.
It's quite funny, particularly for APAC, because we didn't end up running them last year, but it's just it's really like home court advantage to do a tiebreaker, because it's all right. So you've done 5 rounds. It's 4 or 5 in the morning for you. Now to actually decide if you're getting a cut, you play more Netrunner.
And one more game.
We will see how tired you are.
Yes.
And then the other person is from APAC and just casually eating like dinner or something.
Yes.
The ultimate tiebreaker.
No one.
No.
No one actually tells you this, but high-level Netrunner player is basically like those old sitcom contests where you have to hold your hand on a car and the last person to let go wins it. This is basically what Netrunner is. It's just the last person to fall asleep is declared the winner.
Yes.
Yep. Before when there were regionals in the Philippines, the reason why I just play like super fast decks is, okay, my round is over. I'm just gonna sit here in the corner and close my eyes. So I'm gonna let you all be tired so that I can still play that one extra round.
Yep, very much so. Okay. I can see people are setting up, so if you wouldn't mind asking them if they're okay to be streamed.
Hello. Okay. Okay, I'm asking Odol and
Krusty,
Bale.
we did see Odol's
Yes.
Ag Infusion
We've seen
before?
Odol's like a couple of times. Yeah, we did see the Ag Infusion.
But that is what we're intending to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if we can do both tiebreakers simultaneously. I don't think that's possible.
Soon we'll have the
Multi-track
technology.
drifting.
Ah! Multi-tables.
Yes. No.
Okay.
I don't
Thank
like
goodness.
that
They said yes.
They said yes?
I don't have to. Yeah. Thank goodness.
Okay.
So unfortunately, Ginevra's Mac isn't up for that, for just streaming two games simultaneously while we just talk over each other.
Oh, okay. Maybe as a special challenge for next year, I will have a think about it.
It's just like someone just signs onto the stream. It's just a cacophony of noise.
All right,
Okay.
so it's gonna be Adam and Infusion.
Yes. So Adam starting
Alright.
with 3 different directives. It is safety first, neutralize
of course.
all threats, and find
of
the
course.
truth.
Of course, as a streamer, I am entirely neutral now, so I don't have to say anything. But also go Veil.
Yeah.
Yes, and also like Adam starts the game with 3 directives. There were actually 4, but as Adam, you choose the 3 good ones and then forget that other one. That...
So,
Well, yeah, there are 4 of them, and one is bad.
Yes, that's it. That's all you need to know. That's the one.
so Egg Infusion starting off with ice on HQ and a server 1 and something in server 1, but that allows for dirty laundry into R&D and 2 daily casts and 1 logic bomb. That's pretty good start, I reckon.
That's a lot of cash on the way. That's a whole lot of cash on the way. All right.
And what was in server 1? It was Rashida Jahim.
Mm-hmm.
Also a pretty good start.
Mm-hmm. So at least both Vale and Odol got pretty good openers.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see, especially Vale with the logic bomb already primed and ready to go. Oh, interesting. Okay.
Another ice on
I like
server
this.
1 and an install.
That's
And an
a
install
very
on R&D for ice.
that's a pretty nice opening for Egg Infusion.
Yeah.
But having said that, Adam's no slouch either. He's got the money. He's got the logic bomb.
I think I also like the already double ice on server 1 just because Odol might be like preparing for one of them is gonna be logic bombs, just in case the other one can stop Vale's run.
Okay, now find the
jailbreak.
truth is you reveal your cards so we can see Jailbreak and Mad Dash.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And a couple of clicks left to contemplate what to do.
Could be installing or just creds. Both are still fine. Or no, run. There we go.
Make a run on archives. Yep.
Yep.
So find the
Find
truth,
the truth.
allowing looking at top card of R&D and an install of brain chip.
Yep.
Oh,
Another Rashida.
another Rashid. Very, very solid first few turns for Odol. Okay, this is turning
Hedge
out to be a
fund?
very, very interesting match. Odol with the
Something
nice
in server 1?
econ.
Ooh, and a protection on HQ.
Most likely Mwanza.
Yes. Earlier that was the choice for HQ, yes.
Mm.
Veil drawing overclock.
All right. Let's see what the turn's gonna be. Vale has okay creds right now.
Mm. It's hard to beat the first 2 turns Rashida play though.
Yeah.
Okay, drawing paperclip.
Okay.
So that was emergent creativity and installing Angola.
Yep.
Very good.
And paying for it by trashing paperclip for which you do not care. So that's always nice.
Yep.
Okay, that was a quick longevity serum score.
Let's see. That's got a trigger. maybe maybe some cycle some of the cards.
Yep, like it's pretty good having had all that draw go through just then. That like gives you a couple of options, or you can just pull back the Rashida or something.
There we go. Okay, just one card.
Mm.
And shuffling
Shuffling.
back Rashida and Hedge Fund using Longevity
And
Serum.
yeah, plus the card that we saw trash, or at least one. Yeah, the card that was trashed.
Mm-hmm. So right now, Phil has a plan of has angles of attack if they want to run right now because of Engolo, but they could also just keep building up.
Yeah, I mean, without Adam doesn't always lean into a lot of multi-access. It's like in a pretty good sniping position with the logic bombs and everything. Would have to respect, as we saw in the last Odol game, the Mwanza on HQ. So kind of don't want to give that econ away for free.
Yep.
Dirty Laundry into Archives, which was just drawn.
Yeah, and just getting that and getting the peak off the top of the deck with Find the Truth is going to be helpful. It means if it's something that we want to get, we've got the logic bomb in hand.
Perhaps doesn't look like it because
on the table.
Irizeki install.
Nope. Yep.
Corp doing Hedge Fund. More ice on server 1, but yes, now something in server 1.
Okay. So right now, at most, Vale will be able to punch through 2 ice with the Engolo and the Logic Bomb.
Unless one of unless one of the code gate.
Deciding to overclock HQ.
All right, we're going in for the Mwanza.
Let's see.
See if we just die to double snare again.
An
anti.
That's a big one.
Mm-hmm. But notably, you've still got to Engolo it because Logic Bomb, I believe, still gets you the Anansi encounter fire.
Yep. So that was Mwanza, as we were predicting. Accessing
snare 1.
Snare.
Oh!
Oops.
Oh!
Sorry. Not yet. Not yet.
No cards.
So that was the
Spin Doctor.
Oh, he's gone. Finally. Wait.
No.
Lives to fight another day.
No treasure.
That's also true. There's also not enough money for a double snare. That's also true. But it also like that's the idea.
Oh right, so sorry. Yeah, I was looking at the credits, but that was after the Mwanza money. Perfectly true.
Yeah.
So
Punitive.
something in server 1.
Okay.
Drawing twice.
Let's see what are the cards that got trashed. Okay.
In Archives.
Yeah, just a bunch of econ mostly.
Yep.
So it's kind of not bad.
Snare.
Yeah, it's kind of not bad, honestly.
Okay, Vale setting up with liberated money. 2 cards. Okay, that was a predictive planogram to gain money. 2 advancements on server 1.
Yep. So Val's got decent credits, still got the Logic Bomb, still got the Engolo, still got Paperclip in the bin, but 3 ice, particularly of Ag Infusion levels of nastiness.
Not many cards in hand either. If
don't really have the room to be messing about with that kind of thing.
Yep. So drawing MK Ultra and another Logic Bomb.
So
both nice finds.
Vale probably just gonna toss MK Ultra at some point. Could even go for a. Possible that Vale could risk this for the remote. So yeah. Let's see. This
Yeah.
is a very crucial tiebreaker, so it's very important that Vale really take their time to pick a spot. All right,
Yep, they've got
still
2
chilling.
clicks left. Okay, they decided to use up the liberated accounts. 23
Fair enough.
credits at the moment.
Seems like a good call.
So the
Risk
Corp
this though, but
advancing,
Corp,
and it's
yep.
a send a message. So
Yeah,
what
I
gets
mean-
rezzed? Okay, it's
That'll loop.
a
a data loop.
Mm.
Mm.
So at the 5 agenda points, the data loop is going to make Obokata scoring a lot more viable. It's not a bad position. The Stargate also certainly helps, and certainly a lot of credits to be starting to hit that button.
Yeah, probably don't want to deal with data loop and right
Mm.
now,
using it.
especially since Adam only has maximum of 3 in their grip.
Yeah, no, for sure. And you also don't know what that upgrade is. You've still got Ag Infusion triggers. It's
But using the
But I
Stargate
think,
right
yeah.
away and some pause and thinking, I think, before deciding on the res of this.
Yeah, there might be either the res is a
7
concern, but
credits,
also
I've
you
got it.
have the option maybe for to boot them into an NC or archives as we're doing here.
Uh-huh.
So that's interesting.
Okay.
I'm uncertain why you do archives over R&D over HQ there just for the Anansi fire, but I am not. I am not at the tiebreak of Continentals.
Also, don't know what
Yeah,
they
so-
happen to have drawn in HQ.
That is though an interesting line of play.
Yeah, I mean, if he's got an agenda in hand, obviously the more ones is a bad time, and I think
Yeah.
if he does that,
That is fair.
Okay.
so
Vale has a
Caldera
mad
going to
dash
help.
in hand.
Yep, and Caldera is definitely going to help here if we think that if there's a vital piece of net damage going to go through.
Okay, install an advanced invest. So right now, Odol is just threatening a win from next turn.
Yep, anything from here is a win threat, which would then explain the bounce to archives rather than HQ. He's probably got it in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Knew he could make this play this turn.
All right, so let's see here.
So
If
Yeah,
Vale
this is a
has
critical-
an answer.
I mean, this is a critical turn too, because like it could be a case of this is an agenda, and this is a play for the game. It could also be just all of this stuff with the deflect before is representing an agenda, and you're basically just trying to tax out Adam at this point to give yourself a scoring window. Because
Yeah.
5 credits ain't a lot in this scenario.
And also,
But having said that, if it's the Obokata, just the data loop alone is going to give you a chance here.
Yeah, I was about to say that, like the data loop and the protocol combo is just very, very taxing card wise. And right now, since Adam has not stolen any agendas, they have a very, very limited hand size right now.
No, for sure. I'm trying to think of 17 credits. Like, got a decent amount of credits. Got your breakers. Don't necessarily have a Sentry Breaker solution other than. Oh no, sorry, you've got MK Ultra there. Other than Logic Bombs, what else? I think we've seen off Find the Truth. There's another Logic Bomb.
Yes.
And also at least one Mad Dash. I think it might even be two because I think we saw one earlier.
Now,
something happened to the first one, I think.
Adam
okay.
does have Caldera right here, but it can get very pricey.
And does
If it-
nothing to help you against Okada or something like that.
Yes.
Obviously,
Yep.
any incidental net damage all the way down. So
Okay.
only going in with 3 cards. But I suppose that's hand size Adam problems.
Yeah, it's just Adam things.
And also the just Adam things, have been able to score an agenda, have MU problems, have to trash the Stargate, definitely hurts.
Yep.
At this point, it's just worth a shot.
Although, to be honest,
Uh-oh.
Odol doesn't have a lot of credits, only 5 at the moment. All right.
Yeah.
Oh.
Anoetic coming in.
Yeah. Anoetic gets you the bounce, gets you the. You only spend 2 credits and you still got the 3 if this is a 5-2. A 5-3, sorry.
Okay.
Good.
Try
Do
again.
it again.
Do it again. Doesn't. Yeah. Power play defeating the data loop by only having 1 card to put back, and then I don't know. Do you die to an Erdica Cipher here?
Okay. 2 cards could be trash.
Obicata.
Nope.
Obicata.
Avocado.
Yeah.
As foretold.
And I think.
Yep.
And that is it.
3 credits is just enough.
The old worst case scenario.
Yes.
Yep. As I said, like 5 credits just
Ah.
enough to trigger the Anoetic once, and then couldn't. Even having to run the data loop twice was not a great time. Even if there was a way that Val could pull this out, there's still the Ag Infusion trigger to contend with, so you could just bounce another click again.
Yep.
That's true. It hurts, but it is what it is sometimes.
That's Netrunner.
Yeah, that's Netrunner. Okay.
Okay. 2 clicks left.
Fair enough. It's fair enough. It's still fair to think to have an out. To find an out, rather.
Unless not particularly without any cards in hand. You can't even pull something weird and wonderful out of your back pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was seeing 2 agendas of a Stargate run was an out, but having now trashed the Stargate.
And the no, I don't know where the Mad Dash has gone. It's not there.
Well, there was a second one. There was, I think, one off Find the Truth. Unless there was one, but we definitely saw one off Find the Truth.
Yeah.
And the other one, we probably lost the other one to the Snare run.
Okay. Seeing what's in archives.
Yes, as for our points, you got to keep them honest. Got to just run archives because you never know if there's just randomly 8 points in there.
And that's GG.
Yeah, it was well played by both, but definitely just that explosive Ag Infusion start, like the double Rashidas, and just that kind of set up that fast.
Yeah. That opener was just so powerful.
Yes.
And that Obicata was absolutely the perfect point, because if that had been another Send the Message or any other agenda, that wouldn't have
Might have
worked.
been possible. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep. And that's pretty much it. So we just have to. I don't know the result for the other one.
I do not know.
Because there's no more games there as well. So let's see. Let us see.
Yep. Okay. So both of the tiebreakers have been played.
Mhm.
Okay, you know what that means while we wait?
Just
That
double
means
checking what.
That means I can close the raffle.
Raffle.
While we're doing that, how many winners have I got? I've got another 5. Either of you win this raffle, I'm going to make a complaint.
No.
Ah, Arky, that's rigged.
Navi did, yeah. That's cool.
Absolutely disgusting.
She's been working hard though.
Yeah, absolutely.
So okay, anyone?
Good old rigged. Good old rig raffles. Classic.
So anyone got an idea the results of the other tiebreaker?
Not yet. I'm looking around here. I'm looking here. Oh, profwacko won. This at least that's what the thread said.
Okay. Okay, so that's the top 8 there.
There we go. That is the top 8, everyone.
Wow.
Oh, there we go. It's already fixed. Yep. So this is your top 8 for day 2 tomorrow. So tomorrow it's not gonna be. Oh, correct me if I'm wrong. It's not gonna be Swiss anymore, right? Because that's what I remember.
Nope. It's
not.
cut.
It's not. Yep. It's not gonna be Swiss anymore. It's gonna be knockout style format.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be very, very exciting as well.
Yes.
No more moving around tables too much. So it's gonna be very, very exciting.
Almost impossible to guess how long it's going to take time-wise because you just find that rounds just finish faster sometimes, or people drop out, as happened last year. People had to go, so it's all of a sudden like, oh right, we just did this 2 hours earlier than we expected.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the top cut is essentially the top 8 players from the standings right now are going to go back. Well, they're going to be back for day 2 tomorrow, and that's where we will determine who's going to be the 2022 Netrunner APAC Continental Champion.
So Manverupt
Or
clarifying
you're
that it will be a single-sided double elimination tomorrow.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Might see, presumably, again with the vagaries of the APAC time zones, maybe the 8 we have will be the 8 that go ahead, but there might be some drops.
Yep. Yeah, so it's technically faster than Swiss. Technically.
Yes.
Technically, I think like longest path is 7 games is like the longest time it could take.
Mm-hmm.
Because you get like people are in the top half of the cut waiting for the lower games and like the single elims to wait. It ends up being about as long as the equivalent in Swiss.
Yeah. So since it's a double elim, there's still the lower bracket.
Yep.
So it can be quite time consuming, but
lots of Netrunner to
there's
watch.
also potential,
which is good.
Yes.
Good for the audience.
Yes.
Maybe grueling for the people who are playing.
Yes. But also like that means there's less. There's fewer options for us to choose which tables to hop on. So there's technically mostly 4 for the most part, and then it just goes less and less eventually.
Yes.
So you kind of see more of the top 8.
Yes.
Kinda. Just due to the how few tables there are at that point.
There's actually a number of people we haven't got to see today. I don't think we got to see Alec J. I don't think we got to see Ice Prisma. I don't think we got to see Edmund Ho. We didn't see Bing either. Bing 005. So there's quite a few people to see tomorrow who we just haven't seen either side from them today.
And also, it's Bing, the Alice merchant player. So
Yeah.
if we get permission, we can see the Alice in play. But if not, it's fine as well.
Yes.
To each their own.
Yes.
I see a lot of green in the top 8. Half of them are shapers.
Yes.
More than half
Yeah, over
are
half.
shapers.
And it's also, you could say, half is NBN. If you want.
Yeah. Oh, we got permission from chat, from Bing in
Oh,
Bing005
thank you,
in
Bing.
chat. Yeah.
Thank you, Bing.
Thank you.
Only one criminal. And
Yeah. Oh, only one crim.
yeah, a couple.
0.
Couple of Anarchs. Couple of Weyland. Actually, we didn't get any HB, did we? In the
Yeah, it's
couple of Ag Infusions.
Ben was almost it.
Yeah.
Vale was almost it because of sportsman.
Yes. Not any Adams, although I think they did really well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Also from
But they
Vale.
weren't. Yeah.
But overall, yeah, it's very even in the top 8. I appreciate. I like that there's variety in the
Yes.
factions. It's always nice to see. It's
Yes.
also like a nice, maybe like the sample size isn't like super big, but it's still a nice snapshot of the current meta game right now for Netrunner. And it's always good if you see like a bunch of factions being represented, or even in the same faction a bunch of archetypes or playstyles being played. That's always nice. I say that as
it's always definitely the wildest of the Continentals. It'd be interesting to see how many of these decks we see kind of propagating and tweaks thereon and meta responses to in the coming Continentals.
Yeah. It could be what people are going to play for a few Continentals if they see things doing well here and they want to copy.
Yep.
Yeah.
As I say, we've got Australian Nationals in a few weeks, and I knew I wasn't deciding what I was going to play until today.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's nice to see like Weyland for personally.
Yeah.
The top 2.
Yeah.
And the outfit too. So a lot of people
Yep.
I think are expecting something from NBN or sports metal or something like that to come up top.
Yeah, it was quite interesting with, as we said, like the kind of prevalence in sports metal that we didn't see any make the top cards.
Like very almost, but
And yet,
not quite.
almost not quite. But we have 2 Ag Infusions. Was it only 2 Ag Infusions playing today?
I think there were 3.
Let me check.
But still.
3.
Yes,
But
still.
number 3 down in 14 there. It's on that screen.
But
so in terms of
they've done very well.
numbers of in terms of numbers of representation to performance, seems a pretty good deck.
Yeah. Like the only faction that has a lot of representation that actually made the top 8 are pretty much Wu with 2, by the way, and Reality Plus with also 2.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Lat.
Oh yeah, and Lat. But there are only 3 Lats, and the 2 of them are in the top 8.
Yeah. Pretty good.
That's it. 2 elite.
Guess it's pretty good. I guess it's a pretty good card.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't think is there anything else that we need to add? Any announcements that we need?
Not particularly. Like I did ask. Apparently, as I said, like all of the, unless someone changes their mind overnight, the top 8 are all going to be playing tomorrow. Which again, for APAC specifically, doesn't always happen. But it seems like it'd be a really good time.
Yep.
We are kicking off. I think it is. Is it
Similar time.
10:30? Yeah, 10:30 AWST. It's 10:30 for 11 o'clock start.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Okay.
we'll probably do the stream around about the same time as we did today.
Yep.
I'd like to kind of recognize all the work from the TOs,
Yes.
the Sangren and Navi, and the judges, Craw, Navi, NB Kelly, Orbital, and Fike, and like all of the players, like 40 players. That's really, really good for APAC.
Yeah. Give yourselves a
Yeah.
hand, please.
Yes.
Give yourselves a hand,
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, unless it's really absurdly late in the morning, don't wake up your housemates.
Yeah.
Quiet applause, depending.
Yes. Okay.
So yeah.
So that was the Swiss rounds of the APAC Continental for 2022, and thank you, Juabe, and thank you, Luke, and we look forward to talking to you tomorrow and seeing the top cut.
No worries.
Yep. See
Thank
y'all
you, Geneva.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
Be there.
See you soon.
Be there, chat. Okay.
See ya.
Be there.
Goodbye,
Game lost.
everyone. See ya.
Yes.
Yeah.